Greetings, family. What's going on? Big up to Lady D in the house. Make sure you come in. Yes. Merry Easter Sunday. Whoop. You know, today we're going to be having a little bit of the dialogue and discussion, and we're going to be talking about our whole weekend. What kind of chocolate chicken are you eating tonight? Yes, the link is in the chat. Please join me as soon as you can come in. Yes, this is an open forum once again for the people, by the people. You know, if you want to have something to say or do, you know, please come and celebrate the Easter Sunday with me on Black Family First, baby. Hi. Yes. Big up to Lady Divine. And as Lady Divine says, big up to the DMX situation. So today we're going to be talking about racism, as in the title. We're going to be talking about ethnic minority. Whoopee! Ah, man. What's going on, Lady Divine? What's been happening?
Bless up
Sunday.
I know it's Easter Sunday. But yeah, man. Oh dear. What a Sunday. What an eventful Easter weekend it's been, huh?
Mm-hmm. What's been happening on the YouTube streets?
Oh God, we got these. I'm gonna use the right words for them. I'm not gonna cuss them actually. I'm gonna use the right words for them. So we've got these black men out here trying to sell us black women polygamy and don't have a clue what they're trying to sell us. That's what's going on.
Oh gosh. what kind of package are they offering?
Oh my God, they're offering the cheapskate version of how to do a polygamy in order to grow nations. It's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we don't know how to deal with these people these days, man. But boy, you know, good on those who think they can afford polygamy, but you know, it's a very expensive task. And I always say, if you can't afford it, don't try it.
Not only that, if we're going to do it the way that our ancestors have done it previously, at least take some references from how it has been practiced and how it does work, rather than trying to butcher it, repackage it and give it to us. Ridiculous. If we're gonna do it, let's do it the real way. Let's do it the African way. Let's not do this rubbish, this westernized mindset rubbish. Nah.
Yeah. It's all about the nation building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, hold on. I had a video, right? It was a 4-minute video, right? And it was on the title today. You know, it was our sister Cheryl from Black Child Agenda, and she put this video out. Can you see it?
Oh, I see your screen. Go on, play it.
Yeah.
Quick video.
1 minute.
Quick video. I don't know how many of you have seen the Tony Sewell report. Another waste of time, another waste of resources, and probably you've been paid for that. So another waste of money, another report that's going to sit on the shelf somewhere and have nothing done with it. You've literally chucked, thrown, burnt, beaten, kicked the black community under the bus. You've been disrespectful to our ancestors with your comment about the slave trade. I found that highly disrespectful. And the part that is even worse,
See, I can't hear nothing.
George Floyd trial is going on at the moment. Sorry, those that murdered George Floyd's trial's going on. I don't know when this report had been completed, but it is irrelevant. In the last few years that we've had, that has brought things to the forefront to say to our white counterparts and those that make decisions on our behalf, because as a community, we are always silenced and shut down. You were given an opportunity to actually make...
Did you hear it?
No, you're gonna have to go back a bit because we missed a bit from when she went into the report thing, innit?
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Let me do it again for you, family. Please come into the chat. Please come and join us. DC Brad, I see you there. You better get your ass over here.
No, we are not talking to these men who want to remix polygamy and give it to us black women. No, we're not. Not today.
Okay. All right, we need you over here. We need all the people. Come on, we're going to be chatting about all the information. I see you, Eric. I see you, Kushti Cosmetics. I see you, Born Rich.
Bless up, family. Bless up. But I'm putting a public service announcement out. Yeah, if a JJ finds his way over here, he will automatically be blocked and hidden by default. And our Lady Divine takes the credit for it.
Oh man. Peace, brother. Eric, how's everything? How's your Easter?
Peace. Can't complain.
So we're going to be going into this report today, and we're going to destroy it and dismantle it.
Peace. Right on.
So we're going to be going into this report today. Oh. Anyway, so let me just play this video. Here we go once again.
Quick video. I don't know how many of you have seen the Tony Sewell report. Another waste of time, another waste of resources, and probably you've been paid for that. So another waste of money, another report that's going to sit on the shelf somewhere and have nothing done with it. You've literally chucked, thrown, burnt, beaten, kicked the black community under the bus. You've been disrespectful to our ancestors with your comment about the slave trade. I found that highly disrespectful. And the part that is even worse and so embarrassing is the fact that those in the mainstream press are absolutely tearing this report apart. Because like I've said in my posts on Facebook, this is embarrassing. And how is it that we have the wider community tearing this report to shreds? It is just absolutely vile. And to see that this has been put out in such a time where the George Floyd trial is going on at the moment. Sorry, those that murdered George Floyd's trial's going on. I don't know when this report had been completed, but it is irrelevant. In the last few years that we've had, that has brought things to the forefront to say to our white counterparts and those that make decisions on our behalf, because as a community, we are always silenced and shut down. You were given an opportunity to actually make sure that the disparities in racism, the disparities in exclusions from school, the disparities in employment, the disparities in racism children facing university, those that are faced in the NHS, why black people are dying, why black women are still dying from childbirth in 2021. All of those things could have been brought to the forefront within this report. How do you do a report that is based on no facts? How do you do a report and have the cheek and dare and the bare face to publish absolute BS? I don't understand what has been done here. I don't understand why it has been done, and I don't understand why it has been published. This is embarrassing. It is a joke, and it's a disrespect to the black community of the UK in particular. Did we learn nothing from Windrush? Windrush is still an ongoing problem, and you're trying to tell me that the UK is not institutionally or systematically racist. We see this in the police force. We see this in the NHS. Yes, nurses are doing a good job, but why is it that black women are dying doing something as standard as giving birth? Why is it that black people are dying so high rates with regards to the COVID? Why are black children 168 times more likely to be permanently excluded from school? Why is it? Let me move on to another one, because we already know all the whys and the wherefores, but you failed. You failed on this. Let's move on. Boom, bye, bye, bam, bam. Pimlico School in Westminster, you have been called out on your racism to do with your students and their natural hair. Mr. Smith, how does it feel? The fact that you've put a school policy in place that is racist. It is racist. And what I want to give thanks for, this is to all the students of that school that took part in the process. I don't know if it was this morning or yesterday. Big up to yourself. 100% high five from Cheryl Phoenix, from the Black Child Agenda. This is what I'm talking about. Making a stance. Stop being a victim. Stand up, be counted. And to see white, black, Asian, hijabs, no hijabs, afros, sitting down, protesting about your basic and fundamental human rights to wear your hair to school as it grows out of your head. Thank you to you young people, and I give you nothing but applause and respect. I love it, love it, love it, love it. I hear that some of the adults are coming down to the school. I would love to be there in person, but I can't be. But no matter what, you have the full support and backing from the Black Child Agenda, and keep on keeping on, because unless we stand up like those that came before us did, and stand up and don't apologize for being right, don't apologize for your beautiful black hue, don't apologize for your beautiful black hair, you keep standing. And I'm so glad, so bloody proud of our young people and what you have stood for. Thank you very much for also making my job a lot easier, but you keep doing that. If we're going to do that in every school up and down the country when it comes to racism, discrimination, hair discrimination, size discrimination, religious discrimination, and also disability discrimination, then these schools will have to change. You and your racism will have to change, because do you know who's going to call you out? It will be the children, because our children are watching. Fire, burn down Babylon.
What did you get from that? Eric?
What did I get from that?
People are on fire.
I'm going to show you something about the PM of the UK, Boris Johnson, and I'm going to put a link to an article about what he said about the old colonial regime in Africa and how it suited Africa best. You hear what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. So I'm going to play another video from one of another counterpart, which was, hold on, from one of the groups from a committee called ADPAC. And he goes on to talking about certain things. So let's quickly go through to him. Okay. I just want to go do some of the stuff so that we get kind of an insight of the outrage through the community, and then we're going to go through the paperwork, and then we're going to go through other videos, general public, and then we're going to dissect the whole situation. Okay. So I'm going to play this one.
Now, what I want to talk about is the metaphysics of racism. We speak about this practical implementation. We all know academically exactly what racism is. It's the power of economics, resources, and our ability to freedom of movement socially by an opposing force, which is not always the greater numerically, as is the case in Africa, but always an economically powerful force. So what is the metaphysics of racism? We talk about the left and the right hand of the same body being the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, or the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And then when you go right to Conservative, you'll have the far right, which is the BNP, and then you'll have the Conservative Party. When you go left, you have the far left, which is the Socialist Workers' Party, and then the Labour Party. So we lie in between with zero interest in any of those camps. But where is the magic that utilizes our reactions? So what we can deduce from campaigns by companies like Louis Vuitton that we saw last year, and use all of these guys who use racist iconography or use some tactic to make us react, is that by and large, we are a highly reactionary people. You could break us down into thirds. 1/3 of us is for economic self-determination. 1/3 of us is diametrically opposed and happy to rely on government. And 1/3 relies on the space that is governed by the wind. They'll go in either direction. So the first people they look for is that third who will be governed by the wind. These people are what you call brand ambassadors. So if I were to put out a campaign as a Chinese company and use the term ninja or use some blackface, you can guarantee and write it down that we are going to respond in some way. So once we've dedicated ourselves as a community to respond, or should I say react, it will become viral because we are creatures of habit and have a demonstrable habit of repeating what is known, and that becomes the zeitgeist. What we want to do now is have an understanding of why they use our metaphysical energy to grow economically, because we give them millions in free advertising, and there is a way to respond. So let's step back for 2 seconds and just understand the body complete. The body complete, which is a political body, which is a religious body. We just want to have a complete and concise understanding of the body complete. So we know that the Conservatives are on the right, Labour are on the left. But what are they on the right and left of? It's the current, which is the energy that governs the domain, which is Great Britain. What we think is that it's a hard right and a hard left. There's no such thing. Dependent on how they want us to respond to what the order of the day is. So let's just say that it is encouraging us to take our vitamins, as is the case today. This is what we call a non-partisan issue, where the two parties are like this. So now look at the energy and watch what I'm going to do. How many of us are aware of Tai Chi? First of all, you build up the energy, shake up the people. This is what we're doing, building the energy between the two hands. Now, we don't know whether to look left or right because we were so bombarded with information about what initially we were supposed to take our vitamins for that we didn't know what was truth, what was false. And all he kept doing was this. So now, when the hands separate, there's a huge vacuum in between, which is energy, the left hand and the right hand. What they're doing with us is Tai Chi. You see, when you become despondent from the right, the left steps in with this energy. We're just in the middle. They're just doing Tai Chi. Left hand, right hand. They're not resistant to anything we're putting out. They just take it and respond with the other hand. It's Tai Chi. This is the left and the right. This is the body that we would commit completely to Labour or Conservative, who aren't so diametrically opposed. They are merely doing Tai Chi. We live in the energetic space between these two hands. They're just doing Tai Chi. Look at the movement. There's no resistance ever. It sounds like resistance. It's an impersonation. It's noise. They're just doing Tai Chi. As the Republican Party came out, the Democratic Party came in, and they did the same Tai Chi. And they have the same program. Take your vitamins. So once you understand that, and that we're in the middle of a global reset, we have to have the clarity that we are also capable of creating a global reset as the African diaspora. Now, dance a yard before you dance a brown. So we have to start here in the UK, which is where we are. The point of ADPAC and a political party is to do the same Tai Chi. So let's say we have a political party on the left and we have ADPAC on the right. When the state come at us, when the parties that be come at us, we're just doing Tai Chi. So when they need a dry slap, slap. ADPAC is not governed by any legislative order, we can do and say as we please, for and specifically on behalf of the British African Caribbean population. On the left, we have a political body who merely need to mirror what we do on the right. So we are now doing this, and Priti Patel creates a hostile environment for African Caribbeans. Slap! ADPAC. Political representation then steps forward to contain them and the responses by merely mirroring what we say in a much more palatable way, because this is how business is done. So now we start to master the Tai Chi, and as we respond to them, we're just doing Tai Chi. Whichever order of the day is necessary is how we respond to Tai Chi. ADPAC, political party. ADPAC, political party. We're not resistant to anything. And then it only becomes important as to what initiative is being observed. So the whole point of a We Matter campaign that brings forward every single influencer of note, every celebrity of note, every professional of note, where we shoot in studio 100 videos and release them day, date, and hour, they would all be targeting the same source, which could be Priti Patel creating a hostile environment for us as African Caribbeans. But we're not a monolith. We are not a monolithic people. So how we reach all of us is via the unique perspectives of each of those 100 people who feature in the We Matter campaign videos.
Oh man. Oh man. Peace, family. Please press that like button, that share button, that subscribe button, whatever button. Make sure you spread the word, because we're going to be dissecting this paperwork today. Lady D, where are ya?
Right here looking at the paperwork. Jeez.
There's more videos and more stuff to come, but you know, what have you read throughout the paperwork so far?
Oh man, I'm looking at the university stats and the way that they've calculated it. I'm looking at it's just a blatant denial of our people and our struggle here in the United Kingdom. That upsets my soul.
What do you think, Eric?
Hey man, listen. That's why, you know, the world is so politicized, man, and you got so many people, particularly university intellectuals, the intelligentsia in our countries in the Western world, that are trying to revise and rewrite history. And the fact of the matter is this: the more you know about your history, okay, the more you can do things not to repeat the regretful things that happened in the past. But the point of the matter is this: you got to be informed first about what happened in the past, so that you don't allow that to stymie your development in the present, because we can't predict the future. We can only deal with life as we're living it now.
Yeah, and these are the kind of things that we need to be talking about, in the fact of even going through this the report. And you know, I ask people to go and get it from .gov and read that report, because that report needs to be read, because a lot of people don't really get to understand, because a lot of people would avoid reading it, not knowing what the clauses are. And when you go through it highlights that there's no racism, but what's inside that document, it kind of alarms me, because when you start to talk about laws, then there is an issue.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Terry, can I just go ahead and read this first little part here to give everyone an idea, especially the Americans who don't have a clue what's going on?
Okay.
Hey,
So
put the hey,
what
hold
page?
on a second before you start reading, Lady D. Mr. Riggs, can you put the can you put a link in the here in the back chat to the panel there on where I can find this?
Oh, the report.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me quickly oh gosh. Is it me crackling or is it something back there? Is that me echoing?
Might be me, like I've got two devices in my hand. Am I echo?
Okay.
But I don't hear an echo. What echo?
I'm hearing the feedback, but it's okay. It's cool.
All right. While you're finding him the link, T, to drop in the chat, so I'm going to just read the first little bit so they understand what's going on here. Yeah.
Okay.
So, people, this is from the Commissions of Race and Ethnic Disparities report for 2020 and published in March. Yeah, ending of March. So it says, last summer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom asked if I would be willing to chair a commission and investigation into race and ethnic disparities in the United Kingdom. He felt that the United Kingdom needed to consider important questions about the state of race relations today, and there needed to be a thorough examination of why so many disparities persist. We needed to work out what can be done to eliminate or marginalize them. I readily agreed. I've spent all my working life as an educationalist dedicated to this cause. He then goes on to say the commission was established, but with 10 of us drawn. So that's 10 people have been drawn together, yeah? From a variety of fields spanning science, education, economics, broadcasting, medicine, and policy. And with one expectation, all from ethnic minority backgrounds, meaning they should either be Black or some form of Black involved in their heritage, right? These people that are going to sit on this meeting and come to this conclusion, right? Right. Tasked to look at race and ethnic disparities in education, employment, crime, policing, and health. We first met virtually in July. So that's July of last year. That's when they first got together. Like so many of you in our own family and working situations, during the time of the COVID-19, the Commission has never met face to face. So the people that are sitting, the 10 people that have been selected to take part in this report, have never met face to face. This is all done virtually. I will need you to understand this, yeah?
Wow.
Right. Our diverse group with our different areas in expertise enable us to challenge I can't get the word out. Conventional approaches. The debates around the table were oh God, where have I lost it now? Oh, so there we go. The debates around the table were invigorating and led to some stimulating discussions. Collectively, over the past few months, we have put our shoulders to the wheel and pushed with all endeavour forward. So Terry's now showing you on the screen. These are the 10 people that were selected. These are the 10 commissioners. So roll down, Terry.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I see what you're talking about here.
Yeah, so that's the 10. That's the 10 people that have sat down virtually to come up with this so-called report. And by the way, this is a report that has been put forward to say that there is no systematic racism in the United Kingdom. These are the people that came to this conclusion. Even though that whole doctor right there looks like a whole white man, so that we know for a fact something ain't right. Go down. Oh, that woman there's black. Okay.
So is this guy Tony Swelling who leads it? This guy here.
Yeah, so he's the guy that's led the report. He's the one that needs the box in his lip when I catch him. Yeah. Okay, so where did I get to? Our diverse group with our different areas and expertise enabled the challenge. Oh, I've done that already. Okay, so all the while we have been supported by the Cabinet Office of Racial Disparity Unit, called the RDU, which is set up in 2016. it has accumulated all of the important data and race and ethnicity in one database. For the first time, we have been able to use the data asset to understand and impact of ethnicity and other factors on outcomes. That also means, unlike previous reviews focused on particular issues such as the workplace or the criminal justice, we have been able to look more widely and investigate the deeper underlying causes of disparities. And then it just basically goes on to how they come to their conclusion, and like not how they come to, but what they've used to get to the conclusion they've got to. Yeah.
Right.
Terry, where do you want me to go next? Because just basically a breakdown of who they are, and we don't really need to hear all that bullshit. Excuse my French.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if I should just play a video without the because a lot of it's on the BBC and ITV.
Yes.
So I'm thinking I'll just play the sound instead of just so we don't get strike.
Okay, go on. Yeah, do the sound. Just don't play visuals, and you'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So so me doing that. Hold on. Let me quickly go back and so that people could able to hear, because there was even an interview. Hold on. Let me get the Independence one was that's a couple seconds.
I did see the BBC one yesterday when I was looking up. I saw the BBC, the Daily Mail, and I think it's the Daily Telegraph did also do an article on it.
Okay, let me do the Sky one. The Sky one with the review. Okay, that one is how many minutes? That's about 2 minutes. We'll go through the short ones and listen to that. Hold on.
Now, while the report contains a few controversial conclusions, the data is actually a little bit more nuanced. Take this chart on educational attainment. The bars here show you how boys at school are doing with their grades versus the average. So you can see that the worst performing are Black Caribbean and white British, while the best performing are Indian and Bangladeshi boys. The report says actually those kinds of gaps are far smaller in the UK than in the US. And the bars here show you that grade gap at school between white and black pupils is far bigger. You can see a bigger bar there in the US than it is in the UK. How about when people leave schools and enter the workplace? This chart shows you pay gaps with white British workers. So you've got white Irish, Indian, Chinese tend on average to earn less. Bangladeshi, Pakistani groups are above the average. You can see though that it's skewed one way. Those bars are mostly going down rather than up. But the report says a lot of that is down to geographic and educational factors. And when you adjust for them, we've done that just here, it's a slightly different picture. You can see most ethnic groups are coming in with higher pay than the white British average. Those bars are mostly above that middle line. So all of that is painting an encouraging picture, says the Commission, but there's a deeper problem. Some of this data relies on small sample sizes. Some of it reflects companies' structures as much as their attitude to ethnicity. And experts warn that far from providing definitive answers, some of the data only raises further questions.
But the fact is that, we've got a public education system in this country, so of course some minorities are making progress, but a lot of that is down to, even by the government's admission, some mythological work ethic culture or minority aspiration. I don't really see anything in relation to government policies that supported ethnic minorities.
Look at other data points in the report and actually less nuanced. Consider those being confronted by the police. It's by far and away black people who get stopped and searched the most, more than any other ethnic group. Finally, you've got some question marks about data points not included in the report. For instance, this child on child poverty outcomes. Alongside those with Indian ethnicity, you can see white British people have the lowest percentage of child poverty. By far and away, the biggest is among some Bangladeshi and Pakistani families. In other words, you've clearly got some structural ethnic inequalities in the UK. The data's not telling a single story. You've got encouraging news, but also reasons for concern too.
Did you hear that? Family?
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing that because I got the echo you saying I'm on mute. But yeah, I heard.
Yeah, so what'd you lot get from it?
Sorry, Tez, I'm also looking at the report while I'm in the background.
Yeah.
But, what did you say? Say that again.
I just said, what did you get from it?
got a whole load of waffle. That's what I got, yeah.
Okay, so this is the guy that the Tony Swelling and his speech. Let's listen to that.
A collective cry for change that gripped the world and filled the streets last summer. But was anyone listening? In the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement, the government put together a commission to look into racial inequality in Britain. Today, they released their findings, claiming that far from having a problem, the UK is a world leader when it comes to eradicating racism.
There are disparities. The interesting thing about this report is that it doesn't find those disparities landing in racism. It actually finds them in a lot of other things.
The report found no evidence of institutional racism, that inequalities are more likely to be caused by geography, poverty and culture than race, and that ethnic minorities are haunted by historic racism that doesn't exist anymore in modern Britain. I assume you've had people come to you during this process who said that they feel that their lived experience is one of institutional racism. Clearly you don't believe them. Are they lying? Are they deluded?
At the moment, people are just going around declaring institutional racism. Recently, somebody's declared that the whole education system is institutionally racist. And what they've done, they've devalued the term.
We look suspicious. Figures show that black people are 9 times more likely than white people to be stopped and searched by the police. Dr. Sewell says that's not due to racism, but to high levels of crime within the black community itself.
We need to go back and look at issues around how they've been brought up, what's the socioeconomic issues around them, family strain, some of the mistrust, some of the issues around masculinity, which have nothing to do with racism because it's black men killing each other.
Simon Woolley is a former government advisor on race.
I find some of the language used by this report appalling. You know, the idea that it's in our heads, this historical legacy that doesn't allow us to move forward, denies the lived experience of being stopped and searched 10 times more likely than other people.
After last year's protests, the Commission says it wants to see a major shift in the race debate that even appears to include rewriting the narrative on slavery. The report states, there is a new story about the Caribbean experience which speaks to the slave period not only being about profit and suffering, but how culturally African people transformed themselves into a remodelled African Britain. It's all very different from the tone taken just a few years ago under Theresa May, when she promised to tackle Britain's burning injustices.
If you're black, you're treated more harshly by the criminal justice system than if you're white.
Now Number 10 is engaged in what insiders have described as a war on wokeness, spearheaded by policy chief Munira Mirza, who has questioned whether structural racism even exists, as has the Equalities Minister, who was questioned today over whether the Commission is genuinely independent.
All but one were from an ethnic minority background, ranging from West African to Pakistani. They were very much independent, but the Prime Minister did ask for the report. He commissioned it.
But is this all a bit awkward for Labour? Many have painted Keir Starmer as being weak in his response on race, suggesting he's torn between the Labour left and white working class voters.
Of course, we all acknowledge steps and the progress that has been made, and that is a good thing, but there's a long way to go yet, and I don't think this is the time to sit back and say, job done.
Young protesters were characterised in the report as well-meaning idealists who see institutional racism even when it isn't there, something that these pupils would dispute. Today, they walked out of lessons alleging that this school in Westminster has banned afros and colourful hijabs.
We're doing a peaceful protest. We told everyone, just sit down and don't listen anymore. Like, we had enough. We need a change.
The school said in a statement, it is with regret that these matters have come to a head in such a public way, and they are working hard to resolve the issues raised. The Prime Minister has said he will learn the lessons in the Commission's report and remains committed to building a fairer Britain.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that Tony Swelling? Tony Swellface?
Yeah, Sewell, yeah. Tony Sewell, yeah.
So, he's so far from reality.
Well,
And
because he's not living among the rank and file.
no, and this is my issue, is that when they're making reports or that you're doing numbers or you're doing any form of stats, my issue is that you go to the organizations. So if you go to the schools are going to give you their report. You go to the hospital, they're going to give you their report. But there is no report in the fact that the report going to the families or the families' children or even the social services. There's not one reaching in that direction. So how is he getting his information from? A school will give you a certain form of information, which is the criteria. So what about the child that's been kicked out of school? You can't do a report on him.
That's true. You can't.
So then it creates a flaw within the statistics itself of that report.
Oh, indeed. I mean, me myself, when I look at it, okay, now as far as a child, a boy or girl, a little black boy, a little black girl in the UK or the US being, suspended. And in fact, in the US, I can't speak for this. I know that little boys are suspended on a much higher ratio than little black girls. That's just a fact of life in US public schools. And in fact, boys, they recommended that the boys who were suspended, from rambunctious behavior, basically young boyish behavior that needs to be curbed, that it needs to be curbed, and the boy needs to be chastised. But don't tell the parents they have to accept the school recommendation from the principal of the school to put their child on Ritalin or put him in a special education class because he's a rambunctious little boy. Boys, by their human nature, are rambunctious. They're more physically rambunctious than girls are. That's just the way they're made up. Okay? The thing that you have to deal with is, why is this boy, why has this boy been taught? Why hasn't this boy been taught and trained not to be, so naturally rambunctious like that? How the parents discipline him and teach him to dial that back when he's in a classroom, what I'm saying, with other students. This is the thing. These are the issues that don't get reported, in these large reports like this, that the one that we're talking about now.
Yep. And you see what people don't understand. You see, like how when they released this institutional racism, the biggest thing was it went worldwide. And because everyone is now checking their thing, they're knowing that if this report goes through Parliament and they kind of make it official, then this thing could be a blueprint for other countries to follow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's the danger. This report is very dangerous.
Yeah, oh yeah, indeed it is. I mean, because if you go back to the 1990s and look at how adult male Black African students who were studying in Moscow, right, at the University of Moscow, the report that went worldwide, where basically Russian nationalist skinheads actually tried to burn down their dormitory in which they were living. And the thing about it is as these guys who escaped out of the building, right, as they were escaping out the front door, guess who were waiting for them? The skinheads at the front door with their sticks and clubs and shit. I mean, this is real shit that happened to them. This is not some type of extreme story. This is what happened to them. These young men experienced that in Russia while they're studying at university. It's not like they're trying to live there. No, they went there to study, and they were invited to study, and they were accommodated by being given living accommodations, in a dormitory building. I mean,
That's it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, Eric.
No problem. Go ahead, run it.
No, because what I want to do is I'm gonna skim through it because it's an hour long. It's an hour and a bit long. So we just want to take the points of what they discussed in the situation. So we'll be breaking it down.
Right.
Let me just play some bits and pieces while Lady Vine is still going through her thing.
The conversation has.
Okay.
For Black people say that all the reason why Black people aren't successful is because of themselves. It's their own fault that they're poor, and that's the reason why they're not getting ahead. If Black people are doing that to us, then as you said, the conversation has to be about what the rest of us are willing to do. Because those who are meant to be leaders within our community have decided to take a different journey. They've decided to pacify, to plead to banter to be the pet of people who want us to be quiet. So I'm handing over to Dean to go after that because it just got me so vexed, so vexed.
I think Kay is next. To be honest, I mean, thank you so much, Leanne, for even, gathering the emotion and the energy to really explore the depths of what you explored in such a short period of time. I don't think there's much else really to add. I mean, all those emotions that you just expressed were emotions that I felt instantly. And you know what's really sad, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to echo that, is I already knew that those emotions were going to be surfacing with enough time in advance. Basically, it's like I already knew that come today, this kind of upheaval of emotional vitriol, all of this anger, this rage, this disheartenment, all of this would come to the fore for simple reasons, not because I didn't expect any different from a conservative government who are commissioning a report to pat themselves on the back. I knew that was ultimately going to be an outcome, but more the fact that, again, I'm not also surprised by this, but the fact that, the agent of delivery of this news is, again, just like what Leanne expressed there, this agent that then provides, I think another word that you use, which is perfect, is a conduit for those who already have this inherent belief in their mind of victimhood that we always put out of ourselves, that, oh my God, pity us, woe, all of us, and all of that stuff. It's being delivered by somebody who, phenotypically, is supposed to be somebody who they can point to and say, well, if he's saying that or they're saying that, then clearly the rest of you just need to pull yourselves by the bootstraps. And to me, that's the most hurtful part, because again, listening to him on LBC, just from an educated perspective of anyone that can just look at him trying to articulate something based in nothing was the most hilarious thing for me, to hear him try to speak about, the difference in attainment levels for, Black African kids versus, Caribbean kids, and denoting that racism cannot be the singular, common denominator there if one group of that same race is thriving in one place. The basics of somebody who even is not on any sort of, I guess, higher academic standards should be able to deduce something from that, let alone somebody who claims to be a doctor and whatever it is that he is a doctor in. And again, just seeing how, again, as you said, that gives ammunition to lots of people and lots of institutions, which is, I think, for me, is the biggest thing. It's not the interpersonal, which this report highlights that there is that to a certain degree. It's the institutional stuff, the work that I would say was long overdue before last summer, but I'll say last summer actually kicked a lot of institutions' butt in terms of actually challenging them to really start to look into these structures, these systems, these pay gap disparities, all these things, this accessibility questions, especially education institutions looking at the disparities for particular demographics of Black kids. All of this, like now, this seems to be an opportunity that I believe could really, really put that work 10 steps back. because we've already been pushing for it. And I say this summer, we kind of got a little bit more leverage to be able to go back and say, you know what, now we can see, nobody can actually argue that, the systems, the structures are disproportionately impacting these groups in these said ways. And numerous reports have highlighted the same disproportionalities over and over again. But this, to me, the saddening part is just the fact that, again, it's delivered by somebody who looks like us and ultimately almost really does 10 times more of a disservice to what the information is in itself, because then that really just creates this, what we already know exists within our society in terms of respectability politics, this, Black exceptionalism, all these types of things is so much more, prevalent when it's delivered through somebody that's supposed to be, one of the affected groups, as it were.
Excellent analysis. So I'm in a slightly different place in that I extrapolated my emotion a long time ago because it just doesn't mean anything. How I grew up anyway, I was quite numb to a lot of things. I came to this movement when I was 18. I joined Panther UK in 1993, May 7, 1993, because Stephen Lawrence was killed. And where I actually realized how this system worked is the Socialist Workers' Party created Black Panther UK to co-opt African, Caribbean, and Asian people, because it was only politically Black, it wasn't African Black, into the Socialist Workers' Party. So they created a vehicle, funded a newspaper, which I used to write for at 18. And then it came to a question of self-defense. And there was a split in the organization. And all of the Asians in the organization went on the side of not wanting self-defense. And the large majority of my African Caribbean comrades came onto the other side and wanted self-defense. So as naive as I was at 19 at the time when the split came, and we actually were made abundantly aware that the Socialist Workers' Party had set the organization up, funded it, we used to print the newspaper at their headquarters. I asked the question, you couldn't protect me on the Saturday, May 8, 1993, in the Welling March, because I got hit in the eye by police with a truncheon as a baptism of fire on my initiation. So if you can't protect me, we must need self-defense. And they were adamantly opposed. So it started to teach me about the system, how we are played, how we don't see the bigger picture thinking, and how we fit in as pawns. So at this stage, 30 years later, I have to have a clarity that is at an institutional level, and that we can't be encumbered by emotion anymore, because Boris Johnson's first term is Trump's first term. And we're supposed to be doing what our African-American cousins should have been doing at that time, which is to completely extrapolate our energies from the race industry, which this is just a big distraction. And when we look at campaigns like Kill the Bill, look at the timing. We're all distracted by this little piece of nothing. It's toilet paper. Don't worry about that. Park that for a second. Let's put a pin in that. It's to make us emotive. Now, there's a bill that is seeking to take away all of our human and inalienable rights to freedom. Now, if you can't congregate to have a peaceful observation, which they wanted to make an example out of those English roses who were defiant, nothing about conflicting orders is true. It's all false. And as much as the wolf investigated itself on that report is as much as the wolf investigated itself on this report. So let's just understand that they are the tactics of warfare, and it's all fair because it's warfare. It's a game, but it's not child's play. So we've got to be aware of the game that we're playing. So I have now come to the space where, being on a more metaphysical journey in my own life, I'm looking at how they're utilizing our metaphysical energy against us. In that, if you remember the movie Monsters, Inc., they would collect the screens of children for the batteries. And that's exactly what they're doing with us. So here we go. This is Labour. This is Conservative. Left hand, right hand. You go far right, you've got Socialist. Far left, you've got Socialist Workers' Party, Labour. You go far right, today is EDL, and then you have Conservative Party. None so diametrically opposed. You could get a sheet of paper between them. This is about the state of it. What they do with us in the middle, and let's just describe us as 1/3 is absolutely for our politics, which is self-determination and recognizing us as an ethnicity and really wanting to go after initiatives like Black Pound Day. 1/3 is diametrically opposed, like David Lammy. You are Black English, not even Black British anymore. We've improved. Although for our ethnicity, I'm not sure if we can be English. And then you have 1/3 who are in between. You just go with the wind. What the role of the bodies to do, and this is where the metaphysical component comes in. Shake us up. This is just energy now. Rubbing of the hands, the two sides. And when you separate, there's a vacuum, which is energy. We are in between that energy. And then whatever we react to, they just do this. It's Tai Chi. No resistance whatsoever, just calm energy. But they're playing at the level of a Tai Chi master because we don't have the bigger picture thinking. Like me at 19, I'm only seeing Panther UK. I wasn't seeing that the Socialist Workers' Party had set it up. So I didn't even understand what the bigger picture was. Now, if the bigger picture in the United Kingdom, the US, and all countries globally influenced by China, who own more of the world, after the IMF, they own most of the world's debt. So when you see the totalitarian measures being adopted by governments, and if we were to conclude that the virus would bring about the measures to bring a vaccine, and it were that way around, it wouldn't seem so unusual. Because when you go into that problem, solution, problem, reaction, solution, we are now all reacting, and we put celebrities there because it's palatable, and our rights need to be restricted, just like in 9/11. You have a big event that is too hard for most of us to comprehend because it would create a conflict in our minds where we just couldn't cope. So we choose for what we go for what we know. We trust our government. They are there to protect us. They would never seek to restrict our inalienable rights because this is a democracy. It just goes to how naive we are. And all they're doing is Tai Chi. No, if African Caribbeans are opposed, we have funding for African Caribbeans who are actors, because when you say cut, the movie ends. So it's just a played role. So we all fall into line. I don't want to go too far into this, but when we are looking at a bigger picture that involves us potentially losing our human rights, there's always some distraction, because remember, as cultural leaders, what do? We set the tone. So we're all reacting to this, but there's a bigger bill, and we will be the biggest victims of that bill. If you see policemen who will punch their English roles, kneel on them and handcuff them, when it comes to men like me and Kay, our lives are actually at risk. So we've now got to be pragmatists in how we look at the ground. And if we imagine ourselves in the first term of Trump, we must get behind an institution that is going to create cohesion across the organizations. So at an institutional level, just like the royal family with their damage control released a letter for and on behalf of the family to the government, to the British public, we need to be able to do that. The Worldwide Council of Jewry can do that. The Islamic councils can do that. And if you look to any other ethnicities, Greeks, whoever, they have that body that can do that. We don't know whether to put or go blind, and we're looking everywhere. And because we have no cohesion, we have no funding, we're not self-sustaining.
You can't do that, Dean.
We don't have it.
You can't do that.
So we're going to figure it out. But the key, and I will say this in closing, is to understand the purpose of characters like Tony Sewell. And I'm going to preface it with this. I'm going to give you an acronym.
Tony Sewell, Kemi Badenoch, Trevor Phillips, Sean Bailey, and people of this ilk, to give you the acronym, creatures of opposing nuances, because we don't use the term anymore, it's unkind. But I'm going to say something to you. My humanity now observes them as fellow Africans and says, they didn't start out this way. But we don't socially or economically reward our advocates and our champions. And I'll tell you myself, Malcolm X was my greatest teacher, but 6 months after closing my business, he's taught me to be isolated and broke. So we do not reward our advocates or our champions. But I tell you who does. White supremacy rewards them with titles, positions, and geld, coin. So I'm not so hard in that way. I understand the environment that creates them, and we know we've got to create a layer of leadership. When we're all clear, now we must align around a vehicle that can go against their tide and carry us in our own sovereign direction. And we no longer have the option, the luxury, to procrastinate, to argue, or to get into any of the hyperbole about who is who and what is what.
Right. So can I say, because Dean, I always know you about to like hit. I was like, I always feel with Dean, like, you know, when Dean talks, you're just like soaking in all of this. You're like, yeah, oh my God, yeah. Like, yeah.
And then you remember that you're meant to talk afterwards, and you're like, but
right,
okay.
Always, because I'm like this, but my face is like this. My face is like this.
And then he just drops in poop or go blind, and you're like, but
yeah. So listen. So that is, so Dean, where you finished is going back.
What happened?
Oops, sorry, I'm here, but you know I got family in the living room and thing. I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. This report is damaging to Black people here in the UK. It's not good. And I've come to the conclusion this whole report has been made up not only to help them try to prove to the people outside of the United Kingdom that England's not racist, but it also was made to protect this royal family bullshit that I see going on, where, you know, when you had that whole institutional racism from, you know, claim from Meghan and Harry and whatever. And now it's a way for the Queen to say, well, we're not racist. What they're saying is a lie, because look, this report now says that there's no racism. So how could we be do you understand? I just think it's just a whole pipeline story all fabricated together to cover the backs of who they need to cover, to be fair.
Oh yeah, because the Queen does not need a commission to do how can I say, damage control for herself and the House of Windsor. They have their PR experts to do that. They do that on their own. But what they do though, like you were saying, Lady Divine, what they do though is they transmit that political that report or whatever, okay, from the Queen. What they do, they send it down to the House of Commons, okay. And when they send it down to the House of Commons, then the House of Commons, of course, when they look at that and they look at the monarchy, even though the Queen is only a symbolic force, but it is a major symbolic force. That's how people know the UK, the land of the Queen. Okay, so on the global perspective, they got to write something up that makes it seem, like you said, Lady D, that, okay, well, there's no real major racial disparities, racial inequality in the UK. But meanwhile, inside the UK itself, those people who experience that, okay, the problem is this: you can't write blanket reports. You got to be specific, okay? If you're saying that racial disparities against Black people, against Black Brits, okay, well, first thing that I think that even the Queen Mum said before Queen Elizabeth II. Those people who come into Britain, okay, from Africa or anywhere else, they are never going to be Englishmen, English persons. They may be Brits, but they'll never be Englishmen and English women. This is what the monarch has been saying to people for decades. Nothing new, you know.
I know. I don't know if you heard the scenario of that the Queen, that Markle thing, where the Queen is now blaming Princess Anne is the one that's apparently supposed to have said it. Did you hear about?
Well, it ain't the Queen that's blame her. Apparently, one of the what happened is one of the royal people that work for the royals, one of the people from the firm, has got to the bottom of it, and it has now come out and said that how they found the person who was doing the racial stuff towards Meghan, and comparing what the baby's going to look like, and it happened to be Princess Anne. Now, this Princess Anne, I don't know how much you Americans know, but this Princess Anne is a hoe on steroids. If anyone has made the British royal family look bad at any stage, it will be her. Yeah.
Is she as bad as Fergie?
No. Listen, when it comes to Fergie was just outright and in your face. It is what it is. I'm bored. My husband's ignoring me. I got no help. I'm left to figure this out, and I don't know what to do myself. I got nothing in life, so I'm gonna just go out here and meet man. Remember, Fergie's always had a thing for American men anyway, always. So every time she cheated, it's gonna be with an American Texas man. She's always had a thing for American men. But when it comes to like Anne and all these other ones, these stuffy toffee node, they don't want anything. That's why in their family they don't want their heritage tainted, they don't want their blood tainted, they don't want that. So it doesn't surprise me. And all of these people that are coming out and talking about Meghan and whatever, they want to look in their own past, because none of them have got some of the worst stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, people, please hit that like button. If you want to come on the panel, please come and say your piece. I will put the link in the chat box so that you can come on the panel and come and discuss with us, because this is something that we need to talk as a family, and as it's Easter Sunday, it's family time. We're on the table eating together, eating them chocolate Easter eggs, but we don't celebrate the Easter bunny.
Metaphorically breaking bread with each other.
Exactly.
I'm not even gonna lie. My dad's in my living room right now with my girls, and he's teaching them Hebrew. Oh gosh.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, I mean that, but that's what you do. That's what family does. That's what culture is about. I mean, if you have a faith that is near and dear to you, it has a major influence on your life, it guides you, in your day-to-day living, and it works for you, of course you're going to want to pass it down to your sons and daughters and to your grandyoungins too, and hopefully they'll pass it down to their youngins, to the great grands, so that's what it is. Now the thing about it is that when you transmit that information, okay, when they get older, of course, the older they get and the more they show the confidence to understand more detail, you got to keep giving them more detail so they understand what they're in. They understand how this goes into their culture, building the legacy of their society, and how important it is, and not to screw it up. That's a constant thing.
Okay, let's continue watching a bit more of this video, so we're getting more insight on their perspective.
Okay.
That's where I started with all of this, right? Because on one hand, like, listen, and I'm talking to all of you fabulous people that are listening. I know who are like, because there's lots of people who messaged me, right, and gone, oh my goodness. But this is my thing. Like, you don't have to worry that I'm crying in a corner, right? You don't have to worry that I am fragile because of this. Because I was never surprised by this. right? Is it, I just find it hilarious that we can hear the police sirens going off in the background. They're coming for us already. Coming. I wasn't surprised by any of this, right? But I still maintain, once I got through, like, so my partner printed off the report. I told him, why bother? Like, just a complete waste of paper, right? Why bother? You know, we don't need to talk. We don't need to hear on page like 45 or wherever it is, where they've basically said, we're not going to focus on the disproportionate impact on ethnic minorities because we believe that we're going to focus on everybody. And we also feel like poor white boys need more help. And we also, right? So I'm not going to get into that because I can pull apart every single thing on every single page that was written to just, and the bit where my emotion came into this, right? So where my emotion did come into this is kind of what you were saying, Leanne, which is this point about how dare you be so fucking disrespectful, right? About all of the atrocities that have been committed in the name of perpetuating a system that continues to produce favorable outcomes for people who do not look like us. Right? So how dare you? So that's where my emotion came from. So it wasn't about, you know, this whole thing institution, right? Like whatever, like, because, you know, they're always, listen, Boris Johnson stood up and said, I don't believe the UK is racist. So I'm not being funny, but what did anyone think the report was going to say any different? He already stood up and said that, and he's caught on film. Like we didn't pay any attention to that because oh yeah. So then everyone was like, let's put our hope. So I want to talk about why we keep putting our hope into Conservatives or Labours, whoever, to Dean's point. It's like much of a muchness, slice of paper in between. Why are we looking external to rectify, to fix, to improve all of these things? I go back to my question, and you know, I said this, Leanne, and I've said this a number of times. What are we willing to do then?
Right.
And that question is an individual question. That's not a blame, that's not a judgment thing. But what I'm saying is, to Dean's point and to what Kay was saying, we can't use all of our energy on a document that's 258 pages, I think it is, or something ridiculous.
Yeah, of nothingness.
Of nothingness, right? And as Dean said, why are we not questioning why our civil rights are practically being eroded before our very eyes, all on glorious high definition, and we ain't doing shit, right? So that's, I know that's a slightly off question, but to Dean's point about the distraction, we've got that going on. What does that report, in its existence or in its not existence, what does this change when we already know the reality that we all live in, right? So I go back to, and this is why I didn't want to get into, like, everyone's like, oh, can we talk about, like, no, I'm not being disrespectful, but like, no, because my thing is, that's not going to solve anything, because I tell you why. There are thousands of those reports in the UK that talk about parity between ethnic minorities, between Black people, between Asian people, between you know, the impacts of xenophobia, race hate, between how Jewish people are treated, Islamophobia. We are drowning in paper.
Right.
We are drowning in data. So does it matter that one more, yeah, I know the point about the institutions, it's not about that, but all I'm saying is the energy that we put in, ripping apart this, rather than going back to Kay's point, to go, what does reports like this not allow to happen?
Right.
That's the question we should be asking.
Right.
And I go back to, therefore, what are we prepared to do? Right. That's just my little, that's my little something. Before
I say something to your point, I just wanted to go back to what Dean said about this mechanism of distraction. And there's a book that I read years ago, and it's by an Italian guy called Roberto Saviano, and it's called 000. And the foundation of it is that while everybody was talking about crises, global crises, it was drug money that funded the world, right? Yeah. And he basically broke down the concept that we have in the West of creating good entities and bad entities, when the reality is that you can only smuggle millions of kilos of drugs unless you have a government backing you to do it. You can only buy weaponry for terrorism if you have a government that allows you to do it. So going back to the bigger picture is we have to stop looking at governments as being our saviors, as being the institution that's going to do right fundamentally, i.e. this party's got to do it better, because these governments have their fingers in all the pies. But the one thing that they all have as a commonality is Black people are not allowed to come forward.
It doesn't matter who you are.
Right. So it's like, we need to kind of stop looking at this thing of, oh yeah, there's good, there's bad, there's this, there's that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. Because it's a system. The system is not built around good or bad. The system is built to keep producing the same outcomes. And guess what? This system that we are all part of, or complicit in our silence. Dean, you've said this before, I know 100 times, and I keep saying to people this before, it doesn't need the Trumps or the Tony Sewells or the Boris Johnsons of the world to keep on ticking. What it needs is for us to do nothing or get distracted by pieces of paper. That's what it needs to keep ticking.
Absolutely.
Right.
Understand what I'm saying to you? That's what it needs to keep ticking. Right? And it's one of the best man-made systems we have ever invented. Because by definition, it is so hard to challenge against institutions, because we get distracted by this. And these are tools for conditioning to stop this, because basically what it's saying is, all you people, whether you're Black Lives Matter, whether you're, there's all sorts of people like coming together, all you people that's talking about racism, well, if we as the institutional government tell you that there's no such thing, you better fall back in line.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody else that was thinking of supporting you, you too better fall back in line, because what we're saying to you is you don't get government backing. You get government backing if you want funding to go and set up a little community centre over here. You get government backing if you want a therapist. But let me tell you, we are not touching our systems, right? We are not touching our criminal justice system.
Mm-hmm.
We're not touching our health system. We are not touching our economic system and how employment legislation is still in the favour of the employer, not the individuals, whoever you are.
Mm-hmm.
We're not touching that because we don't believe institutional racism exists. For us to touch that, we have to publicly acknowledge our institutions are at fault. And we will never do that because it means to disrupt power structures.
Mm-hmm.
And racism, it is a power structure. There is no emotion to it. It's in a power structure.
Right.
110%. Did you want to say anything, Kay?
No, I mean, I think for me, going back to the question, what are we prepared to do? And I think, again, linking into what Dean highlighted around the fact that this is a distraction tactic, which, look at every revolution that was, disbanded or quelled over time. Distraction was a very, very big part of the successes of the destructions of such revolution. And again, something so monumental as to kill the bill, which is something that's over the last, I guess, couple of weeks has been gathering the most kind of wind behind it. It's no coincidence that this is dropping at this point in time, and no us as an emotional people, that being a very big sort of bank that they have in terms of, well, we can get them emotionally charged about nothing, so that we can kind of divert some energy, divert some person power away from this movement. But what's super pertinent in this discussion for me is thinking about on the ground level. And I think Leanne mentioned a fantastic point, that why as a people do we still think the government is there to do anything that yields positive outcomes for people that look like us. Mm-hmm. But the problem and the fear around that is the fact is, I walk into classrooms with 13-year-old Black boys, and they have a feeling that they are as valuable as Tom over there. Mm-hmm. Should also be getting the same kind of things that Tom gets over there. And that young person has every investment in a system and a society that's supposed to educate them equally to the highest standard, to give them equal amounts of opportunity to the highest standard as the next kid. stepping out of school into the household, their living conditions, their council estates, they expect the same levels of services by the council. They expect the same conditions as a young kid who I work with, who goes to a school in Hackney. His mother went to deliver his soon to be youngest brother, and she didn't come home from childbirth. That young person has an invested expectation in the system. So for us as adults and seeing the way the world is played out, yes, we can know that the government is not there to get the legislation, policies, infrastructural changes that make a different outcome for our thriving. But that young kid living in a society that is coexisting with a variety of different ethnic groups, they have every investment in a system that should have every desire to allow for them to thrive. And that's, to me, the biggest hurt in this, because I go into those structures, I go into those systems with the worldview that I have, which is mirrored by what Leanne and Dean is saying, and Shireen, but understanding that it also is a vested, not even interest, a vested motivation in me to try and fight for something that yields a better outcome for that child, because that system, albeit knowingly, is not designed to provide or produce an outcome that's favorable for that child's thriving. But I still have the motivation in me to empower that child to, one, understand what they should expect from a society that is supposed to be based upon equity and equality, but also to not stop in their quest to fight for that. And that's where, again, looking at today, a particular incident of people power, of young people, students in the school, who, again, in light of what was very prevalent in that school, not just today, for a while, of a lot of the racist policies that are implemented in that school, people power, again, the revolution of this generation, to sit out, to take no for an answer, to say this is not something we're going to stand for. That's power. And that's, again, to Dean's point about the kill the bill, that's what they don't want us to do. They don't want us to be able to galvanize people, mobilize people to resist what we know should be what the society, the government should be putting in place for all of us to thrive. They know that if all of us are able to be mobilized and to activate, there is no chance on earth that they can continually put these things in place. And that's what they're really trying to destroy. And that's why we need to oversee what.
Yes, family. Yes, family. Yes, family. Yes, family. As we pause it once again.
Well,
we need to take breaks in between them, Terry. They take a bit long to get to the points, and we want to make points at certain things, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you know what?
Too much video playing, too much. But,
what else to get into it?
Yeah, I wanted to point out this is the way to go on.
Go on, Lady Divine.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this for you. What's it called, Eric? Is this, yeah? So imagine this is in America. Let's switch up so you get a better understanding of what's actually be going on. Because otherwise, if we keep listening to these videos, you just won't know what's happening, yeah? So let's just use America, for example. So we all know America is racist like crazy, yeah? We already know that the racism is overt, whereas here in the United Kingdom, it's covert, right? Okay, right, cool. Imagine they produce a report tomorrow from the commissions of race, equality, and all of that, yeah? And the report they produce and hand to Black Americans tomorrow is there is no such thing as institutional racism in America. Tell me how you Black people in America would feel.
Are you kidding me? You know how many marches there would be on the streets?
This is literally what they've done to us here in the UK. That's the report. That's all it basically is.
Yeah, this is what I'm hearing. I caught that from what you were saying about the report before because I was reading along with you. I was reading along the PDF printout of it, And I mean, as far as what, for example, this sister here, Jareen, when she was talking about, you know, illicit drug trade, right? It can't happen unless governments that are in power allow for it to happen. Case in point, I know a guy, okay, I know a guy, he's my brethren, right? We're Marines. We always see each other as brethren. Okay. He did a tour. He was deployed to Iraq, and he was deployed after Iraq, he was deployed to Afghanistan. He saw from the inside what was happening, especially in Afghanistan. He told me quite clearly and explicitly that in Afghanistan, he noticed, you know, when he was first there, the first month or so that he was there, he was checking out the scene, what was going on, what was being delivered, you know, in the big trucks and whatnot, you know, going over the road back and forth. And he said what happened is that he realized something, you know, and people, senior enlisted people were telling him, say, hey, listen, what's happening here is these Marines are guarding these trucks. A lot of these trucks have got heroin in them, and they're being flown back by C-130 Hercules aircraft. If you know what a C-130 aircraft is, it's a humongous plane. I mean, it's larger than a 777. Okay, this is a huge military plane. It holds huge cargo. I mean, tons of cargo. All right, in the British sense and in the American sense. All right, now what he was telling me was this: the heroin that was being processed from the poppy fields, right? He said there was a brand of heroin called black tar heroin. It was the cheapest heroin ever made, and that it was going directly to the streets of the USA, and people were selling it. Okay, and it came directly from Afghanistan. If we go back to the 80s and we talk about the 80s and early 90s, and we talk about the former dictatorial leader of Noriega from Panama, guess what the CIA was allowing him to do? Guess what the U.S. government was allowing him to do? They were allowing him to use his military planes as a transport hub, right? Basically, touch and go hub. One plane comes in, right, delivers the goods. The Panamanian cargo planes, okay, are loaded with these goods, okay? In this case, we're talking about cocaine, and then that plane flies out. Cocaine in the 80s, the 70s, Miami, Florida, from the 70s to the 80s, in the USA, Florida, Miami, it was the cocaine capital of the USA. They were selling cocaine in large amounts, receiving multiple hundreds of kilos of cocaine on shipments. They made so many drug busts, but they couldn't stop it all, and they never will be able to stop it all. So I mean, then you can go back. You can go to even Pablo Escobar in Colombia. I mean, he had submarines delivering this shit. He was buying his own submarines and shit. Old, you know, decommissioned submarine from the military in Colombia and stacking them up to the hilt with cocaine and delivering it. Okay, that's one thing. Now, what this brother was talking about, the kids and whatnot. Okay, in the U.S. context, yeah, the kids go with all different racial and ethnic groups of kids that live there in the USA together, right? Those kids are not thinking about, and they should not be thinking about ethnic and racial disparities between them. Why? They don't treat each other that way. The adults do that shit. Okay? And adults in the government bureaucracies, they do that shit and then try to make it seem like, oh, there's no problem. But there is a problem. And the adults who see what's going on in their neighborhoods, particularly Black Americans, just as with Black Brits, it's the same shit. It's just the flip side of the same coin, and it's done differently. That's all.
Yep. And you see, it's funny, you know, as reactional people, what you tend to find is that they'll create some form of a scenario to take your eyeball off the main situation.
Of course, yes.
What they actually are trying to put through. That's why when I was saying about the document, if you actually look through that document, the situation is the institutional racism, but that's not the real agenda.
Right.
Because you have to look at the laws of what they're trying to put into the situation, not actual the situation where they know if we do this and make institutional racism doesn't exist, it's a trigger.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, this goes back. Think about it. In Western civilization, okay, when it comes to laws, when it comes to philosophies that bring laws into effect, laws that are in fact heavily influenced by philosophies of Western philosophers, going all the way back to Rome, going all the way back to Socrates and Plato. Okay. Okay. This, as a matter of fact, the law here in the Republic of Finland, where I presently reside. Okay, their law is based on Roman law, which goes all the way back to Caesar. Okay, and it has never stopped. And as long as Western society stays on top of the rest of the world, using these laws and these philosophies and these type of things, they're always going to get people who come from outside of the Western Hemisphere into the Western Hemisphere to buy into what the Western Hemisphere says about the rest of the world and how it should be ruled. You hear me?
Yep. And that's right. Lady Divine, are you still reading the document?
No. I'm here sipping on my little glass of wine this Easter, but cheers. Let me give you a little cheers. Look. Cheers.
Cheers, lady.
Cheers. Happy Easter.
I went and got tea to my dad drink round there. He stayed there. Shh, don't tell him I took 2 bottles. But don't tell him, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. But
I'm gonna tell your daddy, lady.
No, it wasn't me. I'm innocent. But what I've noticed though, Terry, it's just funny and very how convenient this report's come out right in line when England has been put on blast across the world for the racism that we suffer here as Black people, as melanated people, or as Asian people, or people of color, if you want to put it that way. And all of a sudden, Harry and Meghan make this massive claim about institutional racism and how the institution treated them and and how she was shut down and all of this stuff. Next thing you know, boom, here comes a report. Oh, I don't know what their claims are about because there's no such thing as institutional racism over here. And literally, Black people, you can do better. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you'll be okay. Case closed.
Yeah.
Do you not see what's going on here?
Yep. And the thing is, they're going through all the institutions. They're going through the police force. They're going through the educational system. And if you look through these institutions, people that are actually in it are telling you that they're affected by it. Because this is why I'm always explaining to people that, like the white supremacy or the like institutional racism, you cannot pin it out because it's embedded within the system itself. So it becomes kind of like a format of metaphysical.
Yeah, indeed.
So what happens is it's like someone on the outside, because you like the Bible. You would say the Bible wasn't made by man, but it's an instruction. Do you get what I'm saying? So that metaphysical is like in a godly realm, but it's well effective because it's in every law, in every situation of the mindset of the people that are applying the situation at hand.
Yeah, and it's been misinterpreted also. That's another problem. Because I mean, you have people, when they look at religion, those people who are followers of it and those people outside of it, they read scripture and they take it literally, or they interpret it their own way. And this is how. Come on, I mean, it goes back to Rome with the popes. It goes back to the Vatican and probably even before that.
Because that's why I was trying to explain to IC3 that you will never find it, because the problem is you're looking for nothing.
Yeah,
back in the days you probably would have, but today you will never find it because it's so embedded that it's created rules and regulations to guide in the situation.
Oh, of course, indeed. I mean, think about it. I mean, how many countries since the Second World War have been westernized in their economy, their economic system, their political system? I mean, feminism doesn't only exist within the Western Hemisphere. It exists in Korea. It exists in China. It exists in Russia. You understand? Because people who are in positions of, let's say, the intelligentsia, they're university professors. They're with international non-governmental organizations, you know, for women's rights and human rights and all this type of stuff. This is where they get the common philosophy, the common Western philosophy, okay, from within the Western Hemisphere, and they are backed up by governments and parliaments and congresses and all this type of stuff, and it's transmitted to other countries in the world. It's the propaganda. I mean, Goebbels did it. Goebbels was the master of it, you know, for Hitler. But the fact of the matter is, that system of propaganda, if you tell a lie loud enough and long enough to enough people, eventually someone will start to believe it. It depends on who believes it. It permeates the whole society.
Exactly, and that's why if you know how they do their research and how they practice, they will go to a small place. They will see how it's run within that corner or that region. If it works and it happens to their agenda, then, as I said like earlier on, it gives a blueprint to spread that across the globe. And if Europe takes this same scenario on board, then America takes that on board. It's a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Okay, how much sovereignty did Zimbabwe have after the Queen said, okay, we're going to suspend you, Zimbabwe. We're going to suspend you from the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is a vestige of the British Empire, is it not? Because the Queen is the noble symbolism of it, right? The Parliament is the working symbolism of it, okay? And that's why you can have you can have governance from the mainland, Great Britain, going directly to the Commonwealth countries, and they're saying, well, okay, you can do this, and that, and be sovereign in these things, but when it comes to the larger issues of this, that, and the other thing, partnership between the UK, for example, and its Commonwealth countries, which is no partnership at all, is basically saying that, okay, yeah, you fought for your sovereignty, we respect that, but you need infrastructure help. You need to form, you know, political institutions and things like that to keep your country, get your country up and going again. Okay, we're willing to help you do that as long as you sign this paper saying you're a Commonwealth country of the UK, or you're a protectorate country of the US, you know, or you are how can I say, as in Algeria, okay, you allow the French government to rule in Algeria from afar. This is history, man. It's written down. You know, don't take my word for it. Check it out. Do your own research, but it's written in history, man.
Yeah. Let's play a bit of that video.
Okay.
People press the like, share, and subscribe buttons. Make sure you share it out to everyone so that everyone can come in. And we want to have this dialogue. So the more the merrier, the better we have an understanding as we're on the family table. You know, it's
unless
Easter
your name
Saturday.
disclaimer, unless your name is James Jones. Continue.
And we've got our blood brothers in the chat room beefing each other indirectly. We see you there. But yes, yeah, and let's play this video. So make sure you like the button and share it amongst family, so you know we can have more people in the room, so we can discuss this even more further.
Okay,
so
Mr. Riggs. Hey, Mr. Riggs, I'm gonna go have me a smoke. Unfortunately, I got an addiction to nicotine, so I gotta go take a smoke break. But when you get finished playing the video, then when I come back, you just, you know, basically, how can I say, update me on what y'all talking about. So I can
we'll
say
definitely update you.
All right.
Because Lady Divine is sipping on her wine.
Right. Okay.
This slight distraction is to carry on the mobility on the ground, to carry on the grassroots works that we're doing, to carry on putting pressure on the institutions that we have access to, and all the people who claim they're allies, to understand that this requires an extra battery in your backpack to not be distracted by this, to continually carry this work on the ground, to be able to bring the optimism of a better future for those young people who deserve that. I mean, we all deserve that, but more so the young people who coexist in a society that boasts post-racial equality. You know, they believe that in their mind, and that's where dissonance is, because they believe that holistically. But to see things that do not point in that direction is something that I think I'm motivated to make sure that my last breath is to really try and push for those types of continual mobility and mobilization of young people and people that are on the ground to definitely make that work come to reality.
So can I just say, Kate, just before Dean, I know because I know you're about to take us back to church, because you know every time I've got to learn stuff. I've got no notebook. I'll just watch and replay. That's how I do. That's how I learn. I'm
not laughing. You have to.
Right, that's how we learn. So that's how we learn. But what I will say, there is a reason why 1, 2, 3, 4, right? The reason why there's 4 of us here on this screen, right? You've got Leanne, who's like pushing for Black women in the workplace. Yeah. Kay, you are pushing for young people, young Black boys in particular, right, who are vilified by society before they've even, right? And Dean, you've got you who's trying to connect advocates with community grassroots, with allies and organizations with this. And you've got me, the noisy person that's just
listen, no. Do it properly. No. Do it properly.
You're doing it better than me, much more effectively.
But let's make her do it properly. No. Do it properly. What are you doing?
So my job is to also try and to improve the lives of our Black colleagues, full stop, right, in their organization. That's why I do this, you know, because I have the privilege of being able to say things that they can't say. Right? I have the privilege of having very, very senior people actually pay attention for all my honesty and the raw truth that I give. So that's my contribution. I did a live a couple of weeks ago. I'm talking now to my fabulous friends who might be watching, with Will and Gregory, right? So I don't know if you remember this, I did with Will and Gregory, and Will in particular, so they're the co-founders of a company called True Spot, but Will in particular shared the story of his dad being 13, dragging this 7-foot cotton sack up and down.
Good show.
And Will, because you know I never forget this, so I still like talk to Will and Greg. So I'm still trying to like secretly trying to help them behind the scenes with some stuff. But when Will's dad said to him, and this is what I'm saying to everybody else now, to kind of I'm going on top of Kay's point here. When are we going to check back in? Right? Because we can choose to be distracted, be upset, be hurt, be all, you know, all of the emotions. I'm not taking away from the emotions. That's not what I'm doing. But what I'm saying is, at what point do we find our moments? Like Dean found his at 18. because of the death of Stephen Lawrence. I found mine because I saw Amy Cooper and her foolishness in Central Park. That's what got me here, right? Okay, you will have your equivalent, Leanne, you will have your equivalent. We will all have our equivalent day ones, as you know, I refer to it. That's what we got to do to check in.
Mm-hmm.
But we owe it, in my mind, I believe that we owe it, that if we have the energy and, to Kay's point, the motivation, that we have to be able to see the bigger picture, but we also have to think about what are we prepared to sacrifice then? Because I can tell you all four of us in very, very different ways have had to sacrifice some level of safety, some level of comfort. It might be financial, it might be social in terms of acceptance. Because let me also be crystal clear, right? For everybody's now who's, you know, we're talking about, you know, the death of and the trial of George Floyd because of his death and, you know, all the rest of it. We've got this stuff going on. Let's also be crystal clear. The last few months have been very quiet.
Tumbleweed.
Right? So you know, and again, I'm not saying judgment, but what I'm saying is, therefore, when are you going to check back in? We cannot keep jumping into the arena only when we feel like there's a fire in the stands. This is the fire in the stands. We can't keep doing that, because when we keep doing that, we are not helping the K's of this world. We are not helping the Deans of this world. So when I have people, very well-meaning people, say to me, I want to make a difference, okay? And I'm just using this as an example, so I'm not criticizing, I'm using an example. I want to make a difference, right? And you're telling me you want to make a difference, and you're a C-suite individual. So you're a director of a company, a very established company. If you tell me that you want to make a difference, let me tell you what's not making a difference in the grand scheme of things. Putting in an internship for 2 Black people. And I'll tell you why that's not making a difference. I'll tell you why that is. Because in the scheme of your influence, the rooms that you have access to, the people that you have in your network, the people that you can whisper in ears, the funding that you are able to get because you can pay for Christmas parties when we used to be able to do that. But what I challenge is, and I challenge by saying, what are you prepared to sacrifice if you truly want to check in and support? This is not a skin color thing. I'm going to be crystal clear with this. It's got nothing to do with the traditional things. It's not a skin color thing. What I'm saying is, we all have mechanisms, things in our arsenal that can be used to help continue the momentum of Kay's motivation, of your motivation, Leanne, of Dean's motivation. We struggle as Black people, back to Dean's earlier point, we don't support advocates. We only support advocates when there's a fire in the stands of the arena. We don't support the advocates when they're still there every day, coming to the pitch when there's nobody there.
Right.
So this is why I'm not getting into the little bits and pieces of this report. I'm not going to give my time and energy, because guess what? It means I can't do what I need to do to make sure there are employees in organizations who right now are processing this report and thinking, what does it mean for me? Because my company already can't even talk about racial equity. My company doesn't even want to acknowledge that there are disparities. That's what I need to be thinking about. That's what I need to be focused on. So if you're going to come to me, help me focus on that. Help me be more effective there. Help Kay be more effective with his, you know, young Black boys. Help Leanne be more effective to advance Black women. Help Dean be more effective to go and connect and bring together. That is what we need to check back in.
But for everybody, and this is, as you said, it's not a skin color thing, but this is also about, for every moment if you don't show up consistently, you relegate this to a movement.
Yeah.
So this is what everyone has to remember. You know, it's fine if you're only there when you feel like you've got to extinguish a fire. You've relegated it to a moment, not even a movement, a moment. The house is done burning. The house is burning down.
There's no point coming with your little cup of Ribena to go, I'm here to put out the fire. It ain't gonna work.
Right. What we all have to do is we all have to bring big ass hoses and hose down the house non-stop until the embers are only there. But for every time you think it's somebody else's job, or you don't have any energy, or you're too tired, remember that there are 4 people here who don't get to be tired. And it's not to say this is a pity party, but what it's trying to say is that consistency, everybody of every color who claims to be an ally, who wants to be an ally, you cannot relegate this to a moment. You have to keep digging, looking further, trying to find things out. Because for the moment you think things are quiet, what did they say? The eye of the storm, right? So when it feels quiet, we all know trouble's coming. So the question is, are you prepared?
I'm telling you right now.
Right. So are you prepared? Are you actually proactively prepared, ready to do what it is? Do you have a strategy? Do you know what it is? Because it's all great saying, I want to help, but to do what?
I know.
What's your goal? Without a goal, you're still as aimless as anybody else.
Yeah. And unfortunately, because I know, Dean, I'm going to come to you right now, and like I say this with all the best love in the world, and I'm saying this partly because like I love how this report also said that like the rise of overt racism is due to social media and Twitter. Like, sod off. I mean, I do want. However, what I will say, but what I will say.
You there, family? Did you hear that? It's all racism is due to all social media.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm going to put the U.S. spin on it, and then you give the explanation from the U.K. The U.S. spin is this, okay? Now we know, and we've known this for decades, is that Black folks in the U.S. of A., a lot of them do not know, have not read the Constitution from beginning to end. So they don't know what it's about. Because they haven't time to read it, they don't analyze it, they don't assess it. For example, there's a passage in one of the amendments where it talks about equal protection under the laws, right? But it says equal protection under the laws only go as far as you following the law. Now, if you run afoul of the law and you end up going to jail and you get convicted of committing a crime, whether it's petty theft or felonious crime, where you hurt somebody physically or you kill them, okay? The fact of the matter is that once you're in the penitentiary system, you basically are a slave to that system. Why are you a slave to that system? It says it clearly, you know, that in all the situations, everybody's supposed to get equal protection under the law, okay? No matter what your race, ethnicity, you know, your religion, sex, and all that type of thing, until you get caught up and you are locked up in a state penitentiary, okay? At that time, all bets are off. And in state penitentiaries all throughout the United States, all 50 states, the inmates are being used to assemble things, build things, and they get very little pay for it. Okay, they get pennies for it, the work that they do, but because they're in the penitentiary, so serving long prison terms, they have to do it. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you, brother Eric. But Terry, I'm glad you dropped the link in the chat, yeah, because we've got 2 brothers that just won't let it go. What's going on with these 2? Jump on the panel, God of Jacob and EIE. This is madness. And thank God we don't have Brad here right now, because at least those 2 can talk it out. God Almighty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let them come up and speak their piece. I mean, maybe they'll be able to calm down once they're actually on the panel, you know. You know, talking back and forth with one another. That might help. Who knows? It might not. But you know, give them a shot and see what happens. I mean.
So any family that wants to come on board, please go into the chat, and the link to the panel is in the chat if you want to discuss on these terms of racism and the ethnic minority and what's happening in the UK on this report. So we're dissecting it, we're looking into it, we're looking at all different scenarios, we're looking through the social media and all the Google plans to it, so we can able to get a much better understanding of this document, because without our research, how are you going to actually know what this report's about? Because a lot of people will say they talk on the report, but if you ask them if they read it, whoo!
Yeah. And us Americans, we gotta listen to you Brits, because you all know what's going on, in your country, just as we know what's going on in our country. And the thing about it is that we got to drop the egos, drop the emotions, and listen to the information.
Yep. Peace to Melanated Goddess in the chat, as she has come in with pure fire. Peace and power to you, Melanated Goddess. Yeah. Oh, what's going on? We're talking about the racism and ethnic minority, and we're looking at the facts of the title. Should we go home, or should we fight the cause, or should we just rely on the system and live our lives? The link is in the chat. If you want to come on the panel, please come on the panel and come and talk your piece as we're going through this report. This report is heavily, because it's about how many pages again? 258 pages. I will put the link in the chat for the report. It's a lot, but
it is indeed. It's a lot. There's a lot to take in.
And a lot of people
wouldn't even waste my people them's time reading that rubbish, because that is not our story. That report does not reflect what goes on in the UK, and that report most definitely does not reflect what happens to black children here in the UK. It's a whole load of toilet paper and fish and chip paper. That's what I see. I just want to burn the thing.
I hear you, Lady D. But you know what? It's time for us to study and to get things right. So we have to know their motives. And as I said, it's utilizing certain people to get their narratives. But it's a side attraction where it takes us away from the situation. So, if you want to go through the report, I've just put it in the chat. So you can look through that report and get your idea of where we're coming from. You can skim through it and come on, or just come onto the onto the panel. I will put the link once. I'll put the link once again in the chat, so we can able to discuss this, because we want to break this down as family, as it's Easter Sunday, and Lady D's sipping on her wine, and Eric is having a quick smoke round the corner.
Well, I'm back now. Go ahead.
So I would love all the family to come and join, and let's just have this conversation as family, because this is what we have to show the people, what we're about and what we can do for you.
Yeah.
And
take this.
But I want to add to that as well, after Eric. Go on, Eric.
I just wanted to say those two links that I put up about Boris Johnson, okay?
Yeah.
Skim over it. Take a look at it, because it's telling you what your MP is thinking, what your PM is thinking, excuse me. Especially in relation to the UK and the continent of Africa specifically.
Okay, we'll go on.
With me now, but for me now, I wouldn't even waste time even thinking about what the PM saying or whatever. Them people, they change every couple of years. I haven't paying them no mind. But what I'm going to speak on, though, was on behalf of my Caribbean family out here in these streets, because I can't speak for the Africans from the continent, but I can speak, however, for the Caribbeans. And I know for us, when our grandparents and great-grandparents came to this country, it was never their intention for us to stay here this long. We were never meant to be here this long. It was a case of coming here, help building up the country, earning as much as you can, and going back home. It was never our destiny to be here this long, to have to fight this rubbish and listen to all these people write these stupid ass reports talking about, oh, there's no racial but institutional racism in this country and it's all in your head. Basically, get over it and do better, black people. And this is why when my sister Nanifa comes up on these panels and she says things like they are too long, that's a saying we've had from the Caribbean. As Caribbeans, we're never supposed to be here. So the fact that we're still here moaning and crying and bawling about these people don't even want to acknowledge our plights in this country, whatever, serves our damn right. Pick up your packages, pick up your kids, pick up your money, and go on to your yard. Because if we're not doing nothing to build a foundation for ourselves back home where we belong, then we shouldn't really be here complaining. They're never going to make it fair for us. Period.
But as I always go on the other side and say, for the people that are born here and they want to stay here, then they if they want to fight the war, we have to be able to give them some tools to fight that war. But that's their choice, as everyone has got their own choices, and wherever, if people want to go home, yes, let's go home. If people want to stay where they are, they can stay where they are. But it's knowing who the oppressors are and understanding their mindset so that we can able to fight that battle.
But that's true, Terry. But you know what you're saying is very much true, yeah, for the people that want to stay here. But the problem is, the reason why people want to stay here is because we're, like I said, I can only speak for Caribbeans. They are too long. We've got too comfortable in this country, too comfortable in the system, and now we don't want to go back and build our foundations and legacies for ourselves. In fact, we just want to sit here, assimilate, be equal to the white peers, and get all kinds of sympathy from the government, which is not going to happen. Reality is kicked in. These people have showed you in their own damn reports. It is what it is. Forget your feelings. We're telling you there's no racism here. Now you either deal with it or leave. That's what they're telling you. What are you going to do about it?
Exactly my point.
Hey, Lady D. And
I'm
Lady
listening,
D,
brother. I'm listening.
and Mr. Riggs, let me read something to you, because the flip side of the coin of what you were saying in the US about the UK's intention of not allowing people from the African diaspora in the Caribbean to stay there for a long period of time, that their plan was for them to stay for a period of time and then leave. Let me read something to you. It won't take long, less than a minute. The first nationalization statute in 1790 opened citizenship only to free white persons. At that time, blacks, overwhelmingly slaves, constituted 20% of the total population. They were not, however, viewed by Americans as members of their community. Slaves, as the first Attorney General Edwin Randolph put it, are not constituent members of our society. Free blacks were viewed similarly and were almost universally denied the right to vote. Thomas Jefferson, along with other founding fathers, believed whites and blacks, equally free, cannot live in the same government. Jefferson, James Madison, Henry Clay, John Randolph, Abraham Lincoln, and other leading political figures supported the efforts of the American Colonization Society to promote immigration of free blacks to Africa. The efforts led to the creation of Liberia in 1821, to which eventually 11,000 to 15,000 free blacks were transported. To what extent they went voluntarily seems to be in doubt. In 1862, President Lincoln told the first group of free blacks ever to visit the White House that they should migrate to Africa. All right, now I'm done talking. Now I'm going to start listening.
Interesting.
Very much so. What do you make of that, T?
Yeah, as I said, and this is why I always like people to kind of understand the history, right? These people never wanted us here in the first place. They just wanted to use our services. This is why they build us as workers. And when you go, as I go back into history in 1558, 56, where Queen Elizabeth wanted to deport 20 African people out of the country, and saying that the population was overwhelming, and able to understand that this is an occurrence that keeps on repeating itself, and understand, even just looking at today, it's funny how, you know, in America, you don't get you get Black Americans or you get Afro Americans, but you don't get Euro Americans.
That's right.
The same thing over in England. Now everything is about the ethnic minority, and who's the others?
Right.
So they're already creating a segregation into creating that divide and conquer. And then the as we call it, the white European, the poor white Europeans will want to argue with the ethnic minority, which creates the divide and conquer, while the 1% of the 1% is doing their atrocities.
Yeah, indeed.
History always repeats itself.
Indeed.
So our brothers in the chat should be understanding that we should have love and peace, as between EIE and our brother Jacob should calm down and relax, and let's just talk about the things ahead of us, in thinking about our young generation, not about what our differences as a personal basis. I love you both, and you know, if you can iron it out, please iron it out. Anyway, going back to the situation, we're gonna play a little bit more of the video, and let's see what they have to say for us.
Okay.
Is we can't confuse captions on a social media post with action. Because I go back to this point about what are you willing to sacrifice to speak up, to use your influence, to support, to, you know, do whatever. What are you willing to do? Who are you, when you're doing your charitable donations, where's your money going? This is not skin color, right? When you're volunteering, where's your time going? And I remember saying to Leanne a few months ago, this was like ages ago, like before I became vice chair of the Black Business Association. And I said to Leanne, listen, I'm very ashamed to say that if I reflect back, my civic duty has been strong. So I've been volunteering for, like, it's been a consistent thing. So this is not brand new to me, right? But tell me one thing that I did that was for an organization that supported my people. I can't tell you. Like, I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed to say. I did, you know what, Leanne, I said to you, and I was like, oh my God. So basically what I did to ease my conscience, I donated to Dean's organization. I was like, right, Dean, here's a check.
Yes. God bless you.
Right, Dean, here's a check.
Listen, Dean, you are the Dean is a perfect way to ease all of our conscience. Look, I volunteer too. Like, I'm volunteering all my time. It's fine. Like, listen, right.
No, but because it's true. And what I say is that when you intentionally reflect, so what does it mean to check back in? That also meant I had to look at where I potentially missed opportunities to be supporting the Ks, the Deans, the announcers. There's lots of us for replicated in the States, in South Africa. Like, we're all over the shop. Trust me, we are all over the shop, you know? And so I had to reflect on what I had to do differently, because I too can't sit in my chair here and go, well, what are you I gotta go, what am I doing? And how effective with all, you know, all of the knowledge that I have. And people always confuse with impact. It doesn't always have to be about how much money that you have. You know, Leanne, you know this. I did a webinar to teach global majority women, Black and minoritized women, on how to ask for a pay rise and understanding the game. That's what I took, because that's knowledge that I have.
Right.
There's many people who work in organizations who have knowledge, and I'm not talking about, you know, state secrets, intellectual property. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the things that we're taught as our profession, right? That can help unlock and keep the K's motivated and the Leanne's motivated and connect the dots. Because let me tell you something, for anybody who's looking at all the stuff that we do and it's like, oh my God, it's great what you do. It is not easy out here in these streets. Let me tell you something.
Right. Can I just say one thing, a really important point? Just sorry, Dean, and sorry, Kay.
Not at all.
There's a really, I don't know where I read it, I can't remember. I was reading an article about how we need to re-socialize the view of sacrifice. And because this is the other point, when we talk about what do you have to give up, sacrifice to achieve a greater good is intrinsic in the way we live. So if you want to buy that car, if you want to buy that house, you go and save for it. If you want to lose weight, you reduce your calories. If you want to, I did say lose weight. If you want to, look at these, like, if you want to get that promotion, you go and study, which means you can't go spend time with your friend. If you want to do anything, it is implicit that there is sacrifice. The question you always have to ask yourself is what I'm giving up worth what I get back in return. So when anyone's talking about it, don't ask yourself, yeah, there's going to be something you're going to have to give up, but remember the goal, remember the prize, because the prize of impact is, it's a multiplier. It's not about, someone said to me last week, it's not about you owning impact. It's about you passing it on and multiplying it. So don't look at it as, oh, well, if I do that, I'm not going to be able to. You do it for everything else you want to do. You work 12 hours to get the promotion. You listen to your boss talk about rubbish.
We already do it.
You go play golf and you don't even know how to play the game just to get ahead. It's all these things we do. It's all the things we do to make sure we can get to a point. So we have to absolutely have the same thing. If you really want to make a change and support Black people, you have to also be prepared to give up something, but it's not a bad thing. So I have a baby in the corner. I'm going to go on mute now.
Yes. What do you think about people not supporting and people dividing and not helping one another and trying to create that community?
Well, I mean, in the end, that's not a it's not a political question. It's a social cultural question. It's about how you're building up people. What are your cultural traditions? Do you have an individualist Western point of view? Or do you have both that and it takes a village to raise a child attitude? I think you need a combination of both, because in the end, you are talking about adult individuals, okay? Adult individuals need to have education. They need to have decent jobs so that, in fact, they can come together and marry and commit to a marital relationship, for example, and start a family, okay? The individual adults have to do that individually, okay? But once you form a family, okay, yeah, both individuals, the mother and the father, they have skills. They need to use those skills, though, in unison as well as individually when they're raising a child, okay? And then then it goes on to a community, and it's about what your values are. There are no politics in that, and you got to keep politics out of that, because as long as you have politics in that mix of building up your culture and building up your communities, you get reports like the one that we're talking about right now, okay, where the bureaucrats tell you what they think you should think when you know better, when you know differently.
100%. Lady D?
Yeah, see, Terry, this is a complicated one now, because yes, we've got division within our community, and we don't always go. Huh?
No, go on. Sorry, it was a mistake. I pressed the button by mistake.
Yeah, so we don't always go out of our way to support each other and all that, and we need to do better at that. But the fact of the matter is, in reality, we're always going to have divisions in our community, because we're not all one group of Black people. We have different cultures, different ways of life, different religions, different ideas, different ideals. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're always going to have that. It's how do we work through those divisions in order to support each other should be the main question.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
And that's why I need my brothers, EIE and God of Jacob, to come on here and actually say, listen, okay, he's a Hebrew, he does his thing. I respect that. That might be the way of the Hebrew thing. I don't rate it. But the fact of the matter is, there's nothing I'm going to say to him in the chat that's going to change his mind. And I'm going to need God of Jacob to respect the fact that not everybody's a ADOS. ADOS, what's it? ADOS. Yeah, not everybody's on that. Not everybody shares that culture or whatever, so I can respect other what people do things their way and I do things mine. But either which way, that's still my brother, still my sister, and I still can help support or encourage in any way I can. And that's that.
Yeah, you gotta meet in the middle. You gotta come back to the middle. Meet each other.
Yeah. So and especially and this is where it comes to in facts of institutions, because it's like growing up, I've been looking around and there is no institution that represents us into pushing any form of narrative in any of the countries. We have movements, we have organizations, but what institution to pull up people reliable or accountable for every situation?
Well, that's what your organizations are for, though. Your organizations are your institutions, at least the beginning.
These institutions are not running like that. I mean, these organizations are not running like an institution to pulling people accountable for. Because what I'm finding is that most of these organizations, they will talk about uprising and doing this, but who's actually stepping over that line and taking the action?
Right. Yeah. I hear where you're coming from.
And when I look globally, I hear a lot of people talking, I hear a lot of people uprising, I hear a lot of people saying X, Y, and Z, but who is actually going to take that action? Because it's like going to war, but we're not sending no soldiers.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
So how are we going to get them people across? So yeah, let me continue playing the video. People, family, I hope you're enjoying this. And brothers, please, 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 once again in the chat room, you know who you are. And anyone that wants to come on the panel and come and discuss this report on racism and ethnicity, that there's no such thing as institutional racism within our system across the board, whether it's the health department, whether it's the educational department, whether it's the police department, any forms of organizations or institution, there is no such thing as institutional racism. It's all in our head, and it seems that we're all sick.
Yeah.
That's what they're apparently saying to us. We're all suffering from mental illness.
We need to free ourselves from mental slavery, apparently, as the one Gummy likes to tell us all the time. Yeah.
No, don't worry. They'll tell you, as they said, that slavery was a long time ago. But you know what they're going to say next? Slavery didn't exist. There's no such thing as slavery.
Well, basically, in that very report, it basically tells you they want to create a new narrative for slavery and they want to give a new perspective on slavery. So what are they trying to rewrite about slavery now? What are they preparing to rewrite to our children about slavery? Because they want to change the whole narrative of slavery now, innit? That's what the report suggests.
Yeah, and that's what they will be teaching our children.
Craziness.
By the way, let me play this video.
There's so many excellent points, and we should have clarity about the metaphysical aspect, which is why I bring it. And it sounds strange when we talk about esoteric knowledge, but there is knowledge that is known, that is very old, very practiced, and duplicated in all societies to maintain control. So if I were to say they are practicing magic, you say, the interspace cadet, the cheese is slidden off the toast, and you now need to commit him because he's made far too much sacrifice. But do you know what magic is? Magic is merely the ability to shift consciousness from where it was to where you desire it to be. Kay is an alchemist. He has taken young men's images And where they are stripping away our humanity, in one fell swoop, he's just come back and delivered the humanity of teenage African and African Caribbean boys. That's part of a wider campaign that we should all adopt and contact him to utilize his artwork to place the humanity back in us. That's not their job, that's our job. Now we are practicing metaphysics of shifting consciousness through perception. So as we start to play the game of Tai Chi, we know that because we are controlling our own image and our own narrative, now we are setting the tale. The reason they can say that there is an institutional racism is because they know that English people have zero empathy with us based on their xenophobia. But I'm going to give you an example, a very recent, highlighted example of institutional racism that for English people, to make it palatable, is institutional inequality between your unmelanated backside and our melanated backsides. So when the Conservative Party actually decided to execute the hostile environment under Amber Rudd, here's what they did. They destroyed the residency records of legal British citizens. Here is why it's institutional racism, because all of these agencies collaborated under a well-formed plan, and what they did was they put their policy into practice. Now, we don't believe we can put our policy into practice, but we absolutely can when we connect the dots of our organizations, which are our institutions. So let me just go through the list of their institutions that collaborated to kidnap us and exile us, whilst asset stripping us. So the Home Office instructed to destroy the residency records. Then they collaborated with the Immigration Service, law enforcement, the Department for Work and Pensions, banks, and the local authority, who all collectively created a hostile environment for us. But when did they do it? And this is when I talk about metaphysics. On the 70th anniversary of the Windrush generation arriving en masse. So they started coming in 1948 and they finished around 1971. But what should have been our celebration, which was a call to action of African Caribbeans by invitation to rebuild a totally broken Britain, which we did on the underground, in the NHS, in the civil service, and all the jobs English people didn't want to do, just like they did.
Right.
So they saw the downfall in services after all the Europeans left, because they thought it was going to be a color-free show. But with 40-inch TVs, it's not going back to black and white. We're here again. So that is what institutional racism is. It is that joined up collective thinking of the institutions based on a government policy. So be under no misapprehension when the government decide that police work to enforce their policy rather than the protection of the people from criminal acts. We are going to slide into a police state, which is a totalitarian state, and then we have problems because we're at the bottom of every measurable metric, including, apart from the police brutality statistically, and apart from stops and searches of our children and men. Now that will go out into all of our people, because then they have questionable grounds on every level, because we will cease to have inalienable rights. And although I know I'm a sovereign under God and have freedom of movement, expression, and all the rest, me articulating it isn't going to help my backside, because I know what truncheons feel like. I don't know what Jesus feel like, and I have no desire to find out. So when we go to sacrifice, I have been broken into by the security services, who will go as far as psychologically to leave you a little message to give you that feeling of being followed. And I don't have that. My psychological makeup, you can't figure out people like us with psychology 101 because of our life experience. I come from a high danger environment where to go home, where we lived with my grandparents, wasn't where my friends were from Peckham. So just to go home was a hostile environment. It doesn't work for me. I know it's not going to be that bad. And I would have a video insecurity if you ever decided to drop me out, which just wouldn't be advantageous. Because my heart is fantastic. I haven't had a sick day in 20 years, nor have I had a prescription drug, nor will I be taking my vitamins as celebrities are recommending at this point in time. So we have to have clarity about their ability to shift our consciousness at a whim based on their resources. What do we invest in more of? The vehicle to distribute amongst all of the key delivery partners. K, public relations and imagery. That is a very important component in humanizing us off the back of 200-year campaign looking at Britain in terms of the transatlantic slave trade, because they had to dehumanize us to sanitize it and call it a slave trade, which it wasn't. It was human trafficking.
Yes.
It was female rape,
Yeah.
male rape,
Yeah.
and child rape.
Yeah.
It was torture.
Yeah.
It was people, it was the selling of people. So when you actually look at that and what it was so brutal. Now, if we were to compare that to the Jewish Holocaust of 12 years, and we're talking about 250 years, there is no comparison. The African Holocaust was the worst atrocity committed on earth. You cannot contest me because you have publications and a media factory. With no doubt, and I will say that King Leopold's atrocities, the Germans in Namibia, far worse.
Yes.
So we're not getting it. And if we want to say that we shouldn't be recompensed for reparations because all of the principals have passed who committed it and who received it, in the Jewish Holocaust, all of those who committed it are gone, and all of those who it happened to are gone. But the beneficiaries of reparations who are alive are being recompensed for the atrocity, as should we. So when we look at an Esther Costa Soze, who has now made exceptional progress with the reparations movement in Bristol, we universally come behind that. When we have the Halo project that is protecting our hair that we have in common in the workplace and in education, we universally get behind that. Now, we identify those organizations across the board. We connect each other digitally under our own platform. We can write a letter from a chair who is a national chair who just coordinates all of this activity amongst directors that go across economics, education, employment, health, housing, politics, media, trade and industry, which we are doing with the continent to become the first delivery partner of the continent, so we can replace our European and Chinese brethren. And then in what? Ghana has no import or export duty because they've replaced Europe in the trade agreement. So £400 a month is a middle-class income. You can go and set up an IT company, train in AI, create partnerships between universities here and there, and do huge business and then export everything back to England with no duty. We are in an amazing position without knowing who we are, what we have. And I think the last 5 years I've taken over building 7,500 African LinkedIn colleagues since we're on the platform has given me an exceptional eye-opener into what our caliber is at the highest echelons of every industry. So I don't share our concerns, but it is 5 to 12. So we do need to get our backsides into formation. Now, if I had Beyonce behind me to once and say it, we all might put something in the pot, but I don't. It's just little old me.
And me.
Thousands watching. The three of you and the thousands watching. we really do. We're at 5 to 12. And let me just say this. if the African Holocaust was the worst atrocity known to humanity, and they revoke our human rights, do you not think that could happen to us here today, tomorrow? I just want to leave that thought in everybody's minds. Now, I demonstrated what institutional racism looks like when you have the interconnectivity of all agencies. Let us have all agency interconnectivity going across every area of life, where our highest echelons of thinkers, change makers, artists, business people,
Yes, EIE, we will be reading it out, EIE, but we're going through it bit by bit, chopping it up. You know, we want to get a better understanding of the situation. But do you feel, Eric, that it could, this atrocity could happen again in a different format?
Oh, I mean, most certainly. I mean, this is why I refer to when I say the flip side of the same coin. When Lady D was talking about, you know, the British government never intended people from the continent or from the diaspora, from the Caribbean and the like, the Windrush people, they did not intend for these people to take up permanent residence in Britain. They wanted to keep them here for a certain period of time to exploit them, to work them, and then send them back to their lands of origin. Okay, I read to you what was written in one book about, you know, the founding fathers per se of the U.S. government, right? The writers of the U.S. Constitution, and I quoted to you what they said. They did not intend for, especially in Abraham Lincoln is especially poignant in this situation, because President Lincoln was one of the authors of the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Freeing Black folks from the continent from slavery, right? Emancipating them. But yet still, with that in mind, he had an ulterior motive to basically export people or deport people back to a country that was made up by the U.S. on the African continent, Liberia. So now, if you have people thinking this in the 18th century, which is not too long ago, yes, it's you know, it's centuries ago, but I mean, the mindset is still fresh in a lot of politicians' minds, you know, and general rank and file people living in the U.S. just as rank and file people living in Britain. You know, when I hear people get on the G-Block, right, and get on the panels and talking about they would prefer Britain to have a ratio of 90%, 10% majority white Brits, white Englishmen, white English women in Great Britain on the mainland. Hey man, I mean, you know, these people are not politicians. These people are rank and file people, you know? And this is the message they want to push to, you know, to the PM, you know, and to their, you know, the local politicians and whatnot, to get it to the House of Commons and see if in fact they can push this to a point of actually making legislation and making law in the UK. So, you know.
Just a little word to EIE. EIE, there is 258 pages. So it is best that we clarify through, and then we take certain points out of the document to get an understanding. But that's why I put the link in the chat for you to look through it and to get a better understanding, so we can share and have the same understanding. But if you like to read the 258 pages, you can come on the channel and come and read it for us. And you know, if you feel that you're lonely, you can bring your wife with you. It's up to you. We can hear it in a Jamaican accent if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the thing about it is, he needs to download the PDF, right? Or or download the link that you put there, the PDF link, so that he can see the chapters of the report, how it's structured, and then he can go into as minute details as he wants to, chapter and verse, if you will. No pun intended, scripture, but I'm just saying he can look at the chapters and see what sections of the chapters that he wants to focus on. That way it makes it easier, most convenient for him, and it also makes it clear to us what he wants to focus on, what parts of the report that he wants to focus on.
Exactly my point. So this is why I keep on putting it in the chat so that you're able to check it out.
Yeah. But see that's the thing. That's what they're talking about though on this video. How many people are really willing to put in the work? And when you talk about putting in the work, well, you got the research material there before you. You got the data before you. Now you got to read it. You got to look through it and see what specific issues and items that you want to talk about, that you want to focus on. It doesn't take a whole lot of effort to do that. All it does is takes reading. You got the info, look it up and see what sections you want to go through. And then then you can write in the chat, hey, I want to focus on chapter 10, chapter 10, paragraph 5. It states this and that. I want to get into it. How hard is that?
Yep, and there's a lot of information and a lot of detail.
Yeah.
Fine. We need to put a leash. We need to put a leash on EIE.
I ain't paying EIE no mind. EIE clearly doesn't know what's going on in the UK right now. That's why he's typing what he's typing. So you can't pay EIE no mind right now. But the fact of the matter is, we know what's going on. We're here, in it. We see it. We live it. This is our truth, in it. And the fact of the matter is, we need to get it together. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit down here and let them dictate and tell us our experience, our life, how we cope and how we get here, how we navigate through the United Kingdom life? Or are we going to let them put us in a report and tell us, well, actually, you could do better. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and do better, and you should see results. Well, if the Asian and the Punjabi and this community and that community and all this community can do it, why can't you, Black people? Just get over it and don't worry about it. Yeah, you might not have started at the same playing level field as everybody else, but just pull up yourself by the bootstraps and get over it. That's what they're basically telling us in their report. What more do we want to hear?
You know what I'm trying to get my ears cleared much as possible is who is in the ethnic minority?
What do you mean who's in the ethnic minority?
Does that mean it's the whole world except for the person that is not British? I mean, except for the person that is British.
Everybody that's not bloody white is ethnic.
That's right.
So
if you're not white living in the UK, my understanding is that you're not English.
Okay.
So
then it brings the fact is, who is English?
Well, the so-called people that call themselves white British, they're the English. At least that's what they're claiming.
So then it disregards anyone that's born here.
Pretty much so, or who has been living here, who has family that's been living there for generations.
Look, in that report, Terry, I remember seeing it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it again. Let me go back. Because in that report, it told you about how it was made. It told you in the report, I think it was on page 46 I saw it or something like that. And it was telling you about how in the 1950s they came to a decision. They must have sat down. I don't know if it's the Houses of Parliament or whoever, whichever higher up sat down. But it basically told you in the report that they sat down and they came to the conclusion at this time in the 1950s that they would allow the Commonwealth immigrants to call themselves British. But up until 1950 something, you weren't even allowed to call yourself British. So now when I'm hearing all these people in 2020 talking about, I'm English, I'm Black British, I'm Negropean, and this, look at yourselves and look at what the hell you are literally saying. You were only granted access to that the other day, and even when they gave you the access to claiming the title of British by having a British citizen passport, even then they were still trying to get us up out of here. They were still trying to get bills passed in Parliament and all that to send back the people. Now the work's done. Now you've helped rebuild the country. Oh, you can go. So I don't understand what we're doing here. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's that? I'm on a call right now. Is that more wine?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
You can't take the bottle though.
Whatever. I told Dad. I said thanks. Sorry. Thanks. Shut my door. I'm on the thing. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, guys. Sorry, I got some more wine. Yeah, Dad. My dad sent another bottle out. But yeah, I don't know. We need to figure out what it is that we're doing and what it is we're trying to. Are we trying to say as Black people we want to stay here? Ow! Someone on the thing. What's it called? Are we trying to say that we want to stay here? And we want equality, and we want to be treated right, and we want, knowing that they're never going to give us what we want? Or are we saying, hold on, we're going to utilize our time here, build up something for ourselves, establish some form of income, get ourselves where we need to be, and leave? Because clearly, this country's not going to, or this country, or any, even America's, like, they're not. It's not for us to set up in a way for us to benefit in. We need to find our own way and our own structure to benefit ourselves. What are we going to do about it?
Well, see, lady,
and that's why
you're going to have people on both sides of that coin.
Right.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Riggs. You're going to have people who are going to say, yeah, okay, on the one hand, I do agree with you. Let's just build up our communities, build up our businesses and things like that, build up our trades and skills. And then once we build that up, make sure we put some money in the bank, save it up, and move ourselves out and back to the continent, or back to the Caribbean, wherever we consider ourselves to be at home, and continue living life there. You're going to have some people who are going to say, well, wait a minute, time out. By the law of the government, we are legal citizens. We should be living here, and we should be treated fairly, just as the white Englishmen. Even though we know we'll never be recognized as Englishmen and Englishwomen, we are Brits. So we should be demanding that by law we be treated equitably as Brits. You know, I mean, that's the way it is in the U.S. The U.S. is the flip side of the same coin, Lady D. You have people who ADOS people, right, who want to go back to the continent. Full stop, straight up and down. Nigeria, Ghana, and other areas.
But do you feel like they want to go back to the government, or do they want to stay? Because what I'm hearing is that they want land on the Americas.
Well, you got some people who want that too. You actually have some people who have bought up land, but it's a very small community, but it's a start. These are people who are like-minded. They say, hey, listen, we want to get away from all the noise. We don't want to live next to you white folks. We bought this plot of land. We're going to start building on this plot of land. We're going to develop our communities and whatnot. And we'll keep our jobs where we have them. But those of us who have businesses, we'll build them up and establish them on this plot of land that we got, and we'll expand as far as we can. But we're making a start. So you have some people who are actually doing that, you know, as far as, you know, how can I say, carving out a patch of land for themselves, you know, within the U.S., you know. They say, hey.
And this is the reason why, as I had specifically put this guy Dean up, in the fact that we're going to go through his organization and establishing an institution, and what it does is it is able to represent the people that want to stay back, and what it stands for, as in forms of what we call ADPAC, and ADPAC,
right, yeah.
is the African Diaspora Public Affairs Committee. The one thing that he's always said is that he doesn't want to be a political party, because a political party in this country is not going to get anywhere, because at the end of the day, they're not going to let a black party run a European country. It's never going to happen. So the only way he can see what is fit is to create a committee to pull the politicians accountable for every situation in representing the African and African diasporas and the Caribbeans in every format.
Yeah.
So we're able to do that over here, then it's a program that can be distributed across the globe into all of us having some form of a committee across the globe so that we can hold these politicians accountable for every situation or every step that they make. So that's why when he was talking about the Tai Chi in understanding the Conservative from one side and the Labour on the other side, so when they kind of come conclusion and they put something forward, we can always put the committee forward to block in that situation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, especially if it works to your disadvantage or impoverishes you and your people. Yeah, I agree with it 100%, especially like you said, for those people who want to stay back, who want to live in, mainland UK, for example, in Great Britain. Yeah, that should be done. But at the same time, though, like you say, you want to expand that committee to, back to the continent or back to the Caribbean for those people who want to go to the Caribbean or who want to go back to the continent to live there. But the thing about it is, you have to have people on these committees, okay, as members of this committee, going back to, for example, to Jamaica or other Caribbean countries, going back to Ghana, Nigeria, wherever they want to go, back on the continent too. You got to have committee members within that group of people going back so they can report back and say, okay, well, this is how, we forwarded this idea about the committee that we have, back in mainland England. And well, this is how the proposal went over. This is what we've managed to do. And this is how we've been successful. And this is what has failed,
Mm-hmm. This is 100%. Yes, Kushti. Yes, they've actually cancelled blame. But you know what? My situation with the blame thing anyway was that mixing the brown people with the black people in that mixing the African diaspora, the African people, and the Asian people in one box. It doesn't work, and it wouldn't have worked in the first place. But at the same time, what are they going to do to replacing it?
Yeah.
What do you mean what they're going to do to replace? They don't need to. They've already got a group for us for that. This is why I couldn't understand why they came with BAME, because BAME made no sense. They already got us all stuck in the ethnic minority box.
Yeah, I know that.
The original name. So what do you mean what they're going to replace it with? They've already had a replacement. They just changed it and then realized it didn't work, and they're going to go back to what they originally started with, which is the ethnic minority.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to bring out. But then when we look at the gene pool from BAME to ethnic minority, the ethnic minority is 10 times bigger. So then we get lost.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Follow me.
Yeah.
Like, please follow me. It was originally ethnic minority. The problem was, like you just said, it was too big. So they then said, okay, we're going to put it as BAME, meaning not all the other groups. You could be Eastern European, not all of you, forget all of you. You could be Romanian, not all of you. I'm specifically trying to put Black, Indian and Chinese in this group. So now we're going to call it BAME, yeah? And that's what they did. Realized that the Black people weren't having it. Asians weren't really saying nothing about it. Chinese weren't saying nothing, but the Blacks, we were definitely not having us being linked towards any other groups, and the yellow man or the brown man. So then they said, okay, we hear the uproar of it. We just go back to ethnic minority. And that's what's going to happen. They're just going to go back to the ethnic minority. If you look in the report, how much times do you see ethnic minority people written in there? They're going back to the original name. They've already told you what it is.
Yeah, but that's why I was saying in the fact of the committee now, the committee still deals with us. So we don't want to be categorized in any form of box, but for a committee that represents us, and that's the people we are. We don't want to be categorized with other ethnics, but as black melanated people. That's all we want to know, and that's all we want to deal with for the people that want to stay behind.
Right.
So in saying that, let's quickly play this video a bit more so that we can get a better understanding, so we can start going through little bits and pieces through the document.
Advocates and professionals collaborate, not because we like each other, but institutionally. So when they start playing Tai Chi, we are now playing Tai Chi. Because I tell you this much, in the game of Tai Chi, no Tai Chi master wins. You just go back and forth. That's the game, old boy. We just smile, and we know it's all fair in war, and we utilize our tactics and they employ theirs. And we just go back and forth. But at the moment, we're just taking blows because we're not institutionally organized, and it is required at 5 to 12.
Oh.
Powerful.
Very. I don't even know what to say. Right. We've been an hour and 5 minutes. Kay, is there anything else you want to add? I'm gonna play some tunes and I'm gonna show some comments because like all sorts. Listen, I can't even. But the thing is, I so liked the optic of the four of us. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like on
balance as well. Absolutely. Right? Yeah.
Total.
How often, you know, and this is, you know, before I even say to the comments, I just want to say, because like Dean and I had a WhatsApp exchange, because Dean has to remind me every so often that, Shireen, you don't have to wait to be invited on anybody's platform because you got your own. Honestly, I do. Like, it's so true. And I was like, that's so true. Like, so, you know, we can have this because in all honesty, like Good Morning Britain could invite all four of us on. The second we start talking 5 minutes into the conversation, the camera's gone dead.
Oh, sorry. But you know something? Do you know what I love about this conversation? And this is not me doing any sort of gassing up, but it's bringing everything together, the history, the bigger picture, the impact, the humanization, what it looks like in real life. How do we go forward? How do we build strategy? How do we heighten our awareness? And this is the kind of conversations we need to have. And almost, Shireen, I feel like we could call this the black boardroom, because this is exactly how it works in a boardroom. You sit down and you say, look, what is the outcome that we're looking for over a 3 to 5 year investment cycle? Okay, let's work backwards. What do we need to do? How do we do this? How do we do that? So it's that part about everybody needs to almost in your own circle create your own boardroom, and it doesn't have to literally be black, but what it has to be is your own boardroom that holds you accountable, that you then realize that it's not the point to stagnate. But this is, you know, I say this to Shireen all the time when we have conversations, it's about steel sharpening steel, right? You come together, you bring another angle, you look at it, you check that person. You said you were going to do this, but have you done it? Right. Leanne, have you signed up to give some hours to Dean? Yeah, I do now. Right. You know, like it's those sorts of things that we have to get into the routine of doing. People have, you know, round tables, they have their board meetings, and we have to take that same level of accountability on ourselves to say, do you know what? Even if it's once every 2 months, let's just sit down. Let's sit down, talk. Let's talk about not what we're doing in day-to-day business, but what we bring
to the table that's going to hit this 3-5 year plan. That's the only thing we need to be talking about.
Right.
That's the only thing. Because, and that's the accountability, because it goes back to that question of what are we willing to do? Well, that's what we're willing to do then.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't have anything really else to add. I just feel really honored and humbled to have been part of this incredibly perfectly curated, you know, group of amazing thinkers who, again, I mean, that again highlights, just like Shireen mentioned, about, you know, questions to myself to be better and do better in terms of actually learning more about the incredible work that both of you do on your independent platforms, and to really just, you know, empowered by and emboldened by what Dean spoke about this collective institutional interconnectedness, which I think is one of the biggest rooms for improvement within our community in terms of what we lack, because there, you know, we are not devoid of incredible thinkers, incredible artists, incredible business people, incredible, all of the possible, you know, jobs or whatever it is that exist on our planet, but it's just the interconnected piece, and that's where I think that is the biggest, call to action that I'm taking away from today, in terms of how much more can we completely interconnect, and just understanding the even though, on so many layers and so many levels, we know theoretically about what systems are and how they actually activate, but to really hear Dean outline it in such very clear fashion about how all these particular elements of the society come together to enact a particular policy initiative from the systems perspective, is something that emboldens me to really work even much harder on really trying to make sure that we can create these systems to really bring about some of the real changes that we're talking about, where we don't then are at the whims of those who again hold the power and wield that against and over us, which then limits what we are able to do and achieve. And I think outside of this conversation, I would definitely be having further conversations with all of us that are on this platform about how we can actually bring action to all the things that we're spoken about today. Because for me, that's what a lot of times leaves me paralyzed, because we have a lot of these incredible, amazing discussions and ideas and this utopian, thinking, but then it all dissipates after everybody. Exactly. I think what is imperative is that all of this thinking, all of these energies, all this motivation that we all have is really kind of funneled in such an incredibly structured way that allows us to definitely be authors and owners of our own movements and narratives and platforms that really enable us to enact change completely I guess devoid of all these external white supremacist mediums and powers that also obviously keep us at bay because of their agendas and ideas. So thank you guys so much for really providing me the opportunity to learn from you guys and to just be empowered and emboldened in a time where there's potential distraction in the air that we're hoping to achieve.
We're just going to focus, and I think there's one important thing, because everyone knows that I didn't wake up like this, right? So I didn't wake up like this. It took me a while to get here. So I am very, very aware of plenty of Black people who are going to be, and my other global majority brothers and sisters, actually, who are going to be listening to this, right, and still struggling with this idea about, I want to do so much more to support my communities, plural. But what if it looks like I'm against white people? Because I'm just going to throw that, because I know the thought processes. I know you have to be whispering in my ears. You be telling me this, right? And I guess all I can say to you is two things on that. Is one, you have to remember that you even having that thought process is due to how well-oiled the machine of white supremacy is. And that machine of white supremacy is such that it makes it look like it's a bad thing to support people who look like you.
Yeah,
right. We got to call it as it is, because we don't really talk about this enough.
110%.
It's a real thing. Not everybody is going to be like, yeah, because I get this, right? So you got to understand, you're not on your own with that one. There are plenty of people who can talk to that. I talk to it every so often, all the time. I've been there, right? So, and remember, the objective, one of the objectives of the system works so well, is that it can condition us to do nothing without actually having to physically put us in a cage. Right. So that's the first thing I want you to remember. And number two is, if you listen to this and re-listen to this conversation that the four of us have had, we did not center whiteness in this. We centered ourselves. We centered the issues of the Black community. Those who know me, I don't need to say I'm not anti-white. I stopped saying that like 6 months. I don't need to say that, because they already know.
Right.
Right. So practice makes perfect. So one, you got to understand that thinking, that thought process is because of the system. So you got to understand that you got to work. It's everyday work. It's not overnight. I promise you. But secondly, it is not anti-white to dismantle racism. It is not anti-white to support your Black brothers and sisters in their fight to go and advance racial equity for us and the generation coming up behind us. It is not anti-white to use your voice and speak out on things that aren't right. And it is not anti-white to want to put your time and energy in causes, in initiatives, in programs that are specifically created to advance the progress of Black people. So I just want to be like real, like, because I know, I get it, I know, like, been there, done that, got t-shirt, all the rest of it. And it's important, but it's a process. So therefore it goes back to, you might have to sacrifice the acceptance of some white people who will perceive your actions as being anti-white. But back to Leanne's point, you can either focus on what you're losing or focus on what you're gaining.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
You know? So I just feel like it's you know, because we can't make these assumptions like this is real life. And I know what life is like for some, you know, working in some organizations where it feels like, you know, because if everyone's ignoring you and not talking about this, and you become one person that's doing stuff like that, that's got a whole different psychological thing.
You're baked.
Right. And it's also that thing about, I mean, you and I, Shireen, we talked about this before. We have to, and it's not easy, by the way, but we have to get past this thing of trying to prove our value. It's there.
Definitely.
We just have to start to lock in to see our value, which is very different. And it's only once we start to train ourselves, and as you, to your point, Shireen, it is all practice, because once we start to train ourselves to see our value, you start to move differently, and the moving differently brings discomfort. It brings discomfort to you. It brings discomfort to, you know, somebody said to me recently, I've noticed that you've become a bit of an activist on LinkedIn. I was like, no, I'm not an activist on LinkedIn. It's for the first time. I've always been unapologetically Black, but this is the point now where I'm unafraid to publicly walk in my Blackness in a professional arena.
Absolutely.
Right.
And like you said, Shireen, that takes time, but that's also where we have to recognize and see our value. And in seeing our own value, being able to recognize it in others. Because to your point, we don't all have to, this is a nice group that we all like each other, but we don't all have to like each other to do business. We don't have to, because the business world isn't about like, it's about how do we come together to leverage our power to make 1 + 1 = 3.
Multipliers. That's my term these days, multipliers. That's all I'm interested in.
Yes. I would have one request of the collective, in that knowing our own traumatic journey, that we all have more compassion for each other's position. I did say, and I'm going to shoot the acronym again, creatures of opposing nuances, and we know what it is. They didn't start out that way. And I think they've arrived there by circumstance as well. When we're more compassionate and we can actually break it down, as angry as we are, and we are angry, to put it in context, Palestinians hang their collaborators from lampposts. We just complain and we get to talking behind people's back, and we're so fragmented anyway. There are sometimes very powerful entities who can work together, who just won't, because there's so much history. Think about a Jay-Z and a Dame Dash. As genius as they are in their respective states, as damaged as they are as men, and I'm a highly flawed man, they are vastly more valuable together than they are apart. So you'll have someone who works from a grassroots level like Dame, who just wants the independence. Then you have someone who understands the corporate sphere and how to move. And I say this about the wealthy. Their job isn't to make all the noise and go and risk their careers and their incomes. It's to support those that do, so that when it comes time that they're attacked, they have that galvanized support behind them. If we have more compassion from the beginning, and it's not easy, you got to extrapolate yourself, because I've done it. I'm the worst, and I've gone at people like a bull. And I've taken the last 6 months to really have self-reflection in my spirit animal as a turtle. I put my head inside the shell and I listen to the God voice, and I make one step of incremental progress on a daily basis. But I recognize in my own hubris, in my own ignorance, what I was like. I was a monster. I'm running around the building butt naked. And as we realize that about ourselves, we can start to track it back. And that is the journey of healing. That's the ultimate reparation, the spiritual and psychological reparations.
Right.
Not the one, the money too. And if we are the spiritual and economic component, we can't get the money.
It's money,
right. No, not on me, sir. Not on me. But yes, 100%. 100%, right.
Oh my gosh.
Right, let me show you some comments.
Show some comments.
Let me go see what we got. I don't know what's been going on here, so let me see what we got going on here.
All I know is that on Instagram tomorrow, you're going to see, they don't know if they're going to put or go blind. That's going to be my post. Thanks, Steve.
Yes, Eric. Yes, Eric. Lady Divine just dropped off and she'll probably be back.
Okay.
Yes. So, in what you've learned so far,
I think those panelists there, they got a good idea, and that plan that they have, that committee that they have, they got to implement that into their mission statements and take what actions necessary to carry out the mission statement. You can't accomplish the mission without action, but you got to have a plan. And so as long as you have a plan to work by and you work that plan, you'll always see what works and what doesn't work. And you push and emphasize and double down on what works, and you learn from your mistakes as to what did not work, and you don't do that anymore.
Yep. As I was saying before, let me quickly do this. The organization is called ADPAC. Is this it? Hold on.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got the institution there, you've got the committee there.
Yeah.
The thing is that whatever plan you have made up by this committee, you work that plan. Now, of course, you may have to narrow your plan to be more specific, and then you re-expand your plan again, because it will affect more people. It will help out more people. But these are stages of carrying out the mission, okay? For the purpose in which your committee was even started, they gave birth to your committee,
100%. Okay, hold on. So, Lady Divine is back. Lady Divine is back. She did a runner.
Boy, is she tipsy?
Sorry. Yeah, chaos in this house right now. What's happening anyway? What did
Lady D, are you tipsy now?
Oh no, that ain't gonna do. I'm Caribbean, bro. That can't do nothing for me. We drink like fish out here.
Yeah,
and y'all
I'm
don't
a
get
Caribbean man.
Oh, so y'all drink so much like fish, you don't ever get tipsy?
She needs some white rum.
We can give the Irish a run for their money. We're Caribbeans. We have Ray and nephew. That says it all.
Yes, what's the white rum?
All right, okay. I'm taking your word for it. You know better than me.
Right, so like the white rum. Mm. So yes, this is Dean's organization. This is ADPAC, this African Diaspora Public Affairs Committee is addressing the British government for and on behalf of the British African Caribbean population with regards to the recent racist and ethnic thing going on. Where's the letter? I'm trying to find the letter. Yes. As he says, it's 258 pages of garbage. It's not easy.
Yeah, but see, the thing about it is that when you say
258 pages of wasting our damn time. That's what it is.
But see, the thing about it is that now when you have your committee or your institution and you say it's 258 pages of toilet paper, you got to explain how that is. You got to give a general explanation to the people that you're supporting, right? You got to give them some general explanation as to why it is 258 pages of toilet paper, so that they understand.
Can you see your screen?
Yeah. Wait. Hold on, because I'm on the ADPAC. I'm on their page. Wait, let me come back to the panel here. Okay, yeah. Okay, you're right. All right. Okay. Can you enlarge that any?
Yeah, let me try and enlarge it a bit more. Bigger?
Yeah, a little bigger still. Okay. All right, now let me see if I can read it. Yeah. I got my super magnifying glasses on now. Okay, the following statement is issued by the African Diaspora Public.
Send you the link.
I got it. I got the page. I got the page. As a matter of fact, I have the page now. But I'm reading this.
The statement letter.
Yeah.
That he read that. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just going to read this what you have here now, so I have a general understanding of what this is about. Okay, we recognize the 258-page Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities so-called report to be a litany of cherry-picked statistics to suit the government's propagated narrative. Our experience in the United Kingdom has shown us everything we need to know about the institutional racism that has led to the actual ethnic disparities laid out in the 2017 Lamy Review. We have no confidence in the government or Prime Minister's decision to appoint Tony Sewell as the chair of the Commission for Race and Ethnic Disparities. We recognize that the appointment of Tony Sewell was in line with the government's strategy to position so-called ethnic minorities to be the face of racist policy in order to cushion the impact of direct accusations. We only have to reveal the facts behind the hostile environment created by the conservative government under Home Secretary Amber Rudd, who put conservative policy into practice by ordering the destruction of British African Caribbean citizens' naturalization records. This was followed by the interagency coordination of the Immigration Department, law enforcement, the DWP, the NHS, and the local authority to establish a pernicious and hostile environment specifically aimed at those who were invited to rebuild Britain from the so-called African origin population colonies and their children. In light of 2020 being the 70th anniversary of the Windrush generation arriving en masse, this symbolic insult was highly intentional and well coordinated to make the British African Caribbean population abundantly aware of the government's stance towards us. The general inquiries held under previous governments that confirmed Britain to be institutionally racist, such as the McPherson Report and Lammy Report describe the true state of ethnic disparity in Britain, as did the inquiry into the Home Office under Amber Rudd, who was ceremoniously forced to resign for untoward illegal activity. What supposedly did she do? What was her?
We'll check that up in a minute. But
Okay, all right.
Last bit.
Okay, former Home Secretary Sajid Javid admitted full legal culpability for the intentional destruction of records, asset stripping, and kidnap of naturalized African Caribbean British citizens by his department, and expressed that compensation for this racial terrorism can end up costing the Treasury with £200 million in legal settlements. Damn. Wow. Oh my gosh, man. I mean, that's deep, man. I mean, that's deep and really funky, man.
So see the extent.
Sorry, Terry, let DC Brad on. He's been waiting in the back.
Okay.
Oh man.
Greetings, DC Brad. Greetings, DC Brad.
About time. I was like, yo, what is this? I'm a VIP around this beach. I'm waiting in the back. Now, how you been, man? How's everybody doing? Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Brad. Okay. Hey, listen.
Do not talk to me. We do not talk to men who don't have their polygamy game up.
Oh, lady, stop it.
What'd she say? What'd she say, rude?
Stop
What'd she
being
say?
mean.
Goodness.
Let's be serious now. Let's be serious.
Okay. Hey, listen. I'm going to go. I gotta go. Heat me up something to eat. So it's going to take me about 2 or 3 minutes to do that. After that, well, I'll be back. I'll put it this way. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I got to get something to eat.
What we talking about?
Yeah. But yeah. Update Brad on what we've been talking about.
I heard Thomas Sowell. Yeah.
Not Thomas Sowell. No, not Thomas Sowell.
Oh,
okay. About him. This is a British guy that's hip him to what we're talking about.
Okay, this guy's written a letter to Parliament in the fact that he's created. This is what I was trying to tell you about, Brad, before, in forms of the triangle. He's written a statement towards Parliament about this report.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm trying to understand. It seemed like I don't know if I'm reading it wrong. Are the things they said in the report just false? Like Afro-Caribbean and kids aren't doing good in school and stuff like that? Like it seems like that's what they're trying to indicate, that like the only reason why there could be racism.
Yeah. So what they're trying to say, it's not a system thing. It's an individual thing.
Yeah, that's all. Because it was like they mentioned culture, race. These are culture, race, religion. These are factors of injustice that are worse than racism. So, yeah.
So as we went through the video, it's just to give us a kind of a highlight. But it's 258 pages. That's a book. As Brad has gone for his little phone call, Lady D has gone for a little bit more of a wine, and Eric has gone for.
I'm here now, Terry. I'm just over it, to be honest. Like, no matter how much time you read this report or whatever, it is what it is. Now, whether it gets passed up or whatever and goes higher is yet to be seen. But the fact of the matter is, what they've done is blatantly downplayed the struggles of Black people, downplayed them. Thousands of boys I see up and down on the streets every day that are not even in education. Where's the report on the amount of Black Caribbean kids that are in Peru? See, this is what I'm saying. This thing is just a whole joke. I can't really take this serious at this point. I'm not going to lie.
So what's been happening on the YouTube streets, DC Brad? He's gone deaf again. Anyway. Yes, family. As we've been discussing and going through things, if there's any topics or anything you want to talk about, or you want to come on board and talk about your business, your services, this is a platform every day, 24/7, to come in and speak your voice. This is a platform where if you've got something to say and you want to promote or advertise, you know, please come on, as the link is in the chat. This is the link, as you can see on the screen. If you go press onto that link, it will bring you onto the panel. So if you have merchandise, you want to talk about your services, you want to talk about your business, please come on. This is what this platform is about. It's about a chat room where we can able to communicate and able to understand. As today we are talking about, should we go home? Should we stay behind? Should we work with the system? Or should we fight the system? Because it's time where we have to take action. Less of the talking and doing the do. You know, there's organizations where we don't have to invent the wheel and invest in it. Because everyone's saying, oh boy, I don't know, I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. But then there is organizations that you can take part in to push in that narrative. So if you feel like, you know, Google up AdPack and okay, Mr. J, oh gosh, he's back. Anyway, as I was saying, we're talking about breaking down on this racism and ethnic report thing, and we're looking and digesting and going through the documentations and looking at through the health system, through the school system, even through the police force. This document has been a big document and discussion that we've been going through. So, you know, this is for the family and to get a better understanding in forms of our research so that we're able to understand what we're talking about or what we're trying to do. Yes. So family, in forms of anything that you want to discuss, please put it in the chat or come in on board and let's have this conversation. Anyway, today is Sunday, and for the people that are in the belief of the big bunny, happy Easter. Hope you're eating and enjoying your Easter eggs with loads of chocolates and Kinder surprises inside it. But today, as we're talking about, should we stay or go home? Should we rely on the system or should we fight the system? What do you think, family?
Terry, I'm here, yeah. So let me ask you a question, and this is something that we need to have, you know. As a black man here in the UK,
yeah,
right, is that a question you ask yourself? Should you stay? Should you go? Like in your normal state of mind, you're thinking and reflecting. Is that the kind of question you ask yourself as a black man here in the United Kingdom?
Should I stay? For me personally, it's about creating my wealth and going home. 100%. My home is my priority. But then at the same time, I've got to be able to understand, depending on the woman I'm with, is where we make our joint decision.
Right.
It's ultimately your decision, though, Terry. But it's ultimately your decision. But I understand you have to converse with the woman. But it's ultimately you as the man of the house is Your decision.
You see, if you don't shut your mouth, and keep quiet, Bournemouth, Mr. I want to do polygamy but don't have a plan yet. If you don't shut your mouth and keep quiet. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Hey, Rich, my brother, don't you find it interesting there's always the sisters attacking the brothers for no reason, man? I find that weird, my brother.
If you don't keep your big mouth quiet too, Brad, I run things around here on this platform. I run things, so you obey.
I thought it was black family, and I thought the man was head of the family.
Head of the black. I'm the matriarch of this black family. Let's not forget it. Be clear.
Okay. Make sure you're all right.
No, but big and serious though, no, because for me, Terry, the reason why I asked you that, because it's not a question for us. Majority of us is not a case of should we go home, it's a case of when are we going home. Do you see what I'm saying?
It should be how
and where is home.
No, it's not. It's not even a question for me. Anyway.
I mean, how is it not? Now we know Terry is gonna home is Nigeria, but for a person like me, where would my home be?
And this is why I said for a man in the UK. That's why I made it a very specific question, Bourne, which said for a black man here in the UK.
Yeah.
That's why I asked it very specific. I didn't say black men in America. I said black man here in the UK. Is it a question that you ask yourself, or does it cross your mind? Or because for us, it's not even a question. It's when are we going home? When have we got enough money?
You know what the factor is? Depending on the woman I'm with. So let's use it as an example. If I'm dealing with a woman from Jamaica, then I have two homes. So in the fact that we go both back and forth and we feel where's the best place for us to retire.
I got you.
I hear that. How does the brothers in America, now let me rearrange that question and think for the brothers in America. As a black man in America, Brad and Bourne, is it ever crossed your mind, should you stay in America? Should you leave? What is the benefits of trying to make do with what you've got right now in America? Like, do these things cross your mind?
Sometimes, yeah. But what helps me is that realizing that I know my currency has more impact in Africa. So it's like, I believe my goal is to build up and leave.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Brad too. The ultimate goal is to leave because I know I'm not going to get my fair shake over here inside of the walls of America. We talk about liberation, but I honestly believe the black people cannot truly be liberated inside the walls of America.
Right, yeah.
I say
it's like an echo chamber, because the real truth is, if these people are superior on the echo chamber, where are you going to even get your position when they're going to still dictate no matter where you go with these people?
Let's shake it up a bit. I want to shake this conversation up a bit.
All right.
I want to propose this. If Black Americans were to organize, because I can say the one thing is when you talk to Africans from the continent and you talk about should you stay or should you go, they look at you like you're crazy. Like, go where? Why would you want to go to night? Like when I tell people I want to go, like I want to go to Ogun State, I want to buy a house because that's like where my clan is. I want to go there. I want to, have my kids know their culture. I want to meet the Aleki. I want to meet my king, all that stuff. And they're like, why? He's going to come over here once in a while. Meet him over here. Don't go there. They'll list of like SARS and gangs and, you know what I mean?
But let me broaden up the question a bit for you too, because I know Eric has already said that he prefers being where he's located now. He doesn't. He does prefer that better than America, but he would like to return to America one day, right? So I know where Brother Eric stands. But for you two, as foundational Black Americans, at least anyway, if you was to consider another place to be home, where would your ideal place would it be outside of America?
Nigeria or Ghana.
That shocks me for Brad, actually. Born Rich?
Yeah, I gotta
I hold the keys to the gate for Jamaica. Just remember that though while you're answering, yeah?
Like either somewhere in Africa or somewhere in South America. But I've always said I want to go to the place because I know white supremacy is global. So I want to go to a place that has the least amount of white supremacy.
Right.
Whether that's Africa, South America, wherever.
Right. And that's another thing that we have to consider as Caribbeans, because we will say, yeah, we've got our house out there, we've got our land out there, we're building, we've got our foundations and our roots are there. But let's not be silly here. As Caribbeans, we do know that Jamaica is still part of the Commonwealth. We do know we are heavily ruled and influenced by, these white people. So therefore, we cannot go there with a fantasy in our brain thinking that we're freed from them. We're under rulership of them. So we need to find some form. When I hear these talks on platforms about reparations and all of that, and I'm always hearing this money talk, hence why I never suggest money. I always suggest putting resources back into our land as reparations, building up our schools, our hospitals, our, job sectors, all of those things, and then take your hands off our country, set us free, take your foot off our necks and leave us alone. That to me is reparations. Well, we cannot have reparations and still be a hold or a tie to these people, especially when Jamaicans in so much debt. I don't think we'll ever get out of it to the British.
So that you're talking about repatriation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a sticky one for us Caribbeans, differently. Yeah.
You know what? As I said, it's wherever it's less, and you're able to work with the same situation. Is best if we can make that colony or even create a foundation. At least, even if we don't leave, at least the children have somewhere to go, like a holiday, or go somewhere where they can start to do something. But we need.
I know that's what Japanese people be doing over here. So they'll have like, if their kids were born in America, they'll send them back home for like the summer, so they can like experience Jamaica. I'm not Jamaica. Sorry, they can experience Japan.
That's my exact point. Eric.
Yes.
So what you read just not long ago, what did you think of it?
Wow, I mean, that's so deep, man. I'm how can I say it? I'm flabbergasted, man, because I didn't know it was that deep, man.
Hey, where did you read it? If I may ask.
Okay, let me put it back up. So you can see what we was talking about in the forms of the document that the committee that has been formed to get these people accountable for. So, can you see it, Brad?
Yeah, let's see. Following the statement issued by African Diaspora Public Affairs Committee on behalf of the British African Caribbean population. Is this in response to the recent report?
Yep.
Okay. Right. We recognize that the call the report. Oh, Tony Stoll. Okay, keep going. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Keep going. Wow.
I mean, that statement is no joke, man.
I'm in light of the 20. Scroll up a little bit more. Caribbean population abundant. The genuine inquiries are held from the British to be institutional basis such as this report describe the true state of the ethnic disparities in the Britain. He's in the office. Wow.
Yeah.
Former Home Secretary has admitted full legal. Oh my God! 200 million pounds.
Yeah.
What?
Wait,
is that supposed to be like reparations or something?
This is just in forms of legal. Remember, this is legal settlements.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not reparations. That's legal settlements.
This is recognized by the British government. It's officially recognized.
Brother Nito, hello. I like him. Where's Queen? I hope she's with you. I hope she's with him. I like him. But unlike Born Rich,
so is the report trying to state? Is the report trying to state that, like, oh yeah, Britain used to be racist, but not anymore. We're good. You know, it's over now. Is that the whole point?
It never had it.
Oh wow, no, wait a minute. They had a whole sign saying no blacks, dogs, or Irish, like that. That wouldn't, you know, about that little tidbit.
Mm-hmm. See, you know, I will go through the document. The document is long. It burns your eyes. But in forms of the content of the document, it goes through every department, and what happens is that the people that are doing the assessment do not have no connection to the community itself, nor the parents, nor the children, not even in the facts of the social services or probation officers. They're not even connecting to them because they know if they go to the social services, it will blow up.
Here's my question: Are they?
There.
There's a tactic. Is this seems like this is the same tactic they're using in the U.S. So to address police brutality, right? They mentioned a statement that it's not police are racist; it's just police are poorly trained for the community.
Yeah.
So what they say is that, like, because the population is mainly white people receive the same level of mistreatment as black people, or even greater than. So it's like it can't be racism; it's just bad policing. Is that what they're trying to cop out here by doing?
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. And if there is any racial mistreatment recognized, whatever, then that's when that 200 million, whatever it was, will be used as compensation towards the Black African Caribbean communities. But they know for a fact they're never going to admit it. Hence why this report's come out. Whereas now they can secure that they would never have to pay that. Because remember, it was a case of if they can establish that there is such thing as racial systematic what's the word again? Systematic racism, that would have been the compensation, yeah? But they can't establish now that they've said that no, we don't think that it actually exists. We think it's an individual thing. We think it's it's not a systematic thing. Therefore, you can say goodbye to that compensation. Now black people that is crazy. It's a setup.
Yeah, but that's the same thing with the reparations. The same format. They'll say, "Well, we bailed you out from these corporates that don't exist."
It's just a way to not be financially burdened by us. And think about it. Even if they was to give African Caribbean people back this money, the fact of the matter is, even if they gave us this compensation, as in, this is your compensation, by the time we pay back Britain what we already owe them, especially as the Jamaicans, call it that money day is gone. It's gone. So literally what you've basically given money to be giving it back.
Don't forget, they might give it to Black Lives Matter.
No, because it clearly says on the document African Caribbean, so it clearly says who the money would be designated to. So it wouldn't be like East African.
No, I'm just saying if Dean is not putting up this organization, the government are going to look at who are the representatives for the organizations, and the only one
that's what they did to us.
Yeah, and they'll just say,
but Black Lives Matter does not represent African Caribbeans.
But that in the government's eyes, it's different.
No, it isn't. They do not represent African Caribbeans. In fact, we don't even have such an organization to represent African Caribbeans.
Exactly.
So therefore, they will have to establish one. And if that's not the case, then they'll have to go directly to the countries of the African and Caribbean community, meaning all the islands in the Caribbean that we came from during the Windrush, and pay the governments there. They wouldn't directly go to an organization. They'll pay the direct people responsible for these people, which will be our governments, innit? The Caribbean.
Yeah, but that's when you're doing reparations for a country. But we're talking about the people that are in this country at this precise moment.
Yeah, and we don't have one. There's no such organization that represents
and that's
us
my
as
point.
African Caribbeans.
Yeah,
And
so
Black Lives Matter definitely don't represent us. So who would that? They will have to make. That's what I'm saying. We'll have to make one in order to receive that sum of money.
And that's what this guy Dean is doing. He's making this committee for the people to able to utilize and do the job that needs to be done. And these are the kind of things that we need. We need these institutions as soon as possible before we leave everything to the last minute. It's crazy. But yeah. So what else has been happening on the YouTube streets as it's this beautiful Sunday?
Oh man, today was fantastic.
A lot has been happening, Terry. We've got two black representative of men here, two fine specimens that believe that they can convince black women. Well, one's actually one's on the border. He's not quite there yet. He's making up his mind. That's DC Brad. The other one's gone way overboard and has no plan. But they're trying to figure out how they're going to convince us black women to join this polygamy life, and I'm baffled. My head's still itching from this morning.
Okay, so let's talk about this polygamy now.
Yes, polygamy, please.
Okay, do you believe men today can afford to have more than one wife?
Hell no, they can't even afford a pair of Jordan trainers. Stop it.
I can. It's just the quality of woman I want.
But then, in today's woman, do you feel that they both would agree? Unless you get two women that are deprived in their situation where they have no choice but not to. But would you able to get someone that is very independent two women that are independent and got their own business to do that, to go into that situation?
I mean, I think personally you have to have the to convince a woman to do it. I believe that she has to have come from at least a culture where the Yoruba women I talk to sometimes, they'll be like, they'll flirt with me and stuff like that, and I'll be like, I got a girl, and they'll be like, well, you're a Yoruba man, you can have up to 4 women if you want, and I think if she doesn't have that culturally in them, in there, you're not going to probably convince a woman from the West, regardless of how RBG or
And I believe that we're going to have to create a culture of polygamy. I think if we do create this culture, it will help combat the single parent, the single mother epidemic that we're going through. And I hear a lot of women say, well, it's not enough good men out here. So the good men out here should have to take on more than one woman, right? If
that's the thing though. It's not a scarcity though. That's the misconception. That's a lie. There's not a scarcity of black men.
I believe you're right. Okay. You're right, Brad. You're right. But we know that that's a stereotype and that's a talking point that even our black women use at times. So I'm saying, okay.
Another thing, black women aren't the majority of single mothers. There's not this 89% of black women are single mothers. It's half the negative stuff that's pushed on us. I'm gonna be real. There's something known as the missing father gene, and it was supposed to be something that was contributed to black men in America. That gene that statement came by the CDC based off one thing. It came based off Maury TV show.
So that brings the altercation in the fact. Let me reverse this. Do you believe that men can just have one woman for the rest of their life for over 50 years?
Yeah,
I don't think it's natural. But I think in the West we're forced to believe that that's how it's supposed to be. But I don't, and that's why that's why it's a lot of cheating going on, and it's a lot of men who have multiple women, but then they don't want to tell the woman because we've been conditioned to not. I don't want to share my man. It's mine. I keep saying it's a possessive trait that we hold that won't let us have.
But Born Rich, you understand something? I don't know if you're joking or if you're serious, Our literal community consists of, you know, monogamous relationships.
That's right.
Okay, like our actual community is based off of it. It's based off the notion of like I mean, you're talking about black men who cross we have a story of a black man that like he was able to escape from Mississippi, goes to California in the 1850s, comes right back, gets his wife, her sister, her mother, and brings them all to California. Okay, like we literally have that story. That, like I mentioned this morning, the reason why they insured us is because we used to kill for one woman.
But don't you find that that's happening now, Brad? In the fact that man will have a woman in the south and have another woman in the east.
But I mean, like I'm gonna say, infidelity is a human nature thing. Like sex, you know, that's not. But it's not like it's every black person. You know what I mean? Like I feel like we make it when we use statements like men have this. How many men are we talking about? And how do you quantify a statistic like that to say that like, oh, majority of men have you know, not baby mamas, but like, you know, side chicks. Yeah. You know, there are faithful men out there. There are men that like still respects the institution of marriage and the institution of love. Yeah, like that's especially our society. I mean, like African Americans are extremely old fashioned on a lot of things. You know, like how we engage with each other, to, you know, how we like see certain things. Like we may be politically liberal, but we're very socially conservative. You know what I mean? So there's some things that like, you know, that comes from our relationship to the Bible, our relationship to religion that like, you know, we just don't handle. And that I will say that there was a systematic war on the black family. I'll give you that. Like I'll never deny that. There was a systematic war on the black family.
Oh, no doubt. But then think about this though. I mean, you can't have what happened even after Reconstruction was abruptly ended, right? Mm-hmm. Expelled out of society, especially pertaining to new freed black women and black men who were previously enslaved. Okay, even with that, we had some of the highest intact family rates in America.
Still,
back in the beginning of the 20th century, man. So
that's why I personally say, Eric, that like if we be real with ourselves, our downfall didn't start until like I would say the late 70s. Like even in that, we were playing the system. Like you would have a black man go to work and he was never home when they collect benefits. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like we kind of complicate this. I mean, we complicate this a lot.
I mean, we don't have that culture of the polygamous marital familial culture. We don't have that. It's not, and whatever remnants we had of it was basically taken away from us when our identity and culture was taken away from us. So we built something else and it worked.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree. I think that's where we have to go. I mean, like I would say that it's culturally, especially here in the West, you're not going to, like even this morning when I was thinking about it, like trying to create a plan, if I have multiple women and I have like 2 educated sisters and I'm like, yeah, you both are going to have to be loyal to me forever. You're not allowed to engage in sexual relationships with any other man but me, but I'm allowed to engage in you're not going to convince intelligent sisters to follow suit to that. Because they're going to be like, all right, listen, you take her, you have 2, I have 2, you know?
But then let me ask this question though, Brad. If a man has 2 women, would he still cheat?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You just never know. Like there's some men, you know, there's some men that will base it and there's some men that won't. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's impossible for anyone to say that like, I think it's impossible for people to say that like, oh, this is how men are going to behave. You know, this is what men do. You know,
But
I just don't think
Brad,
that's possible.
that's not really true, because if we just look at men's behavior right now in 2021, and let's remove the polygamy thing out of it, yeah? So it's not polygamy what they're doing right now, but we do see men having multiple women pregnant all at the same time, maybe a couple months apart. So we clearly understand and see, practiced right here in 2021, that some men just, not all, but some of our brothers out here just cannot stay faithful for love nor money. They just can't.
Yeah, but you understand that that's like, you're gonna get that from sisters too.
No, that's
You're gonna
true.
get women that
Definitely.
you're gonna get that from women that can't stay faithful, or you get that from women that can't you know, you can get that from women who can't, you know what I mean? Because like it's
but the
thing
thing
is,
is women in the polygamy, women are not the ones that are gonna have the multiple husbands. It's gonna be the men.
and
So
that's
when
why I made the
Terry's
statement that
asking
it's
you,
gonna be hard to
so when Terry's asking you, like, even if the man has 2 wives or whatever, do you think he'll still remain faithful to the 2? That's not a guarantee, but at the same time, we can look at behaviors now and see men are capable of having multiple women, multiple different households, without knowing that they're practicing polygamy, without even realizing it, but they're doing it anyway, and still be looking for a side chick in between.
Yeah, but one thing I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
We can't take, like, because okay, I met a man that's from Kamasi, and he has multiple wives, and they live in separate homes. That's why everything I was saying this morning, I kind of picked up from him. He has separate homes, separate families. They do their bit, he takes care of the day-to-day stuff, like bills and stuff like that, but she takes care of, keeping her house fed. So her job is mainly keeping food in the refrigerator, and he does daddy duty sometimes, spends time with them, spends time with the kids. That's practically it,
But but in that format, there's a discipline. But in the Western,
that's what I'm saying. That's why you can't compare a guy who just sleeps
world,
around.
They're applying the same thing, but abusing it. Don't you think? In the Western world, because as you know, okay, let's take the marriage out of it, but they will have multiple women all over the place, and you have to look at it. Is it loyal to the women, or is it just because he just wants to get his oats and eat it?
Well, see, the excuse is biological, okay? But when you make that biological excuse, okay, what you do is you lower the standard of a human man to an animal. You understand where I'm coming from? Because they're saying, well, all mammals, right? And they say, well, people originated from animals, that we're animals, so therefore we act like animals. And we can't pull ourselves out of this animalistic behavior, which I vehemently disagree with, because in fact, it did happen that way in early 20th century America.
Yeah.
So what makes those people?
Let's think about like post-slavery. Like I like one thing I love reading about is how African American community was in like 1870 to like 1920s, where you had like black people taking on like 30-some kids from a plantation and raising them all under one name. You know what I mean? Like family was everything back then. It's like, how do we get back to that?
I mean, it's like even when, for example, Black Americans who were freed men, right? The Jacobins, for example, right? Yeah, they had people so-called as slaves working on their plantations. But the fact of the matter is this: it was nothing like chattel slavery. These men had bought people's freedom. Okay, and what these people did was, they worked the land, but guess what? They reaped from the harvest of the land too. They were well fed. They learned agriculture. They learned different skills. You see what I'm saying? There was a purpose to doing things the way that it was done. They weren't sold on an auction block. They didn't have mothers as incubators to have more babies to be enslaved, as in the system of chattel slavery. That wasn't the deal.
Yeah, I think that's where we have to look at ourselves as a people. Like,
but
are we?
But in saying that, Brando, back then, how do we know that people were doing it rife back then? But because of today, we have the social medias, we have the interaction, that things are more exposed to the general public. Where back
my
then,
grandmother,
it was more hidden.
Well, back then,
my grandmother was. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brad.
I'm just saying, my grandmother talked about, like, you knew the gay guy down the street, you knew everybody. I mean, like, everybody had, the social media did expose a lot of stuff, but it's like I would never. I feel like it's very I feel like it would be unfair. How do I say this? I wouldn't want us to sell short our potential in regards to, like, I wouldn't want us to sell short our potential in regards to, like, functional families. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. The fact of the
and
matter
I feel
is,
like we let other people tell us, oh, well, black women are angry. Every black woman's a baby mother. Black fathers don't know how to be dads. And stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we have to, like, there has to be a moment when we have to, like, think to ourselves, like, okay, time out. How are we going to define ourselves right now?
That's right. And how
I
you
just feel like we don't do that.
How you define yourself ultimately is how you live your life, how you build a community. Okay? Because words and speeches don't mean a damn thing.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be real, you're never gonna get rid of infidelity. It's sex. You're not gonna get rid of human nature.
That's true.
But
what
it's
I'm
like,
saying,
can you still build a society? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, DC, but this is what I'm saying. Because listen, I don't want the brothers to get the impression like, oh, the sisters are just not down for polygamy. They're Western. Cause that's what we heard this morning. We're westernized. We're this. We're that. The mentality, blah blah blah. But what the practicality is, we would be down for polygamy if there was an actual structure to it. And the structure that was presented to us this morning was not a structure. That was let's just try a thing and let's see how it goes.
If we want to do it like African, though, if we're going to do it from an African standpoint, you're going to need separate homes. And if you do a compound is multiple properties on one structure.
Yep. On one landmass.
Yeah, like you're gonna need, like you're gonna have,
and
like,
what about
4 different
schooling and
homes.
stuff like that? Like all of these little things need to be ironed out and creased out. Like, is there going to be schooling? Or we're going to do home educating? Like this. So when it comes to polygamy, people just normally see, oh, it's just a marriage, a contract. They all live together happily ever after in one big happy family. But no, there's many other issues that have to be addressed. And I said this earlier. You got to think about date nights, feelings, groceries, food, bills, schooling, education, pregnancy, healthcare. There's so much that goes into polygamy. If it's not thought about, it's just not going to work.
Yeah,
but personally for me, I feel like that's secondary, because you wouldn't even.
No,
you would probably have
not.
that. You would have that ironed out by the first wife, and if you're going to bring a second one, then obviously the first one's going to play a role in that. You're not going to be able to pull this off by just saying, like, I've never seen a polygamous relationship where it's like a guy starts out with, like, all right, you 2 women are mine. Like,
but that's what Bourne was suggesting this morning. What are you talking about?
But Bourne was just first of all, Bourne was up like all night. So you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Bourne was high.
It was early
I'm not
for
gonna
him.
lie, he was high
Let
as a
him
kite.
be.
But no, but
See, here he goes. Here he goes.
No, but because I did say, of course, wife number 1 is going to, in the hierarchy, she's going to be at the top of the food chain. Like I can't have wife number 2 without the agreement of wife number 1. So I'm not going to just run out and I meet 2 women and say, hey, I'm taking you 2 women to be my wife. No, we do something with wife number 1. And once we get to a place in our life where we're like, you know what, we can afford it. We're going to iron out, we're going to schedule it and organize it to where, you know what, we can invite another woman. And if she have she may have a child, she may have 2 kids, but we can invite them into our home. And now we can build as a team. I keep saying it's a team building exercise.
And to be
what
fair,
are the criteria that the first wife has? To what criteria can the first wife have to expect from the secondary sister wives? What is her list of things that she can and can't accept, or is there a criteria that you men hold as to what the woman can and can't reject to another sister wife for?
Oh, you're gonna have to have a system, and you're gonna
But
have
this is
to have.
what I'm saying. Bourne has none. That's my point. Terry, drop the link for Brother Nito in the chat, please, just in case he wants to jump on. Drop the link. But my point is he doesn't have one.
But what I'm saying, Born Rich, you have to have a written social contract, a written one that you can refer to, that you and your wife, you and the first wife abide by, okay, loyally, and that the first wife has to understand as well as yourself, hey, listen, this is what we agree to. You put your signatures, you fix your signatures to it. Once you do that, okay, you got to be all in with it. You could tweak it as you go along, but you can't tweak anything if you don't have it written down. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. This isn't. I don't know why I feel like we're trivial. I think we're making it trivial. Like, this isn't. Polygamy is not something you just pick up and do. You know what I mean? You gotta have to like.
Well, that's why I said
it's a system.
It's a system. Yes, it's a system of living. It's a system of system.
And you're not gonna be able to just flat out. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, this is gonna be well thought out. And then there's actually gonna be women. I'm gonna be real. There's gonna be women like the ones Born Rich is talking about, where they're gonna want, you know, all right, we all want to be under one house. You know, there's gonna be some that are gonna want to be separate, but that's gonna be the conversation between like the couples. Like, you know, I've seen various, you know, like you look at the show Sister Wives, you know, they lived under one house at the time and then they lived in separate homes.
Yeah.
You know? So, and like they did a whole cul-de-sac when they were in Utah. Like, you know what I mean? Like it depends on the situation. You're talking about case by case. But like the first rule should always be like, whatever woman you take on, you take care of. Simple.
Yep.
But this is the thing, DC Brand. If you remember earlier, go rewind to earlier. Born Rich's plan is a plan for the Black community, to help reduce the numbers of single mothers out here, So if it's a plan that he's proposing towards the Black community, he's got to sell it to the Black community. And right about now, he's winging it. He's doing it with a wing and a prayer, He's basically
it was like 5 a.m. for us, 10 a.m. for y'all. Like, how you gonna? You really are trying to grill this man. You really trying to grill this man on just thinking he's going to do.
He set up the show, with that intention of having that conversation. So therefore, if he's going to present this to us, come with a flipping structure.
I'm not going to take part in this. I'm not going to take part in denigrating my brother. Okay, it was early in the morning for him.
Sound good, or shut up and eat your food and keep quiet in it, because it sounds rubbish. So
well, I gotta admit, I have to admit, I have more studying to do. So I'm gonna study Malachi's report. I'm gonna study some of the forefathers who came before us who did polygamy right. I'll study him. I'll go back and I'll look at some of the Islamic brothers that have multiple women and see their structure, and I may have to borrow a little bit from their structure, you know, get in contact with polite.
There's a guy in Nigeria
who's handling his 4 wives and steal a little bit from his family structure. Go ahead, Brad.
There's a guy in Nigeria, right? He's a Muslim guy. He has 86 wives.
My gosh, man.
86.
And according to Islam,
there's a dude that was running for president. His name was Atiku. He had like 4 wives and like 16 kids.
I mean, because even if you do it from the perspective of Islam, you're still limited to 4.
I just don't see myself, because I can't, like, my parents are so traditional. I can't even see myself walking in the house. Here's wife 1, here's wife 2.
Yep. Myself, I can't see it either, because the thing about it is, but if you're going to do it, because who am I to tell another man how to live his life and how to build his family? But if you're going to do this, as you said, Born Rich, you're going to have to study that. Okay, you're gonna.
As he also said, if he doesn't get to do it the way he's got it planned in his weird brain somewhere, he's gonna cheat anyway. So this is the bit that gets me.
Yeah, that's.
But there's going to be. But the thing is, though, there's going to be women that are going to follow, like that are going to be okay with Born Rich's plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to, once you find a woman that's culturally, it's okay. Like, okay, we're a team building and things like that. Fine, I'll do this, you do that. You know what I mean? Like it's not a hard thing. I'm gonna be honest. It's like that's why like when I listen to him talk, I looked at like how I would do it would probably be like building a conglomerate or building a chain of businesses. You know what I mean? But the way Born Rich was proposing, there are women that will do it that way, like flat out. Israelite sisters, Muslim sisters that will do it that way. African spiritualist sisters too. There's a lot of African spiritualist sisters that will, especially within Ifa, that will do that. And I mean that. Like they will.
But even for them, when you get them together with you, you still got to have a plan. You got to have a system to work by.
Yeah, I mean, because like for example, like especially when you look at the what's them guys called? Not the Nation of Islam.
The Moors?
No, not the Moors. I just said them. The Israelites.
The Israelites.
Israelites. So especially ISUP. I think it's ISUPK, where it's just like, okay, we had sex, we're married. Like that's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Like, and these guys will have like 7, 8, 9 wives, and they'll put them all on public assistance.
Now, see, that's some bullshit there.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hold on.
How much wives does my Captain Zoriac have?
How many wives does he have? Yeah, he has multiple wives. Yeah.
I gotta make it to 5 then. Shit. I got 4
and he does
more to get through.
And I've heard him say he does the separate household deal.
Yeah.
He said
no, they all do that. They all do the separate household deal. That's a lot. That's
but if you got them all on public assistance, that means they're all living in Section 8 housing.
No. Okay. So I'm gonna be fair. Let me be fair.
Okay.
That statement was made because of a person known as Mighty Hebrew.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So you have to understand, like the Hebrew Israelites are not under one camp, so you can't really say like what 12 do here is what 100 do over there. You know what I mean? Like,
right?
Because there's some that are just like one queen until they die, and they kind of do it like the Muslim system. Like if one person says, "I want a divorce," they're not gonna hold her from it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And Eric, you said you keep speaking about a plan. Maybe public assistance is a temporary part of the plan. Like we're not gonna...
hell to the no. Now you're going too far. Hell.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Born?
No. When people say public assistance, that comes with a negative connotation. But
if
I have 3 wives and I say, okay, listen, the first year of our marriage, you're gonna be on public assistance. You know why?
I don't think you should do it though. I don't think you should be involved in that.
No,
because if you're not, because the thing is, the thing about polygamy from a man's point of view is that you're going to be the guy that's supposed to at least put up 75% in every relationship you're in. If you can't cover that 75% in like 2 in one relationship, don't try to say 2. You know what I mean? I understand the idea of stacking paper, but nah.
Yeah. Because the thing about it is, you as the man are supposed to be the paper stacker. Okay?
No,
you're the one that's supposed to have
to speak now. It's time for a woman to speak because you lot have gone too far. Initially, when he was talking to me and Anifa, we said to him, we've got our own money, our own strings of income, our own. So if we've got all of that, but we're just single mothers, yeah. What would make us be convinced to leave what we already have established as our single mothers to go and join his life? For him to come and tell us now that, it might be a time where we end up on... So I must give up my lifestyle that I'm living now to go and live with him on his compound, yeah, on public assistance, shopping from Goodwill, and then having to deal with his bullshit. That's not selling me polygamy.
Okay, now if we said, okay, now if you're in a monogamous relationship and you and your wife are living in an apartment and we know in the next 5 years we want to buy a home, then it's going to be some things that y'all are used to doing that you're going to have to cut back on or give up. You're going to have to give it up because we have a plan. We're trying to buy a house, so we can't go and buy Louis bags every other week anymore. We got to cut back on the Louis bags because we know in 5 years we have to put a down payment on this house. It would be the same thing if I asked you to go on pub. If come into here with us, you have to give up some of your freedoms, or I hate to say freedoms, but you have to give up your old way of life in order to build this team to where we can really get back to your life becomes better. but you're gonna have to
But Born
sacrifice.
Rich, you know what I'm saying is, I wouldn't even talk to those type of women. Like honestly, one thing you got to stop doing in this conversation is, Lady D and like Nine, they won't be a woman you would talk to. You wouldn't be trying to get Lady D in this situation. Okay, your goal will be, there will be women that actually will follow suit, be like, all right, cool, we're going to work together, do this. Like, you understand that there are women that will take on your plan, that you don't even have to worry about telling them to, like, oh, you're going to have to give up this lifestyle. They probably wouldn't even be in it. You understand? Like, name brands, like, getting big labels wouldn't even be their motivation. Family, home, substance. That's it.
Yeah.
You got to. I feel like the problem is that
in other words, lower your
you're trying to
standards,
pinch.
Born Rich. He's telling you kindly as your brother, yeah.
No, you're not.
Lower your standards and go and
No,
get a
that's
broke
not. That's
chick
disrespectful.
that ain't got nothing to offer to the table, so therefore she don't mind living on the bread.
Because you're trying to tell me no, because there's women that would take on his idea because they probably was like, all right, we're going to build something together. All right, like those women do exist, and it's my mother and father were like that. They come from good families and stuff like that, and they had access and things like that, but they built everything they had together. Oh, like, it is women out there that will be like, okay, I know today I can't buy that Louis, but tomorrow I will. And we're going to do it together. Yep. All right. But if you already got it yourself, like, lady, I'm going to be real with you. I wouldn't even see you in that situation. I would see you trying to probably find another monogamous relationship. Like, I wouldn't even see you trying to be polygamous. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this wouldn't even be a thing to sell you.
No, you're right, Brad. You're right, Brad. She will find another monogamous relationship, and that brother's probably gonna cheat on her, and she's in a polygamous relationship that she don't even know about.
Hey, Brad, you don't wish nothing good on the black community.
You don't know
you
that.
wish nothing good on the black community, much as the black mothers, yeah. But hear what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying. I'm being real. There are black women that would listen to that.
No, but
like,
hold on.
Fine.
You're not going too far. Yeah. You're going back again. Hold on. So my thing is this, yeah. It's not a case of whether I will be. I know I won't be. I already said that from the beginning of the conversation this morning. I know I won't be, but the fact of the matter is, if his thing is for it to better the black community, he's going to then have to convince women like myself that are very quite independent, very self-sufficient, very set in their ways and have things running, not the best, but as good enough to do their families, that leaving all that behind, there is a better option over here. And I'm just yet to have had the better option. So my thing is,
I think that's false, though.
If he can't test drive this past us as black women on the panel, how would it work for the black community? That's
but I don't think that would be. But you understand, it's to a certain class or a certain sector of the community that this would impact. Because it's kind of like saying that, like, yeah, it's for a certain sector. It's not for every black person. This is like, you've already made up in your mind this wouldn't be for you. So it would be for the ones who would listen. It would be for the ones who have an interest in it, who kind of has a cultural. There's a lot of continental.
Let me ask some of the sisters. Kushti, would you be down for this? Kushti, would you be down for this version of polygamy, sis, if it was presented to you? Oh, see, she already typed it from a long time. I just read it. I'm not down with this polygamy. Nope, not around here. See, if you can't convince our sisters, who else are you trying to convince?
But that's two women though. That's two. Like, honestly, there are black men. There are black men who wouldn't even do it.
Listen. So, from this morning, 9 said no. I said no. Kushti said no. Salsa said no. What's her name? Cotton said no. So literally, how much more different kind of, when we're all completely different, if you can't sell us this online, what black community of women are you trying to sell this to?
Black women that already have that kind of have it culturally ingrained. Like, you understand, the one thing you all have in common is most of you come from the Caribbean and most of you live in the West. But there are black women that would be for this.
Brad, stop your foolishness now. Listen to me good. That's the people he's trying to sell it to. He said us still got the high rates of single parents.
Yeah, and there'll be black women that would want it. There'll be black women here, but there will be black women. There will be black women that would buy into it. I know that for a fact. There would be black women that would buy into it.
All right, you lot are not getting. No matter how much I try, you're not getting it. It's all right. You lot go and talk amongst men.
Forget you think that you guys, but no, you guys think that four of you. Just carry on talking. You guys think that four of you. You guys think that four of you are the like complete embodiment of the black community because just because of the four of you didn't go for it. if that was a process, if that was a process
Did
of
you literally
convincing
hear
you,
a word I just say, or you just responding for the sake of responding? If
but do you understand that
heard
black
what I
women in the
said,
West, but black women in the West are not
actually
monogamous.
heard what I said, then you would have recognized what I said. If we are
Black women in the
completely
West are
different
not.
women, completely different lifestyles, completely different ways of looking for things. So I might like this. That doesn't mean anybody else does. I might like this. Doesn't mean it. We're completely different. This will be the caliber of women that he would want as wives. Different women, different qualities, different personalities, and all of that. Yeah. And if he can't convince us as completely different individuals that this is actually a good move to make, knowing you're telling us in the back of our mind, we might have to compromise. You might have to give up. Remember, he said, give up everything you've got, you know. Move into my compound. One wife works, one wife stays at home and look after all the kids and all of that. So essentially, she's given up all she's got when she could be better off sitting in a flipping social housing somewhere, collecting benefits or government checks or whatever, and being single if that's the case.
Yep, she's
Shopping
gonna be
from
single.
thrift stores.
Yep, she's gonna be single, and she's gonna get old, and then she's gonna be sitting around single, telling her nieces and her nieces about how men ain't shit. And girl, I did it independently, and I'm single. Look how I'm living. And the
But
rest.
honestly, though, Born. But what did I tell you though? Did I tell you that you shouldn't be trying to speak this to like a lady, or like a woman like them? Like you know what I'm saying? Like this is there are black women that would be for it, you know. But you're speaking to the wrong audience. You know what I mean? Because there's a billion Africans on the face of the planet. A billion. So a focus group of like, you know what I mean? Like this, if this experiment does not at all quantify, like, I mean, it's your idea. That's why I'm trying to correct you earlier. I don't think Lady hears me. I was talking to you earlier I was talking to you when I was referring to you like, bro, this is not something that you would want to talk to an individual sister, because she would want to think that like, all right, hey, he can sleep with 2 women, and I can sleep with 2 men. You know? So you're kind of going to want a woman that kind of has already culturally and
On the
indoctrinated.
same page. Let's clarify it. Born Rich, because I don't think he's on the same page as the rest of us, to be fair. So Born Rich, who are the women that you're trying? Remember, you're trying to clean up the single black mother situation in Americas, UKs, and all of that. Yeah. So who are the women you're trying to attract? African women on the continent, or women in the West, like how we are independent and everything we are now? Who are you trying to sell this idea to?
Well, I mean, whoever, but yeah, I would have to start with the women that's closest to me. So yeah, we'll be the women in the States.
Brad?
So, Born Rich, so you're saying.
Brad keeps saying.
Born Rich, I don't think she hears what I'm saying. So I'm gonna try this one more time so we're all on the same page. Okay, women who have with their own, like when I made the statement, women who are smart enough and are independent aren't going to want to take the idea of I have to be sexually committed to one guy and you get to be sexually committed to 2 women. So I said change your audience. I didn't say leave the continent. The whole diaspora, or the women, not all black women in the West are independent.
That's right.
Not all black women in the West have like, you know, what to do for themselves. You know, there are black women that are on public assistance and are like, all right, we can flip it together.
That's
but
right.
you're gonna, you know what I mean? Those are the women you can convince. Like, I'll take care of this, you take care of that. You know, we'll have this sister here and we'll build. There are black women that will fall for that. Okay, like I don't understand how is it what I'm saying is like so foreign.
In other words, those women who think that your plan helps them to prosper, help them to be in a better position in life than they are right now, would be willing to go along with your plan. While other women, such as 9 Ether and Lady Divine, who have their own
wouldn't have a need for it,
stuff like that, they say, well, we got too much to lose. We're not willing to give up what we got.
Yeah.
And boom, there goes the problem with the so-called single parent numbers still staying high. It doesn't solve the problem.
No, because not every single parent's the same, though.
Hold on, I never interrupted you. So remember he said earlier, oh, and if it doesn't work out, then we'll just kick her out. We'll just kick her out, and then you will add back to this single parent. Like, come on, man, I can't take this guy seriously.
Yeah, but you understand that's my point. I'm going to say it one more time. My point is he's talking to the wrong audience. Like I said, like you've already made up your mind you're not going to do it. So there's no point in convincing someone. You can't change a person's mind who's already made up their mind they're not going to do something.
Right.
Born Rich, I am not sharing. Let me be careful on what I say on this channel, but we're not going to have no community D running around here. You are not allowed to go outside of the marriage, and you are not permitted to pick up no other wives but me. Case closed. Move on. Next.
Yeah, and I think that's a Western feminist point of view. That's
Come on, Barbie. Come on, Barbie.
I do. I think so, and that's because we look at people as
You're not going to convince women talking to them.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Polygamy is a multi-marriage. So you're not going to cheat within a marriage. If you have 2 wives, you shouldn't be with any woman outside those 2 women.
Exactly.
The union of marriage should be there. Okay, so you have to view it as a marriage, not like multiple women. Not like multiple sex partners.
Not sex.
Okay?
Yeah, that's another thing. People hear polygamy and think sex and orgies, and it's not that. It's a business. It's a business, just like any marriage. It's a business.
So if your 2 wives say, you know, you're not supposed to be with anyone outside of us.
That's right.
You know, I mean, there's polygamous marriages that are like, there's polygamous marriages that are like, you're not going to be able to convince. You got to almost consult with her, like, all right, we agree that there should be another wife.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're not going to be able to just pull this off on some like, all right, listen, I want some new poom poom. Like, nah, you're going to have to like, you know what I mean? There's going to be a conversation. So like, if your structure is going to be for single Black mothers, those single Black mothers are going to have the ones that are like you've married. You know, like I honestly, for me, if I were to marry a single Black mother, I would want to look for one that possibly doesn't have any kind of connection to her baby father, so that the kids can take my last name, and it won't be any issue. So I don't have to worry about some random dude every weekend coming at me. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
Like I don't want to deal with that.
So how is that cleaning up the numbers? How is that lowering the numbers of the single parent Black
because
Black mothers?
Let me tell you.
If you're not willing to pick up women with children,
let me tell you, lady.
No, I said it might.
He didn't say that. He said women.
No, I'm just helping. I'm asking, how would that help the numbers? Forget the situation. How does that help to reduce the numbers?
Now, if you got
because you're talking about how many Black women do you think? Like, for example, if we go by the negative stigma that Black fathers are horrible people, how many Black mothers do you? How many Black men do you think in situations where a Black mother would be okay with like, he wants to take care of me, he wants to love me. All right, cool. All I have to do is say, take his last name. My kids take his last name. My baby father's not in his life. There's going to be a section of single Black mothers that are going to do that. They're going to have those kids. Like you kind of stop looking at this from a general sense, look at it from a situational or sectional sense, like different classes. You know,
the whole thing is this: the business venture has to convince the women you are talking about, the women you are talking to, right? The single mothers, right? It has to convince them that you're going to put them in a better position than they are presently in. Full stop.
Yeah.
If you can't do that, then they're not going to join you. But that's what DC Brad said the same thing.
I've been saying that. It's just because I'm Black.
DC Brad's been talking about he wants to have selective women and selective that and selective this.
No,
and these are the women.
Do you understand? You think all single mothers are the same, though?
Why does he talk over me? Like, what? Go on.
Because you're saying I'm saying something that's not true, though. Like you're making us like I don't even think you're hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay, the single parent community is not monolithic. They are completely diverse. Situations like what do? You know, the single parents that are single because of a widowed.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, because they lost a person, not because the person stepped out, or even if you have it where a person did step out. In comparison, you know what I mean? You're not like.
Yeah, it's situational, is what he's saying. I think.
Like I was saying earlier, before I was rudely interrupted. So DC Brad's gone in his head, that he wants to have like yes, it can work and whatever, but you're gonna have to have the right ones for you, or maybe like his particular stance he just said was to have women that ain't already got children or whatever. But the fact
the kids don't talk.
He didn't say that. He said,
but he didn't say them exact words, but he's put in that scenario.
He said single mothers who have children whose fathers are not in the children's lives.
Yeah, but
therefore the woman and the children takes the surname of
and they'll be able to benefit from what it. They'll be able to benefit from my family.
Even if he done all of that, and the father was not a part of the life or whatever, and he took on, how is he legally going to do that when you can only marry one person?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
I don't know how
because
it
of
is
the marriage. Because of the Marriage Equal Act.
Why is it every time I talk, like, go and talk, man, just talk?
Go ahead. No, I'm just saying. Like in the UK, I guess you can't do polygamy, but in America, it's called the Equality Marriage Act. You can have polygamous relationships on the federal level.
Can you really?
Yeah, under Obama.
Well, under Obama, but I'm saying, can you have it now?
No, it was signed. Yeah, it was signed under Obama. Like they did gay marriage, they're like, fine, we're gonna do gay marriage, we're gonna do everything.
Okay, well, if that's if that's the case, then like I said, then you got to think like what both of us were saying is that you got to have a situation where if you're going to have a polygamous marital and familial relationship in the social contract, it has to be like this. I think at the base, right? The women and their children have to take the surname of the husband.
But that would be in my situation though, because like I'm gonna say this, like another guy.
Let me
right?
know when it's time for me to speak without getting interrupted in it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh God, I'm gonna mute it real quick. I'm gonna go get some food.
Go ahead, Lady D.
Thank you. Finally, so like I was saying, anyway,
And where was the?
Stop it, DC Brad. Okay,
yeah,
go
he
ahead.
can do that all he wants, but he's just not gonna have a conversation. He's just gonna be making noise, isn't it? So carry on, Brad. Go on. I'll go on mute. Go on. Let's see what the audience does in silence. Go on.
No, Brad is muted. Go ahead. Lady D, Brad's muted. Lady D, Brad is muted. Okay, Lady D, I'm muted too. Okay, well, damn, nobody's talking now. All right, well, since nobody's talking, I'm going to go take a smoke break. I'll be back. Where is everybody?
Okay, I'm back. So wait, no one's been talking the whole time. So sorry about that chat and people listening. And this is what happens when these men don't learn the form of communication and learn to shut their mouth, wait for a response before they respond. This is what happens, because when you leave them with the floor, they realize very quickly they cannot hold a one-way conversation. It doesn't work like that. You listen, you close your mouth, then you open up your mouth, and then you speak to respond. But you don't talk while somebody else is talking. How do you hear what you're responding to?
Agree.
There we go. It's just called, normal courtesy of a conversation. That's how it normally works. So if you're here to have a conversation, have it. But if you're here to just talk over people and dominate and not hear another opinion, then it don't make any sense. You better just be a part of the chat.
I agree.
Yeah. So where was we left off anyway? Sorry, Eric, I went into the kitchen and all that.
Okay, we were still talking about the polygamous marital familial relationship. And where we left off, well, what I was saying is this, pretty much just chiming in on what or reiterating what DC Brad was saying, was that you have to have a situation in which the women who would be willing to do this, okay, with any man, whether it be born rich or any other man, he would have to assure her that she would end up in a better situation than she's presently in. Okay, because that's the only way it's going to work. If she's going to be in a worse off situation than she is to begin with, she's going to, he's going to tell you take a long walk off a short pier.
Which is what I do. Yeah, which is what I've done. I'm like, nah, not happening. Yeah.
So, but for me myself, no. I mean, I look at it this way. I grew up, okay, in a system where my two parents were just that. They were in a monogamous relationship. They eventually divorced because of issues that they had between them, which I'm not going to go into, but they were married. They were in a monogamous relationship, and that's what I grew up with. And that's how I saw and valued what a marital relationship is supposed to be: mother, father, and child, or children, and then you build on from there. And for me, quite frankly, it would be too much of a headache for me to marry two or more women and try to stay in constant communication with them, treat them all fairly, and have no bias towards any one of them. I mean, I know for me, I know myself, I know that's not going to happen. I know that the one that who's more like-minded with me and my thinking is the one I'm going to have my bias towards, and I'm going to have my deepest loyalty to and affections for. I know that, and
Indeed.
Would
that be something that's already established before a wife number two comes along, or when she comes along? Would that be a message be relayed to wife number two if it was that scenario for you?
Yeah, for me, yes. Because of course I got to consult with my wife, and we both have to choose you know, we have to be in consensus with the choice of the sister wife, you know, the second wife. And the thing about it is that's most likely she's probably going to say to me, okay, you got a second wife, but I'm the number one. I'm the one that was married with you first. I'm the one that agreed to go into this type of relationship with you. So I got top priority when it comes to the functioning of the family and the household and the income and all that type of thing. And quite frankly, I would have to agree with her, you know. And so the thing about it is that the sister wife, we would have to tell her that straight up and down, respectfully, but we would have to tell her this is the deal. You know, it's not that you any
And
less
what about
person.
children though, Eric? Because not even none of that has been even explored. Would they, like, say if a man has in a polygamous relationship, not to say this is going to be all men scenario, yeah, but say if he's in a polygamous you know, setup, yeah, but
Right.
he's got a heavy bias to one group of children, and then he has a bias to one particular wife, and like all of that causes complications.
Oh, it
That's what
does.
I'm seeing. Yeah.
It does indeed. That's why I said for me, I would never do it because it would be too much of a headache for me. Because I would know, I know my stand. You see what I'm saying? And my first wife, the main wife, the first wife, she would know our stand with us as far as our relationship is concerned. And so that second wife, the sister wife, she's going to know this too. And she's going to have problems dealing with that, you know, because she's going to feel like, well, I'm a second tier wife, you know, and that would be the situation. That would be the reality of it. She would be a second tier wife. It's not that we would treat her as lesser of a person, but within that that marital and familial relationship, yeah, she would be second tier.
Yeah, I just think Mr. Rich has got a lot to think about before, you know, getting this polygamous life together. There's a lot to but from now where he stands at the moment is he's not allowed to, in it. So it is what it is. He can think all he wants. He can write in his diary about what he wishes for it to be. It ain't gonna happen. He's never gonna get it because I'm making sure of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he would have to, like he said, he would have to study it more to really think that, okay, well, can this really work? Am I really willing to put the work into it to make this type of social contract between myself and multiple women work?
And
Because
how much jobs do you reckon a man's got to have to keep this lifestyle going?
Well,
does anyone know?
I mean, the thing about it is that he's going to have multiple streams of income because he's going to have to have plenty of income. And if it's a situation where, say, for example, the first wife, he has 2 children with her, they're healthy and everything's good, but the second wife, he has a child with her, and the child may have some type of birth defect. And that birth defect means that child has special needs, which has to be paid for, therapy for it, perhaps sections of special surgeries and things like that. He's got to pay for that, you know. He's got to have life insurance to pay for that, you know, life insurance and health insurance to pay for that, you know, for these children, you know, or for that child. I mean, so yeah, you're gonna have to have a substantial amount of money to take care of those practical economic expenses.
But remember, he's not the man that wants he's not the polygamist that wants a family living on a compound in different like houses on a compound. He's a man that wants to have a compound with one big house and have them all families combined in this house. That's not going to work in 2021.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, that's something that he's going to have to talk about with, you know, with the first wife and with the second wife. I mean, I mean, they got to lay it out and say, okay, well, we're all going to live in the same house, which means what? that means that that house is going to have to be a mansion, because these women, they're going to have their own bedrooms with their own boudoir, their place to hold their own, you know, their own wardrobe and all that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And depending on if he's got if he's marrying, let's say he has only 2 wives, right? Now suppose one wife wants a prayer room, and suppose the first wife wants a prayer room also, so they can go in there and pray, okay, and not have to wait online. You see what I'm saying? That's another consideration you got to take into account. Are you going to deal with women who are of faith or not? That's another thing you got to deal with. Suppose you got one.
Think of that. What about ideologies? I didn't even think about ideologies. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because you got to think about, well, what if one wife is a straight up atheist and another wife is a Muslim? Okay, or the other wife is a Christian or a Buddhist. I mean, you got to deal with that.
And then they got he has to he probably now I think he did say from the beginning the African way, RGB. I think he did mention that earlier. But then the thing is, even if he goes for that, oh my days. You know how much different naming ceremonies and stuff he's gonna have to go through for each baby he produces?
Yeah, man. And then check this out.
You might have to think your plan out again.
Yep. And then check this out. Suppose all these women want baby showers for each and every one of their children. Okay? That's another thing.
Oh,
you know.
Boy. Baptisms and all sorts of things. Like, jeez.
Yeah. And how are the families of these wives who are going to be the grandmothers and grandfathers of these children, of these wives, how are they going to deal with that type of relationship with their daughters being in this type of relationship with this one man? That's another thing he's got to deal with. That's another headache. Because
it's really not a headache, because I'm not marrying their parents. I'm marrying them. You know, me and married women and the parents disagree all the time. So,
I can't imagine why, boy.
But if you want, but listen, if you want a harmonious relationship, okay, between your wife and her family, I mean, suppose she does bring that issue up, though. Born rich, you got to deal with that.
Yeah.
Or either you say to her, okay, you and I are not going to work out. That can be. I mean, that's another possibility also. But these are issues you're going to have to deal with in talking with these women.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, Eric. But I can't be too much worried about the parents disagreeing with our lifestyle choice.
Rich, have you met my parents yet? You should be worried, very worried. My dad's a Rasta, and my mum ain't. You best be worried, rude boy. You best have some big talking to give my father.
Okay, now, Born Rich. Now she's see, Lady D. She's giving you a play, and she's being honest with you, telling you about her father and her mother. Okay, and what their ideologies are. She's giving you a hint. Take heed.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's gonna be weird. I mean, even for my family, like my family would think it's weird at first. Like, oh, you got 2 wives. You know, everybody's gonna be curious because it's gonna be something new. But I say we're gonna have to create the culture now. I'm not messed up with being the first to do it.
Right.
You're the first one to do it. Somebody got to kick the door down. So
I agree. I agree with you on that. You know, anytime you have an ideology, you know, or a way of living life, and think about living life outside of the status quo per se. Yeah, I mean, of course, you got to be willing to step up and take whatever comes with it. You know.
So what I want to ask Born Rich here, because this is his ideal world, isn't it? So I'm just trying to explore his ideal life, and his ideal world, So let's say that you've got this polygamous relationship going on. You got like 2 or 3 other wives. Everything's going okay, Born Rich, and everything, you know, sister wives are all okay, whatever. Then one day something happens out of the blue. Something happens, and they go from now being sister wives, caring for the family, and, you know, all in one unison kind of thing, to now arch enemies. How do you, as the head of the household, the man of the household, handle this?
Well, did you see that video of Nature Boy when he had Velvet and the other girl fighting? No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. No, you sit them down. You sit the women down like you would do anybody. All right, we sit down and I remind everybody what the ultimate goal is. Like Eric said, I pull out that contract that we signed and say, look, these are the rules. We wrote it down. Everybody put their signature on it, and now you guys are breaking this contract. This is not part of the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal, we're a team. So I can't have my 2-star players on my team fighting and being arch enemies. It's not going to work. So then
Rich, they might respond to you in a Betty response. They might say, we own the panani, we make the rules.
But okay, I'm going to say you're right. We did. The punani, you did make the rules, and it's right here in this contract. And you, like I said, you guys are deviating from the contract. If you guys are going to bicker and argue and become arch enemies, then we've lost focus of the goal. And that's when I'm going to tell them you guys are being selfish. You know, this is a team. We're building as a team, and you guys are thinking about me, I. It's not going to work. And I think once I break that down to them, they'll be like, you know what? Oh, you know what, Born Rich, I was wrong. And then they'll apologize. They'll hug and make up, and we'll get back to regularly scheduled program. You know, let it be.
I got another scenario then, yeah. Okay. So obviously, we know that you're already a father, yeah, and you've already got children. Yeah. Now, what happens if you pick up a woman that you want to make your main wife, like your chiefess wife, but your children don't gel well with her? But you believe this woman's the right thing for you. She's the only one that's down with your mad ideas. She supports you. She has your back. But just her and the children don't get along. What happens then?
Oh man, I'll have to sit the children down and let them know, hey, we got a plan. We got a plan.
Oh, and hell no.
We do. We have a plan. And I need you to try to figure out and make it work for the plan. The plan is beneficial for all parties. And if you guys can't get along, then the plan is not going to work. So I'm going to always go back to the plan. Look,
no, you can't do that. See, this is where you're messing up big time now. The children are the ultimate decision maker. They have to live with this woman, have Vera as a stepmother, Vera as a part of the household now. They don't want her. They don't want a stepmother. They don't want you to do this. They don't want their dad with another woman. They want their dad the way their dad is now. How do you deal with that?
I'm going to tell her, I'm just going to say, listen, the way dad is now is I'm miserable. Do you want your dad miserable by himself and being single? No. You want your dad to be happy so I can live my best life and put me in a better place mentally. And those emotions and feelings will trickle down to you guys, because I guess it's in a sense they say happy wife, happy life. So I don't know what rhymes, but happy dad, happy something. So you want your father to be happy. And this lady makes me happy.
Yeah.
That's something you have to talk to your children. If I was only dating one woman, right? I would still have to say, okay, listen, I love her. And then my older children, I have to be honest with them. Hey, I'll just tell them, hey, y'all, she's not going anywhere.
Oh, hell to this. I can't believe this guy.
I know it's harsh, but I got to sit my children down and say, look, she's not going anywhere. So y'all figure out a way to figure it out. She's not going anywhere.
Boom, Rich, I need to meet your mother. She owes you a beating, you and your brother. I need to meet your mother so she can bust your ass. This is ridiculous.
But Lady D, come on, Lady D. In all fairness to Born Rich now, if he's a father, okay, he's responsible for caring for them and understanding that they may not like the woman. Now, if it gets to the case where I have to make a decision between the wife and my children, okay, because there's such enmity between them, yes, I'm going to pick my child. I can always talk with another woman that's more compatible.
That's what I'm saying, Eric, because if it's up to us women, yeah, I know 99.9% of us, yeah, we would say if our children are not down with it, it's definitely not happening. He's talking about convincing the kids to make it work for you to stick to the plan.
They have to.
Well, of course, that's the way you want to do it to begin with. That's what you want. You want peace between the stepmom and your son or your daughter.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, the son and daughter do have to follow the rules of the parent too.
Thank you.
They got to get it done too.
and they can't give me an ultimatum. Like I would tell my kids, like that's not fair. If y'all tell me, well, you know, Dad, you got to pick. It's either us or her, and I would say that's not fair. Why would you do your pops like that? Like you guys should try to.
They will tell you born rich. They'll say, Dad, life ain't fair. Get over it. Now what?
Man, I would say, does she abuse you? Right? If she doesn't abuse you, if she don't make you feel like a piece of shit, then like I don't know. What could the beef possibly be about? Jealousy?
No, it could be just that they just don't get along. Their energies don't gel together. They just don't like her. There's a strong disdain for each other, or they just don't want her to be a part of their lives and share their dad with her. You know, it could be anything. Like these are kids, isn't it?
That's unfair. That's selfish. That's selfishness.
But it happens. It happens, Eric, brother. It happens.
I know it do. And that's selfish. Those are selfish children that feel and act like that. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. You can't just. I want my parents single. Like, Dad, I want you single forever. And I just let them know. Like I said, no, I was single and I was miserable single. This lady makes me happy. I'm spending the rest of my life with this. I see myself spending the rest of my life with this woman. So if you don't want to come off like a selfish, bratty child, then you're going to have to help your dad out and make it work. Now, if you guys' energy's not gelling, then I guess you try to stay away from her as much as possible. But at the end of the day, she's not going anywhere and you're not going anywhere unless you choose to leave.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You
give and
men
take.
are heartless. Go on, Eric.
No, it's give and take. Lady D.
Oh my God.
The children. Listen, Lady D. Come on. The children have to be willing to give some. Okay. The children cannot manipulate the father that way. Come on. Neither the mother.
Because then what if I leave that lady? If I leave that lady, Lady D, and then I get with another lady, and then my children say, well, we don't like her either. Then I gotta
that might not be the case though, Bormich. They might like another one, but this particular one that you're adamant is the one for you that can add, that has part of your plan, or she understands your plan better than you expect. Yeah, that might be the one you're destined. You think you're destined to be with, but the kids are like, nah, we don't get on. How? I'm just trying to figure out how would that scenario work, innit?
Yeah, it would be a little difficult, but I would have to have a conversation. And like I said, I would have to use my authority and say, listen, I'm the father. This lady makes me happy. I'm sorry if you don't like her. I apologize.
But it is what it is, Lady D. I mean, the father is the father. He's responsible for providing rules and principles to live by, as well as his children's or child's maintenance.
So the plan, sticking to the plan, is much more better than the happiness of the child or the children. That's what I'm hearing.
Stop it now. You can't slice it like that, Lady D. You know you can't. Stop it. Stop that. You're playing devil's advocate now.
For real. And I would tell my children, I'm gonna let them know this is why this is unfair. Because as you get older and you start thinking about marriage, what if I don't like your husband? And you're in love with him, and I don't like him. I can't come into your household and say, well, you know what, baby girl, I don't like him. You should got to pick between him and me.
That's a false equivalence, because this is the problem. Even if your children grow up here and they get partners or whatever that you don't like, the difference is you don't have to live with them, whereas this child has no option but to live with you and their wife that they hate. Unless they run away from home, I don't know.
Yeah, we would do team building exercises to try to figure out maybe a little counseling, therapy. But we could massage their relationship and make it work, Lady D. It's not the end all be all. It's people online or people in my life that I didn't like at first, and now I'm cool with them. After a little hard, a few conversations and a few team building exercises, I enjoy certain people now, and I think that my kids will come around.
I'm just trying to think of scenarios that will cause up little ruptures in this so-called polygamy.
Yeah, I know.
And how you would handle these scenarios. That's all.
That's why I said you're playing devil's advocate.
I have to. He hasn't thought his plan through, so I have no choice but to have to force him now to think his plan through.
Yeah.
I'm going back. I'm gonna go back to it though. I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna start doing my research on Dr. York tonight.
And then I mean,
Eric, tell him for the last time. I'm tired of telling him there is no research for him to be done because it's not happening. Like what part of that is he not getting?
See, you hear what Lady D is saying to you, right, Born Rich? She has put it in her application and she's telling you what the rules are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I think somebody said it last night. Lady D's really on the fence. That's why she's so intrigued. And right now she's shooting all these ideas down. Like it was like cryptocurrency, right? Everybody was so curious and it's like, man, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work until they see it work. So I think Lady D would probably end up being like wife number 3. I would have to show Lady.
You're having a bloody laugh. I'm like number 1.
I would have to show Lady D that I'm in a successful marriage with 2 women. We've been in a successful marriage for 5 years. We started out on government assistance, and now 5 to 10 years later, we have the compound. And then Lady D would say, "Oh," and then she would get the testimony from the 2 wives, and the wives will tell their testimony, and Lady D would be like, "You know what? I'm willing to give it a try." And I think she would give it a try and come in as wife number 3.
Even if I was doing as you said, and leaning on towards the polygamy side, number 1, I couldn't be no other than wife number 1. Number 2, I ain't giving up my income for nothing. So you got me all the way messed up. Yeah, if you think I'm sitting at home looking after no damn kids, you got me messed up. Yeah. And number 3, I like my independence. So getting away from this so-called compound, or I actually changed that word to prison that you call home. Yeah? I need to get out every day, at least for 8 hours a day. So I need to go work. I have to be wife number 1.
Yeah, but we would know that about you. So I would tell the other wives, y'all know how Lady D gets. Let's let her go. Let's put some money in her pocket and send her on a week-long vacation to clear her mind. And she'll come back. She'll come back in a better state. Let her go get a peace of mind. And when she comes back, she'll be ready. She'll get out of that little funk that she was in and come back. And if we know that Lady D, if Lady D does that a couple times a year, then we prepare for that. Oh shit, Lady D's in a funk. Let's send her away for a week. Let her clear her mind, and she'll come back.
Oh hell no!
And then we'll budget. We'll budget for Lady D's clear her mind vacation that she needs 2 or 3 times a year. So we'll prepare for it. Yeah, we'll prepare for that, Lady D.
Okay. And how much times do you reckon you're trying? How many wives is the most that you're willing to take on, Born Rich?
Oh man, probably 3.
Okay.
Probably. I probably 3. I probably would cap it at 3. I ain't gonna lie. I would, because then I don't know. I think if I go more than 3, then you really start messing with the chemistry of the house.
Yeah. Now you're starting to make a cult and all them thing there, innit? Yeah. Now you're trying to do a Dr. York.
Yeah, I don't want to keep on throwing off the chemistry of the house. So I would probably just leave it. Once Lady D comes in as wife number 3, then we'll shut it down.
I told you that. This guy. What part of I'm not gonna be no number 2, number 3, no nothing. In fact, I don't even take to be a sister wife. You're not allowed to marry outside of me anyway. So shut up, man. What are you talking about? You're not even allowed to take the other wife but me. That's the rules you made when you went to them, said your vows, and you made the commitment to me. So yes, babe, basically, Born Rich, you're mine and I'm yours, and that's the end of that. There's no polygamy. That's that.
I hear you.
He's not listening to a damn word.
I hear you, Lady D.
Listen, listen, Born Rich. Lady D is put in her verbal app. Okay? Take heed to what she's telling you.
He's telling me that he don't care what I'm saying. All of that's for the cows. Yeah, he don't want to hear none of that bullshit. Basically, he will marry me and he's going to marry other women and take on other wives regardless. Or he will cheat. That is his original statement. Either he gets to live his life the way he wants to, or he's going to cheat. What kind of ultimatum is that?
but I know my history. I know my history. I've cheated on every woman I've been with. So now I'm at the age of my life where I want to organize it. So it won't be cheating. I want to organize my extra curricular activities. Just organize it so nobody gets hurt. Or I could just have one.
Nanifa was right about you, you know. You only want one thing, and that's different women to sleep with. That's the only thing you
care about. That's not true. I think I was looking, even when I was cheating, I still think in a weird way, I was still trying to build a team. I was just building it in 2 separate households. And I was going about it in a sneaky way. But now we don't have to be sneaky with it anymore. We're gonna organize it.
You ain't gonna be organizing nothing but keeping me happy for the rest of your days and praying to the gods that you don't ever get caught cheating while I'm your wife, because it'll be peak for you.
Yeah. Terry, we got Melanated in the back. I know Melanated is with it. I think I've spoken to her before, and she said she's with polygamy. She's open to it if it's done right.
What kind of stupidness did you sell to her to make her buy into your rubbish? Because what we've heard today is a whole load of rubbish. Yeah. What did you sell to her?
Nothing. But I think Melanated is with it if it's done right. It has
You
to be
sold her
done
a
right.
women a pipe dream. You sold her a women a pipe dream, yeah. Because what we heard today is nonsense. You couldn't convince none of us sisters your way's the right way. So what did you sell to her?
Nothing. I mean, I just told her what we doing. See, she said, "Yeah, right. Yep, she's right." I told you she's with it. Oh, and I didn't have to sell her anything. Melanated know what's good for the community. She's about Black empowerment, you know. Yeah, she know if it's 4 single women, if it's 4 single mothers, and I married 2 of them, now bam, I've decreased the number of single mothers.
You decreased the number of single mothers.
Yeah, decreased it. You're right. Decreased the number by 50%.
Exactly, indeed.
And that's what Lady D kept saying. How is this helping the single mother problem that we have? Well, get more wives. Terry, we got ladies in the back. Get them back, Terry. I don't know what Terry at. But yeah, man, I'll get the plan. Like you said, Eric, I'll get the plan together and I'll come back to the table. I'll come back to the table with a better plan, and because like Lady D's right there, she's on the fence. Now, she plays tough. She want to play tough, but she's on the fence. It'll be something different, but she'll enjoy it.
Well, Melanated Goddess says, "You funny, Born. You need a plan, and it needs to make sense." This is what Melanated Goddess is saying.
Yeah, it'll make sense.
But then, but Lady D, she's still saying, "Nah, hell to the nah."
Because it's not part of the culture, and nobody's really seen it work. You know, they got horrible examples. I say polygamy, they think of Nature Boy, and it's like, no, that's a horrible example. So I would have to show them.
It is. See that's the problem though. We in the West, we got a big problem with the obsession with celebrity. And in the U.S., we got it worse than I think anybody else. We got celebrities for examples for everything. You know,
you're right. Now you're right, and I ain't gonna lie. Even these panels talking to people from the UK, they made me realize that I cape for celebrities way more than I should.
Yeah.
That's something that I've been working on in the last 4 to 5 years. It's like, yeah, you got to stop caping for these people, because a lot of these people aren't who they perceive to be, who we perceive them to be. So,
because I remember one time it was who was it? It was DC Brad. It was Nine Ether. I don't know if Lady D was there or not, but it was a couple more of us, and we were talking about, you know, what celebrities, who are the celebrities that we like that are in the music entertainment field, right? As far as singers or you know, or hip hoppers, you know, their bars, and or even, you know, instrumentalists, jazz musicians and things like that, right? And so we all happen to mention what's your girl's name? Oh, Lauryn Hill, right?
Uh-huh.
And I said, well, Lauryn Hill, I said, as far as her stage presence, as far as her music, her voice, and you know, what she's spitting and whatnot, yeah, she's got a voice of an angel. You know, and you know, her video presence, stage presence, as far as that's concerned, as far as her being a musical entertainer is concerned, yeah, I got nothing but love and praise for her. But at the same time, when I think about her as a whole person, okay, when she was with the Fugees, she was on the DL with Wycliffe Jean.
Yeah.
And Wycliffe Jean was married at the time, you know? And I said, so I mean, if I look at her as the whole person, yeah, that's a chink in her armor right there. You know, she knows that this man was married, and she got with him, you know, or let him talk her into it, you know. So I was talking about Erykah Badu also. I love Erykah Badu's voice. I really do. As an artist, as far as I'm concerned, she's lovely. But the way she lives her life off stage, you know, as a whole person, no, I could. That would be a headache that I would never venture into. I don't care how much money she got. You know, I mean, I just couldn't get in the program with her. You know,
what is it about her, Eric? What is it off stage that you don't like about her?
She did some shit where she was walking outside nude when she was pregnant, man.
What's wrong with that?
Come on, man, stop.
I know, but I don't know, Erica. She embraces her skin and her body. I don't know.
Sorry, but she's got to also realize the society that she lives in, though. Okay, she's got to realize that she has to deal with how people are looking at her. She may not give a damn about how people think about her, but the fact of the matter is, people are going to look at that. Okay, and people who are and the people who are parents and who have teenage sons and daughters who are fans of hers, when they see her doing that and they see their sons and daughters watching her, one of the things they're going to say, no, you're not going to do that shit there. I don't care how she does it, but you ain't going to do it. You understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I feel you.
So I mean, that's why I say the obsession with celebrity. I mean, their lifestyle. You know, how they live their lifestyle. Not the money, not the fame, but the stuff that they think they just think that they're entitled to do because of their star status. You understand what I'm saying? And they do some weird shit. You know?
You're right. You're right. Melanated, I'm calling them. Terry. People in the back, Terry. I'm trying to call them, y'all. And y'all keep talking about this 2 husband thing. You guys should try that. Try that first with 2 husbands. Show me after 5 years and come and sit down at the table with me and the other 2 husbands and say, look, this is where we started. This is where we are now. I'll talk to the men and say, all right, fellas, look, I'll ask the lady to leave the room and I'll talk to the 2 husbands. I'll say, all right, brothers, keep it real with me. All right. What are the pros and cons of me coming into this relationship? And then we would go from there.
Yeah, we freed it last. Now, you start running your mouth now, Born Rich. And Terry, man, stay focused, man.
Exactly. Hey, everyone.
Hey,
what's up, Melanated?
Hey, Melanated. How you doing there?
I'm good. So I missed it. Born Rich, what were the benefits to this 2 wives business or multiple wives How did the wives benefit?
Oh, I can tell you that, sis.
I mean,
This
they're part
is
of
what
a
he
team.
told us. He told us we benefit by shopping at Goodwill. Yeah, we might have to end up back on benefits and sacrifice.
He did not. Stop
And,
that.
yes, he did. He
Stop.
literally
Stop
did say
it,
that.
Lady D.
He literally said that. These were his words. Listen, Eric, this is before you
What?
came on the panel. He said this, yeah?
Shopping
He said,
at Goodwill.
yes, he
that
said
would
shopping at Goodwill, sis. He said, I can forget my Louis Vuitton, my Prada, my Gucci and all of that. Goodwill is good enough. Yeah.
for
He said that how
1 year while we're trying to build. So yes, Lady D,
see, he did
there will
say
be
it.
no Louis bags in the first year, Lady D. But after year 1, I promise we'll take you on a shopping spree, and you can buy all the Louis you want. Matter of fact, within that year, we're building a separate fund for Lady D's Louis shopping spree. But for year number 1, yeah, we're gonna have to shop at thrift stores and Goodwills while we stacking our paper.
And then he said, sis, that we have all the one wife will work and the other wife or wives, if there's 2, will give up their jobs and cater to the children, do the house and those things. So if you've got a business and all of that, forget it. You got to stay.
What
at
about
home.
that sounds like she's just a maid. Why don't you just
Thank you, sis. Who's he selling this to? Who?
Now we agree we need to teach our own, right? We have to teach. We
you
know
can get a maid that teaches your own from your community. You can get a Black Power Pan African maid. I mean, it's a job, right? People want money, so I'm just trying to understand what would be the difference between a maid and this wife that stays at home and takes care of somebody else's children.
Yeah, but you're doing it for the benefit of our team.
That's what a nanny does. It benefits the community. She's a nanny.
Okay, so if you can sacrifice for a year, then we'll hire a nanny after year 1. It's gonna take a sacrifice. Year 1 is gonna be the toughest because everybody's gonna have to get out of their
you can't like you know, listen, the Black man is God. He can't come to some woman telling him coming from a place of lack, right? You can't come to get a wife in lack. You have to get a wife when you have resources. So you're not gonna ask a woman to marry you and you struggling and like that's
Thank you. That's
not how that works.
He said. That's why Sis Kushni said that my man's trying to do polygamy on the cheap. That's why she said that.
Polygamy.
Yeah, that. You might need a business. You know what I'm saying, like a business partner or something. That's why I think like if it's to a financial benefit, if you're struggling, if I had 2 husbands, they both could take care of me together. See what I'm saying? Come together financially so that I never have to shop at the Goodwill. That will benefit me. The other way around don't sound too happy for me. Like it don't.
Yeah, it would be beneficial.
Don't sound like too like I'm like, where's the application for this?
If you're on the side of Lady D, I would have to show you after 5 years, and you would probably come in as wife number 3, because I would let you sit down with wife number 1 and 2, and like I said, I would say, all right.
Nothing those women could tell me that nothing those women could tell me that's gonna make me, but to each their own. Like there are women, that's ideal for them. And I do think that just depending on the time of someone's life, like I know women that they just don't want to be bothered with their husband. Like they enjoy when he travels for business. They like good, bye. They enjoy, like they just want to be married, but they don't really want to spend time with him. So if another woman is spending time with them, they're like, good, because he ain't in my face. But those are usually like, I would say like middle-aged women.
Yeah, and I think we should organize that. If you're not happy.
But those women who are doing that, I promise you, those women who are doing that are not babysitting the children of the woman that their husband is spending time with. because then they wouldn't have alone time, right? Like the whole purpose
right.
of it is to have your own time, not to be with her kids. Why she with this woman kids? No, let them play
Even
house.
that,
Let the
sis,
kids
listen,
and the man,
hold on.
all y'all.
Sis, listen to this, yeah. It wouldn't have been so bad if he came to us as women and as black women and say, okay, say for instance, you're all single, women. I want to help, to stop lower the single numbers, and I want to take you up as wives. Now, it wouldn't be so bad if he came and said to us, you can all keep your jobs and we'll have like a shift on who does what day of looking after the children, who does what day of doing the house clean. Like a rota kind of system going on within the household. My man's not suggesting none of that, sis. My man's suggesting that one wife works, the priority head wife works, yeah, and the rest of them just basically be maids and housekeepers and do all the unflattering jobs. Not that they all equally get to leave the house or they all equally get to explore their careers and they all equally get to have children and equally look after each and other's children. No, one wife gets a priority. Right there, sis, it's gonna crumble. There's gonna be jealousy, envy, all kind of things going on. It's not gonna work, sis. Period. Tell Bormich to rethink his plan.
That plan, Bormich, that plan is designed to fail. Designed to fail. Women want security. If she feels like you are depending on her resources for the family, then she the head of the
gets
family.
To work and all of that. You, Nynefa and Sosa, you lot are just sister wives, so you can do the schooling, you can do the house cleaning, and you can do that and have no other stream of income and then depend solely on me and Melanated. What woman's gonna buy into this nonsense?
You can still sell your products online or sell your products if you want to, but every day from 9 to 3:30 that you have school time, and then from 4 o'clock to 5:30, that's dinner, that's cooking dinner. So when we do come home from work, everything's prepared for us. Right?
Sis, help me out here, sis. Help me.
Listen, when am I supposed to have brunch with my girlfriends? Where is my gym time? Okay, I'm taking another class. I'm going to a paint and sip class in the middle of the week. Actually, the baby need to go somewhere else. The baby need to go somewhere because it's been crying all damn night, and I need to go to sleep. So I'm gonna need you to take this baby somewhere. I don't know, like, yeah.
I mean, that's okay. All right, let me start looking for wife number 3 then, because you're always tired. I'll get wife number 3 in to take the load off of it.
Well, I mean, if you want to give me a place to live, I'm just saying I don't think that I would be able to be faithful. To be honest with you,
I don't know about
you can't really expect that though. I don't even think, honestly speaking, I don't think that if you're in that type of situation, what you're looking for is like team players, right? So like, okay, so if I'm playing part of the team, what I do in my off time doesn't really bother you. So like, if you're not being loyal to me, then you shouldn't expect me to be loyal to you, correct?
Oh, we're all loyal to each other on this team.
No, each other. I'm not a lesbian.
Thank you.
I
I
ain't in
never
a relationship
married
with women.
Melanated. I married you, and she didn't marry me. She married you. So you telling me why we've got to have loyalty? Like, come on now, my commitments to you, and
believe me, I'm gonna be loyal to my boo, and he's gonna understand that you're my husband.
There we go.
So there you go. We got an understanding.
I know my brother.
Big up, brother. Peace and that power.
Well, this is why I say that I wouldn't even go. Me myself personally, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't even really give it any serious thought having myself in that type of relationship, because it's too much hassle. It's too much stuff that you got to think about all the time, and it never stops.
There you go.
Exactly. So this is what I was trying to explain to them earlier, Eric. Yeah, I was trying to explain to both him and DC Brad. Yeah, it's not a case of just agreeing to polygamy. Anyone can agree to that, but there's so much more that goes in polygamy other than the relationship side. There's the mental stimulation. There's the physical. All of that. Plus, there's bills. There's growing pains. There's household chaos, there's getting all different personalities to get like there's so much to it. I don't think man them have thought. They just think about, they just want be a woman and they can solve the community problems of single black women, but they haven't thought this plan out. They just want to have big gal. It doesn't make no sense to me, for real. Like, they're not selling us black women this idea of polygamy right now. They're making it seem I must just have baby father and done. Like, what am I doing with this?
For me, quite frankly, for me, if you want to take care of a woman who has, let's say, maybe she's got 2 or 3 children, right, and she's a single mother, then couple up with her, marry her, okay. But you got to tell her that, hey, listen, the children's biological father out of the picture, okay. I'm taking you out of this situation that you're in. I'm going to try and help yourself, help us improve your situation along with the situation of the children. But it's got to be just me and you. If you can agree to that, then fine. If you can't, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then if that model works, after 5 or 6 years, I come back to her and I say, okay, look, you see what happened? You know, you've upgraded. You know, I met you. You was in this situation, and then we upgraded each other. Now we're in this situation. I think we should reach back and do another woman like that. Another woman, help her out of her situation and upgrade her. Well, so what I'm saying is each one teach one.
Yeah, we could upgrade her by hiring her for our family business. Yeah.
Tell him again, sis.
There you go.
Or we could move her
give her
and get put her.
Well, yes. Her and her finance cousin with all them muscles. We need some shit built up in our house too. He could move on in too. Yes, he can. Move him on in. It's a lot of struggling brothers. You know, when they come out of jail, they have a hard time finding brother. We can help you, brother.
Oh, sis, I've got a better one to tell you. This is the bit you did miss this morning. So apparently, sis, get prepared yet. So apparently, according to the doctrine of Born Rich in his holy hadiths, yeah, he says that the single black women pandemic is down to us black women. We caused this pandemic. Explain to her, Born Rich, how this works.
No, did I say that? I don't remember
saying that. Shit, now you know.
Born Rich trying to exploit black women's position being single. Like, that's what it is. He just want to exploit it, like take advantage of.
This is what he said, sis. He said that basically the reason why we're all single and that because we like to shut down men's plans. We don't want to go along with the plan. And therefore, we're the reason. I mean, forget the fact that we've got many brothers incarcerated right now, or many of our brothers 6'6", or many of our brothers, you know, have made fatal endings. Forget all of that. That brothers hold no responsibility. Is all our fault, sis. How do you respond to this?
Listen, he must be in somebody. He's speaking from the Brother Polite Church or something. I don't know where he's getting all this doctrine from.
I don't know, man. I just think it would be better. It would be better if we start working together as teammates. And if that's going to take
call you wives. They call you wives. Brother Polite don't even got the same wives. You know, they be switching out.
He's back to one again, sis. He's back. He's got no polygamy at all going on right now. He's back to
you see? One. Look at that.
Joke
look at
business.
That. You see what I'm saying?
Joke business.
Look at that.
Let's just look at the 21st century and how we see polygamy. Like, it's a bad example. Like I said,
I'm trying to find a good time to talk, but it don't seem like there's one.
Go on, brother. Go on. Come in, Richie.
No. Listen, I don't want to say the wrong thing and start getting done.
Yeah, you're gonna get done out here.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on in, Richie. That's your fantasy too over there, Richie. That's what you fantasize about.
No, don't put me in that boat. Don't put me
having the women do everything. Oh, they watching
the
kids.
No. I'm a hands-on guy. The only thing I ask, in my life, in my personal life, is I can cook, but if you can cook better than me, I'll clean the house. You provide the meals. I'm easy.
Is that a compromise that can work?
No, that's a good one. At least you're starting off with something. Because this brother
I'm a
over
guy.
here,
I'll always wash up. You come in, the kitchen will be clean. Your bath will be run from work, so you got that nice time to
Born Rich,
relax.
you hear this?
Born Rich, take
looking
notes.
for you to
Take
make some dinner.
notes, brother Born Rich. Take notes, yeah? This is how real men talk. Go on, Bridgie.
Listen, Born Rich over here talking about she gonna go to the Goodwill. You know what I'm saying? Like,
For the first year, melanated, I was only 1 year of sacrifice. Like I said, melanated. Now, if I tell you, if we're in a monogamous relationship and I say, melanated, I want to we're going to buy a house in the next 5 years, then we're going to have to cut back and sacrifice to have that down payment for that house in 5 years. So yes, if it's goodwill for the next year or so, then that's what it's going to have to be. If it's no Louis bags for a year, it takes
but you want to know, Born Rich, I got you, right? And somehow this other woman is supposed to help. But like if I went out dancing, right, and I met another man, we could lower that down in 3 years. We could get this house.
Stop.
All three of us.
Stop.
Because we know, I'm just saying, he probably make more money than this chick that you bringing in the family. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk.
Yeah, but I'm using the Islamic blueprint and the Dr. York.
Islamic.
No. So you can't.
Melanated. You're using that pimping blueprint.
No, man. No, I got that. What's the name? Where Terry at? What's the Yoruba deity that had two husbands?
You get away with this, melanated, because this morning that was not the plan. This morning he said that he wants to do this the RBG way, the African way. He wants to do this the right way. Now later on, he wants to come and drop it and switch it up about Muslim and all of that nonsense. Allow it, man. Which one is
okay? No, but Lady B, I did say I'm gonna steal from different polygamous societies and polygamous cultures. So I'm gonna borrow a little bit of Dr. York's blueprint. I'm gonna steal a little bit from the Islamic polygamy. I'm gonna steal a little bit from my ancient African tribes that deal with polygamy. You know, I'm gonna just borrow.
So how much dowry you gonna pay for each wife? How much dowry you gonna pay?
Yeah, see, we're not. I'm not gonna steal that part of it.
He ain't right, man. He ain't right.
There's no prepaying service here. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out. Like I said,
pay to play. Ain't that how the lottery go? You gotta pay to play. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You want that's some these American dudes with this polygamy stuff. They be on this broke polygamy business. Yeah, you know.
Well, love is love. Love is love, and we can't get caught up in this Western concept of everything has to be money and balling and shining. No, we have to start from the bottom, like our ancestors did. You know, before we were kidnapped and brought over here to this land.
What? Okay, so what if I said I love you and I love DC Brad? We would make a lot of money together. We would knock the shit out the box, yo.
Yeah,
money don't mix like two dicks. No chick. Get me.
Well, pom don't mix neither. I'm sorry. Pom not run.
But no, we're gonna say this though. Like, this is a conversation that we do need to have in the Black community, because I do hear a lot of the talk about polygamy and polygamous life and lifestyles and stuff like that. The fact that I think it doesn't work for us right now in 2021 is because I'm not going to lie, the brothers who claim that they want to run these type of households do not actually think it through and don't actually calculate the issues and the cost and all of these things effectively. They jump in head first, think they'll figure it out as it goes along. It doesn't end up working, and then you end up adding back into the single Black women category. You don't actually take away and help the numbers reduce. Would you not say to that?
Well, like Eric said, the plan and preparation is going to be key. So even before I even thought about it, I would have a successful monogamous relationship first. That's going to be key. Like I said, I keep speaking about wife number one. I have to get to a certain point in my life with wife number 1 to even think about doing a wife number 2.
Facts.
So,
and wife
So how
number
long?
one,
How long would that
and
be?
wife number one has to know what's good. Like, see, the thing is why it never works most of the time. First of all, one, this society is not the place to really run it. Too much going on. So for you to maintain that structure is extra hard. Two, this unbalance of either you being too broke to do it or somehow I've got to be super rich to do it, that's got to get dashed out the window to have a sensible conversation about it as well. It's got to be a balanced scenario, but it's also got to be something that the man can't control. If you're talking about multiple wives, the man is not in control of that situation. That's the biggest misconception that goes on, where people, I'll say people, not just women or not just men, but people in general, when they hear the concept, they always think it's down to the man's picking. And I don't see it like that working. If you've got multiple women, then it's those women, including your first wife, that has to be kind of taking the lead on that. Obviously, you know, you have to be agreeable to everything, but I don't see you as the man being the head of all the picking of multiple women. That's definitely not going to work. That don't even work in
the
a
man,
sexual
the man picks the woman, and then the first wife approves of the woman. Like, you know, it has, but the financial supporting part does not need to be dashed out the window, because even in a Muslim community, they don't depend, like, they have to take care of their wife. So any other wife that they get after the first wife, they need to be able to take care of her. Like, those women, if they want to work, they work. But if they don't want to work, the man has to be able to take care. So although a lot of them are able to have more than one wife, they don't, because they cannot afford so, right? So it's even in the past, a man with many wives was a sign of his wealth. There wasn't no man with 5 and 10 wives and he broke. They have a place to put them. They have land. That's a sign of wealth. So no, you're not gonna get a bunch of women and the women are put together to take care of him. That is backwards, and that I don't know what coach is doing that. No, that's not happening.
But they're not ladies of leisure though, because if they're lady, if wait, you see, when you talk sometimes, not you, but when I hear these conversations sometimes, it starts to sound, without the women understanding, like a harem. Because if it's all about me just having pee, and as long as I got money and I can keep you, then that starts to sound like a harem, where I just have these wives, they're chilling, and they're there at my behest, innit? Whenever I come in, they're there because I'm paying for everything. That's different as well. You don't really want that scenario either.
It starts to sound like a man providing. Yep, providing the security for the woman and any children that come from that union, and that the woman is able to concentrate on her on being a woman, on being a nurturer, being a caregiver, you know, raising children, you know, protecting them, healing them, dealing with herbs, doing all of those things, and he's not asking her, "Where's your half of the car note?" Right? Like, if she has a skill where she sews and she sells clothes or whatever, that's great. But that wasn't part of the selection process for her to be a wife. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, her potential income wasn't the criteria for her to be a wife.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is that's literally like, when you're going into it, like, yeah, you know, you can put money into this pot and we could do better. That's definitely not how that's not how it's supposed to be. You're looking at her as a future wife / mom. That's it. Not, we gonna build money, or like, no.
That's that polite, but that's that polite thinking what you're saying, because that's the level.
But if you think about it, I mean, the polygamous relationship, this has to do with it has more. It has the whole. It's a system, okay, and it's a It's a spiritual and moral system as well as financial and material. Okay? And the fact of the matter is, when it comes down to the men having multiple wives, yes, it's his financial duty to be able to provide for the creature comforts that the wives need as well as the children. That's the first priority. If he can't do that, as in the system with the dowry system, if the husband couldn't hand over those cows or hand over that amount of gold that the girl's father's family insisted upon, then guess what? They didn't get married. That's how that system works.
No doubt.
Yeah, this
No doubt.
polygamy thing is a bit sticky still. It needs to be really thought about and actually, well executed before. Like the plan has to be well executed before it's even put into practice. That's what I'm thinking, innit? Because many a times it's tried and many a times I've seen it fail. So it's a sticky one.
Yeah.
Really, you got to then convince. You got to sell it to black women. Remember, if the problem is to reduce the numbers of, single black women, selling it to black women, you're gonna have to come a bit better than that, Born Rich, because man, you're on a wing and a prayer, bruv.
Yeah, I mean, and thinking about it, you're talking about women in the Western world, Born Rich, and the fact of the matter is, in the Western world, there are laws that back up women and children's financial and material security, which demand.
Yeah, but I'm honest though, brother Eric. I'm honest. I'm too jealous, innit? I can't share my hobby. I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna let it be known from the beginning. But if it's something that I see is beneficial to my family, my children, him, I might consider it, but I'll be honest from the beginning saying that I don't want to share him. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I'll try it, but I don't know if I can. I don't know.
It
has to be beneficial. It's worth my while. Yeah.
Because on the flip
side, the same way I wouldn't expect a girl to share with, or my girl to be shared with a man, innit?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that.
Oh yeah, and the thing about it is that men would be more. I think men would be more jealous than women in that scenario. If it was a woman having two men. Man, men would be furious.
Yeah, you're right, Eric. That's why it wouldn't work with a woman having two men. That shit wouldn't work at all. So we can scratch that idea and focus on
men just gotta not be so.
For 2 seconds. Why can you not entertain the idea for 2 seconds, Born Rich?
Yeah, men just gotta not be so insecure. They need to be more confident to be able to share.
Yeah, Richie's straight bonfire. He don't even hear.
That sounds like that homophobic tool.
I'm just trying to say the same nonsense that they say about women who have issues with it. That you're insecure, and stuff like that. I feel you shouldn't ask of someone what you wouldn't be willing to take yourself.
There you go.
Right.
There you go, MG. Yep. You're right. I agree. I could see what you 100% on that point.
So if you wouldn't want to share, why would you put me through that? Why would you expect me to do that?
Yeah,
like
I agree. Well, because but I think that the polygamous marital familial relationship that men are talking about, it goes all the way back. It goes back to the British with their sense of patriarchy, or more specifically, coverture. If anybody's familiar with what coverture is.
No, I'm not. Can you fill me in, please, brother?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on just a second. I'll look it up. Go ahead and rap while I look it up, because I looked it up before.
I mean, basically, Brad said it earlier. Right now, I think I'm speaking to the wrong audience. So
you're damn right you are.
I think the first part of the title of today's show is "Should We Go Home?" So I think I may have to go home first, and where women are more acceptable. It's part of the culture. We're speaking about culture earlier. Western women are going to have a problem with it because it's not part of Western culture. But if I
So
go
why
home,
did you?
Well, I
If
understand.
that's
Yeah,
the
that's
case,
it.
all right. If that is the case, and you strongly believe that that's the case, yeah. Why did you then say to us earlier that if us black women that get on board with it, you're gonna go and find Becky who will get on board with it? Why did you threaten us with
No,
that
he
one?
said that.
say
Yes,
that.
he did,
Lady D, you
sis. He was
lie.
talking mad trash this
Wait,
morning.
Okay.
hold up. He
Hey,
didn't.
hey, I'm gonna read this definition of coverture that I was talking about. I'm reading from the Penguin Reference Dictionary, Dictionary of Law. Okay, this is what coverture was when it was in effect. At common law on marriage, the husband and wife became one in law. This doctrine of unity of spouses has been described most famously by Blackstone. The very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least is incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband, under whose wing, protection, and cover she performs everything, and her condition during her marriage is called her coverture. Let's see what else here. See Commentaries on the Laws of England, 4th edition, 1770. The wife's coverture meant she lost all legal personality. I say again, the wife's coverture meant she lost all legal personality. The doctrine of unity of spouses began to be dismantled in the 19th century by the courts of equity and later by statutory intervention regarding married women's property. However, it was not until the 20th century that the last legacies of the doctrine were removed from law. Okay? So this was common law in Britain back in the day. Did everybody hear that?
I heard that. I didn't know about it though.
I didn't know either, but I looked it up.
Amazing what we can learn in these little, conversations. Learn something new every day. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Wait, I missed part of the definition. What?
Oh Lord, who is this?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
wait a minute. I'll read the most significant part of it, the bottom half of it. Okay, listen. The wife's coverture meant that she lost all legal personality. The doctrine of unity of spouses began. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the main point. The wife's coverture meant she lost all legal personality. That meant that the husband was seen as the head of the family, and the wife, basically, her whole life depended upon the reputation of her husband in that marital contract, based on British
So
common
could
law.
that explain why we in the UK, when the white women here in the UK there used to have the suffragettes and these feminist groups? Was it to get rid of these kind of rulings and stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, well, in most cultures, same in China as well, like same thing. When you're married, your husband owns you, innit?
Yeah,
You
basically,
become
that's what
part
it was.
of the assets. You become part of the marital assets. So
Yeah.
as he's saying,
What do
if he's
you mean?
in other like in China and Japan, like if your husband gets into debt, that's where you have enough men who will put their wife into the prostitution home, into the whorehouse, and make her work off his debt and all of them kind of silly things. And she can't argue, she can't go to the law because she is his legal wife, so she's his property. So he can make her do that, take her earnings, do whatever he needs to do. But as he said in that definition, it's about his reputation.
Yeah.
It's all about him.
Yeah.
Mm.
The wife is his property, and the children are his property.
Misogyny on 10. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, it's a harsh law, isn't it?
That makes
And
it be, you know what I'm saying? Well, the
and the
West
law
ain't all too
didn't-
bad because that's some bullcrap.
Yeah, I mean, and this didn't end until the 20th century, probably very early in the 20th century. But if you think about it, that meant that this law lasted a long time, a couple centuries at least.
But see, this is how I understand it now, because them things, they don't run in our culture and our way of life. In it, as black people, our men are neither above us or underneath us, as we are we are not above our men or underneath our men. We are always side by side with our men. So that kind of lifestyle, they don't sound right. That can't work for us.
Well, legally in Kemet and them places, women could own land. She could have multiple husbands in certain places.
Well, even according to Islam, women can own property. If her wife died, if her husband died, right? If a Muslim woman's husband died, she had a right to her share of the inheritance that he left behind for the family.
Yeah, but she was like, even after the kids and all this stuff, she might not even get none. They got a bunch of kids.
No, it wasn't like that. Come on now.
It is. That's when they was talking. You ain't hear the whole. Go ahead. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
According to the Quran, there's a system of inheritance. Okay, and the wife did get her share. Okay, and the wife and according to the Quran, the wife also had rights. She had rights that the man didn't have, and the man had some rights that she didn't have. So it balanced out. According to the scripture, it balanced out. Now, according to how.
So does she get more? Does she get? Who is considered first for inheritance? The wife or the children?
The wife first. The wife was always first.
Okay. I know when I heard that inheritance debate, the wife is not considered first, but I'm not a scholar, so I'll let you, rock on with that.
No, I'm only saying what I read.
Well, I'm just telling you that when what's his name? What's the atheist name? The white guy. What's his name? Rob, I think is his name. Rob.
Oh, Rob.
Rob, when he goes on G Block and he debates the Muslims about how inaccurate. So I think if there's a case where if they have 3 children, the wife is unable to even get her share because the children are considered the heirs first. Because I guess that the way that they look at it is if the children inherit the house and they can take care of their mother. So the children inherit first and then the wife gets. It's not the other way around. No.
See, the thing is, you see what you just said, Melanie Goddess, though? That's the kicker to all of these scenarios. Having a society that's going to police those things properly. So you see how you just said, okay, so even if the kids got something, but the assumption is they need to take care of their mum. And in them society, most of the time, again, the mum and dad do live with the kids. That's a standard issue thing. So again, in the best case scenario, these things only work when you've got a society to police these situations. Even if it's back to the man and the multiple wives one, there's family members, there's people to say, are you looking after your wives? Are you following your responsibility? And, if those things aren't in place, that's the kicker as well to why these things can't work.
Yeah, they have to be policed by the society in real time. That's true.
Definitely. If there's no wider community to say, what the hell are you doing? Then this is where it all gets.
Yeah, then it won't work.
Anyone can do anything.
Yeah, man, that's a mad one. It's a mad one. I don't know, man.
Before Richie goes missing here, Richie, did you get a chance to see the documentation produced about us blacks in the UK and our children and our performance levels? What did you make of this nonsense? Please help me out.
It's a joke, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's insulting. I most of it I wasn't really that interested. I just wanted to see what they're going to say about the kids. And, they're coming off like the kids are, uninspired and, not using their imagination and aspiring to stuff enough. And they coming up with some doozies. It's a winner. On Tuesday when I did a shoot, you know, I'm sure someone will mention it or whatever. But yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. But this is why I keep telling people, don't think you can live here for the rest of your life, because it's not good for the spirit, mate. When you understand what's really going on, and this is what they're putting out there constantly in the ether, you know, you just don't need it.
You know what buns me, yeah, Richie, yeah. The other day when when it first came, the morning it came out, and Terry let me know we was on the panel on G Block, yeah. And then I went, oh my God, Terry, can I mention this? Because I don't know. And Terry's like, no, don't mention it. We wanted to read through it first, so we'll review it, yeah. So I was like, cool. And it's like instantly, as soon as I said that, they must have picked up on my vibrations from the chat. Because here comes this idiot named Jupiter, and here comes Dave. Oh, they must be talking about the report. Anyway, I know I was right. I'm glad the report is out. It proves what we've been saying all along. There's no such thing as systemic racism. There's no such thing. This country's not racist. And I just thought, yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. Exactly what they wanted them to come and throw in our faces.
It was for them more than for us, isn't it?
Thank you.
Remember, we're the small minority of this country, innit? So them things there is for them to feel nice about themselves and, you know, crack on. And to be fair, from the very start of all the George Floyd foolishness and whatever, they were saying that England isn't racist like that, and they don't want American problems over here. So that was killing me from then. They've just made it official now and put it on paper. You know what I'm saying? And to be, you know, and to be fair, again, they've done other reports, but this one is just them, you know, bringing everything together: education, housing, this, that, all these social aspects, and then just with a cherry on top to say, yeah, this isn't a racist country.
No,
it's a lot.
Black people, just do better. Pull yourselves up by the bootstraps in this country and get on with it. That's what they're telling us blatantly, yeah? And then on top of it, they've got the nerve to insult our intelligence. I noticed, I was reading through the report, and they tried to make out, Black students in this country actually do better in education. They go on to university. Then later on, they go and type, but they go into the underprivileged universities and stuff, and Black Caribbeans this and whatever. Then they went on. But what I noticed they didn't write in the report is nothing to do with Prue and how much Black children end up excluded out of school and put in Prue. And I found that very interesting. It was never mentioned in the report.
No, they're not going to mention that.
Of course.
What is that? What is
Prue? Prue is when you've been kicked out of mainstream schooling system. No other mainstream schools can take you in. So now you've got to go into it's basically a house where, a school where bad children go to, or children that cannot fit into mainstream schooling attend. And trust me, that's a massive problem in our community. Many of our kids have been put out of mainstream schooling, but it wasn't mentioned in this report. I find that funny.
That the disproportionate numbers of stop and search when they're talking about police, they didn't. That's what I'm saying. They skated over all of that because they didn't really. Sorry, go on.
What were the elements? What were the elements that they looked at to say that there wasn't any systemic racism?
No, they mentioned these areas, like they skated over social issues, education, you know, aspiration.
Housing, cultural, they've done all of that little bits and pieces.
They got all those headlines, but then when you get to the actual reading of the whatever they wrote under the headline, that's where the fraff was. That's where it was just thin air and silly statements and, you know, just stupid comments. But it was these nice punchy headlines to make you feel like they were covering everything. Because again, they want to be able to, on the surface, then something and say, look, yeah, man, we looked at every aspect of life. And again, it's a multicultural society. There's no problem anywhere. Yeah, it's the individual. It's not the system. There's a few bad rotten eggs, as they say. There's a few bad apples infecting the rest. That's how they want to run it. That's the narrative. Yeah. This is what they can do when, you know, as I said, you're less than 2% of the population, because they couldn't do that in America.
Sis, it's so pathetic here. The way that I actually translated it from reading it, yeah. If I didn't know any better and I read about England for the first time ever, never been to England, never visited, never lived here. If I didn't know no better and read that report, I would actually come away from that report thinking that black people in this country are doing better than white people. That's the impression it leaves you with. And we've got nothing to bitch and complain about. That's what it's basically telling you.
When are we gonna wake up? See, the thing is, my thing is, why are we expecting white people to change? They're not gonna change. This is what we need to start get used to. They're one aspect of the black mind. Yeah, just one aspect. It's a negative, polarized position. Yeah, we need to just start moving differently now and stop watching them truth and understand. Unless you're either gonna overthrow the government, then start making some different plans.
Yep.
But I think, but for me, Richard, the problem is when I see that there's supposed to be 10 people that's supposed to represent us, yeah, and you can sit together, or one of them doesn't even look like he's black, but we'll work with it. We'll just say 10 for the sake of it, yeah. So if there's 10 people that's supposed to be representing us and speaking on our behalf and analysing our community, yeah, how the hell did they come away with a report like this? It baffles my brain.
Cooning and swooning.
Cooning and swooning. Oh, God.
Right? That's what you're seeing there, yeah? And I like, you know what killed me from the Meghan Markle foolishness, yeah? I don't know. Remember when the African woman was on there cussing Piers Morgan, yeah? And on that same show, they had some black soldier guy talking about, I've never experienced racism in my whole life. England's great. Yeah, I've been in the armed forces my whole life. I've never seen any racism. I've never experienced any racism. That's what they had at the same time as all that was going on. So again, it's just what they do. It's what they do. And right now, it's big money for anybody that will take the distraction, you know, take people mind off of the main points and take the bullet, as they say, for the rest of the people then spinning off this bullshit. And there's always going to be a look all of this vaccine foolishness now.
Oh,
and the amount of celebrities are stepping up on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this is what it is. And they're paying big money for that. Look, Idris has gone clear. Since he was the first person to step up and say, now, black people, listen, you can get it. Look, me and wifey's in the house sitting down. Now he's getting movie deals. If Idris doesn't have an Oscar in the next 5 years, yeah, something's gone wrong.
But that's kind of similar what they did with that Walande girl from, what's it called, Love Island, isn't it? They had her as the poster woman as well for black women, trying to encourage black women to take this injection, only because of the fact that I think she done a university degree in pharmaceuticals or something like that. So they had her as the poster child as to. I think she works with injections. She actually works in the injection industry. And because she was on Love Island, now she's the poster woman for black women to encourage black women to go out there and take this injection. And I'm just like, do they think we're stupid and can't see what's going on here? Like, do they think we were born yesterday? And it's always these big celebrities that they know. And because obviously she's younger, she's relatable, she's more, you know, kind of thing. It's easy for her to be a poster woman and encourage women across the internet, across all the new articles, social media to go and take these injections and take her word for it, because I worked in this field. I understand this field. I studied in this field. I studied injections. I know what I'm talking about. It's a bit mad.
I think black people still are the most like skeptical group that's really not getting the vaccine the way that everyone else is. I think our numbers are still not high, which is why they're making so much of an effort to market towards us, because you know, whether it's in the UK or the United States, everybody's like, nah, bro, we ain't getting this joint. Like, I mean, there are people getting it, but not like a lot.
Yeah, not the numbers. No, definitely, I agree, and that's why that's why the message is, what is it? Don't get left behind. Don't get left out. This is the talk now. I'm killing it when I see Lenny Henry and all of these dickheads. Yeah, don't get left behind. Don't get left out, black people. It's your right to get it. Yeah, it's your civil right. It's a victory for black people if they get it. Like, I'm hearing all sorts of fucking.
And when we have black people are looking at them here in the UK, and we're saying, yeah, we'll get it after you. You go ahead and show us it's okay. That's what we're saying in our brains. After you. Don't push it on us. After you. You take it first. Let us know how you
Well, the
feel.
joke of it is the other day in the Metro, they put out a news story saying they did a survey with all these biologists around the world and whatever. Now, 66% of them are all saying basically that in a year, all the vaccines are going to be none of them are going to work on none of the strains because there's going to be so many new strains that they're all going to be obsolete by next year. So again, you're just shooting man up with stuff for no reason. It's just a wait and see culture. I'm not a part of that. I can't be down with that. And it disturbs my spirit how people, again, you're saying to them there's no data long term. And man's agreeing, man's saying, yeah, I know. But they're still taking it. And I'm like, wow, I just,
No, they're going to need a booster. They're going to get what they call a booster shot.
Yeah, they're saying
that's kind of like how.
I think it's not even about taking it. I think for me, personally, for me though, yeah, for me, I wouldn't mind taking the vaccine, yeah, if I had to, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking it, but I need to know what are the downside of what are the side effects, how does it affect me long term. I need to know all of this before you're gonna convince me definitely, yeah. So at this point, I'm like in the middle, I'm on the fence, and I'm like, well, yeah, I understand if you've got underlying sicknesses or you're a high risk, you might want to be more willing to go and take the vaccine because obviously you need to protect yourself, especially our elderly. But for me, somebody like me who has no underlying health issues, why would I go and brack up my neck, take a vaccine I don't think my body needs and I can naturally fight off myself if I was to catch this so-called COVID? Whereas what's enticing about me taking a vaccine that I'm not sure about and don't know what evidence or consequences may happen to me later on? Why?
That's it. It don't make no sense.
It don't make sense.
That's why that footage of Fauci now, where they're asking him, with a woman saying to him, why haven't you got a mask on? And he's saying, I don't need a mask. Why aren't you getting tested? He said, no, why do I need to get tested for? I'm pretty good with the way I live. Yeah, and I don't have no symptoms. Straight. Not everybody in America needs to get a test. That was his words. Like, it's a wrap from there. Yeah. But now they've just started in America now that if you've got the vaccine, you can travel, no test, no hassle, just got to wear a mask on the plane now. So it's already begun now where they're going to separate and make these little concessions now for people who got the vaccine. And if they're doing that across America, then it won't be long before they make that into international flights. Because right now, that's the money spinner, isn't it? You fly to Ghana, you're paying 100 and whatever from Heathrow, then you're paying 140 plus, all up to £400 to come back. Right now, my cousin's in Jamaica. That's £250 to come back, and you're paying for the test. This is for the test. And they're hitting you up with this bill a couple days before you come home. This isn't like pre-pay into your ticket. They're just like, you've had a nice holiday, you've done your thing, and they're saying, yeah, you got to find another £200 for another COVID test. And if you don't have the COVID test, you will not be getting on the plane. That's the new money spinner now. So when they're saying in America, as I said, if you've got the vaccine now, you don't need to take a test. That's why they're saying that now, because they're showing their exemption and creating that different class system now. So it's going to be interesting to see how many people bend just over that. Because, you know,
But does that mean that the receiving country as well? So like if you have the vaccine and you fly to Jamaica, you don't have to take a test. Jamaica's not going to require for you to take a test to get on the plane either, or you still got to pay Jamaica.
Well, I'm at the moment, because it's only America, I'm assuming this is country by country. You're going to have countries that are going to sign off on that. That's why your country is big enough to have enough internal flights where that's a thing. like England, I suppose they could do it, but the level of flights we take, you know, to Scotland and
No,
Ireland
there's
or
no
whatever.
test required within the U.S. There's no test required within the U.S.
Okay, so then maybe they're gonna have an agreement then with other countries, or they're gonna start making a standardized test for you guys, because the headline was very specific that anybody who's vaccinated will not have to take a test. They will only be required to wear a mask on aeroplanes or coaches or buses. So I don't know who they've got an association with, because every
Yeah,
country
because
is different, isn't it?
right now it's only for international flights. Because I'm flying to, I already flown before over COVID, and I'm flying out next week. I'm not gonna put me no COVID test. Just wear a
Internally.
mask internally. Yeah, within the country.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then watch the headlines and see where that comes, because
So my cousin
I'm
went to
sure there are.
Mexico, and she had to take a test to go to Mexico.
So in other words,
Everybody I know that.
so you have to take the test for COVID before you leave your country of origin, going to another country.
Yeah.
And before you
That's
come
right.
back, too.
That's right.
Okay,
That's how it is right now.
Yeah, to make sure you didn't contract the virus while you were overseas. Well, that makes sense though, doesn't it?
Well, not
Well,
the money
the
that they're
only thing
charging
that,
you.
and what
Go
if you
ahead.
only stay like for 3 days? You literally. I mean, is that even enough time to contract it and it to show up in a test anyway?
Well, how do they say it? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
See, my thing is, yeah, if it's a global pandemic, why are you charging people £100 for a test at this point? Because I've got a friend who works in a care home, and he has to test himself because working with old people and stuff. But then he's getting test kits from the chemist for like 20 quid. So when
they should be paying him.
He has to pay for it.
He's a frontline worker. He should be getting.
No. They do sorry. They subsidize the test, yeah. They do. He doesn't have to pay for it out of his pocket. But the point is that these tests, because remember, when you're going to the airport, we're not talking about the shove up your nose test, you know. We're talking about them swabbing the inside of your mouth or the inside of your nostril lightly. And they're still trying to charge you £130, £140. That's kind of like your minimum amount for the COVID test from country to country.
Those are probably
the
same day results. Those are probably, you get the same day results. Maybe it's a more expensive test. I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, well, either way about it, they're financially exploiting the coronavirus. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're making money off it. And I mean, if you live in a system where you have a capitalist economy, they're going to do that. I'm not saying that it's right, but they're going to do it because that's the way that's how capitalism works. You exploit capitalist opportunities from whatever situation you can, as long as it's within your law.
That's why, again, I can't trust the powers that be. That's why when I had the conversation about the vaccine and can we trust the government, this and all these guys trying to talk about the science, this and they know this and they know that. They're not the gatekeepers. They're not the people that's making the decisions on what's really good and what's not. And that's the problem right there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, yeah, even science, at least within the Western Hemisphere, and I'm sure it's probably the same in the rest of the world. Science is politicized, man, and depending on what political party is on top and in power, they're going to, if anything, they're going to hear what the scientists say before the general public does about any vaccine, any virus, or anything like that, and how to deal with it. And the science that the scientists that give, how can I say, the favorable answers that the political party in charge is willing to accept, then that's what goes out first, unfortunately. But that's how politics works. Politics is a dirty game. It's not fair. Never has been. I mean, it is what it is, you know.
More reasons to get out of here.
Yeah.
More reasons.
That is
And
fact.
if you're staying,
Mhm.
overturn the system.
I mean,
that's it. So when Terry asked the question today, are we staying, are we going, or whatever, for us, I don't know, especially in the Caribbean community anyway, it's not even a case of are we staying. It shouldn't even be that case. It should be a case of when are we leaving? Because this country is not built for our benefit. So what are we staying for? It's never going to be in our benefit.
Well, see the thing about it is, though, you got to make provisions for those people who are not willing to go.
I don't need to make
Who's
provisions for them.
making
I never tell them to
provisions?
stay. They need to make provisions for themselves to stay. That's not my job.
That's it.
Well, I mean, if you talk about, well, wait. If you talk, no, wait. If you talk about taking care of Black people in Britain, right? Black Brits, right? No matter where they come from, whether they're from the continent living in diaspora, or they're from the Caribbean living in diaspora, for example, in Britain, for example, right? Okay, if you're going to have a plan to look out for them, you got to have a plan to look out for them. All of them, whether they decide
No. Eric, you're missing the point of the question.
Okay.
The case is if we want to stay, go, or whatever. So my thing is for us, it's not even a question. It's not a case of if we want to stay or whatever. For us, it's when are we leaving? Yeah. Now, for the ones that want to stay, that's not my problem. You choose to make that decision to stay here. You figure it out. But you're supposed to already know by now this country's not built for your ass. So what are you trying to stay and do?
That's it.
That's not my problem. Sorry, Eric.
Well, you may say that, but then other people may not. And if you got this committee like you do, okay, that's looking out for everybody, whether they choose to stay or leave. I mean, you're gonna have some people who are gonna want to stay. You're gonna have people, probably a majority of people, who want to go.
Yeah, so Eric, if you want to stay, then those people that want to stay should have their own committee put together for the people that want to stay. But you see, for us, about our repatriation, listen. For us, who is doing repatriation back to wherever we want to go back to, our plan is to look forward and keep it moving. It's not to worry about the ones that want to stay. That's for them to figure out. They're the ones staying. Once we're gone, our contribution is no longer any good to them. So what are we helping them for?
So you're saying, okay, well, this committee that we were talking about earlier, right? That Mr. Riggs was talking about, all right? That committee is supposed to be looking out for all the Black British citizens, right?
I think so. I don't know nothing about that. Like I'm saying, I'm not one of the ones that are trying to stay. So you'd have to speak to Terry about that.
Okay, all right. Because I'm just thinking about it from the level of that committee, okay, and the work that they're doing for Black people living in Britain, okay, who are British citizens, and those who want to stay and those who want to leave. That's why I was asking.
Listen, when we say we're going, and I'm not trying to speak to Lady Divine on purpose, but when we're saying we're leaving, it's because it's a desperado situation. Nothing ain't going on here. It's the same old. So I don't know what provisions can be made for people that are staying. Because if you want to stay in the face of all the madness, then, as she's saying, without being heartless about it, you need to deal with that. Because the same way we're under no illusion as to why we have to leave. So I don't know, whether or not later on, when there's some establishment with the repatriation people and all the rest of it, maybe there could be a more of a stronger conversation to say, look, we've got people that are still in England and whatever. But again, I think the mind state of most who are staying is inherently going to be problematic in the end. Even if you want to do something good for them, or they want to link with you through nothing but good intentions, it's the mind state, it's the backdrop of this society that's toxic.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You've got to understand something, for Eric. When it comes to the Windrush, we're not talking about the people that are black people that have been here from the 1500s and all of that. No. We're talking about the Windrush generations and migrants that have come since the Windrush, yeah?
Right.
And understand something, yeah. Our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents did not come here. It was never their intention to stay. I said this from the beginning. The intention was to do the best that they can in this foreign land that they're in to help build up this country, make as much money as they can, and return home. The fact that we're still here, is because some of us, I guess, got comfortable, got lazy, assimilated, all of these things that you can throw into the equation, yeah? But look at the problem. Us being here has caused us more harm than good. Our kids are out here dying in these streets. They're being miseducated. They've been all kinds of different things have been going on. They're being dealt with badly. The whole establishment's against us. What are you staying for? Please let me know. Apart from the Queen's Pound, that's the only thing I can suggest. What are you staying for?
Yeah, I get you. I understand what you're saying. No, I mean, I don't disagree with you. You know, I mean, if the intention was like, I misunderstood what you said earlier, Lady D, because if that's the case, if that was the intention, to stay here and build yourself up to the point where you can build yourself up and live better, back in your land of origin and go back there. So I would be all about that program. I mean, I'd be the first one to say, sign me up.
You see, that's the difference with the brothers and them sisters in America. Remember, America's you lot's home, innit? It's your foundation, all Americans. England's not our home. Right. The Caribbean's our home. The Africans is our home. England's never been and never will be our home. So it's up to you if you want to stay.
Right. Okay.
You see, so I don't know.
No, I understand where you're coming from, Lady D. I mean, you get no argument from me. I mean, because this is your life, your all's collective life that you're talking about. So, I mean, you're not gonna get any argument from me either way. What you should do?
Get you back to Africa, Lady D, so you can add you to my wives.
Yeah, that's right.
Lady D. Lady D, listen. Suppose the deal was okay, fine. We'll pay for you and provide provisions for you to go back home, but you got to get with the polygamous social contract. What would you say?
Okay, well, if the social contract's with a man like Richie, then I'm down. Yeah, there's no question about it. But if you're coming to me with a stupid pipe dream idea with Born Rich, oh hell no! You best take your idea and stick it where the sun.
I hear you.
I'm crunching the numbers now, Lady D.
Tried us today. This didn't hear the half of what the man was saying. Like, if you heard what we heard, Nanifa was kicking off. Nanifa was
Wait, what was this part about the white girls? What was this part about the white girls?
Oh man, he said if us black women don't get, because he goes, basically the reason why we're single black women out here in these streets, yeah, is because we like to shut down our men's ideas and plans and stuff, and that's why the relationship don't work, and then we end up as single women. So we got ourselves to blame, but it's okay if black women don't want to jump on his bandwagon and get with the program. He'll just go and get him some Becky's.
That's not true. That is not true.
That's what you said. And Anifa started kicking.
You got a controversy going on now.
God damn. So when you told them, you're definitely gonna say it off with that conversation.
Listen, you can't deal with Bournemouth. You know, Bournemouth the other day, he was trying to tell us, how what was he telling us again about the Hebrew Israelites again? What was we talking about, Bournemouth?
When? What I'm saying?
Yeah, you say so much crap, it's ridiculous on your shows, Have you ever gone to one of his shows before, Richie, and watch how he really carries on? This is him on his good behaviour.
No, Riggsy was telling me about the all night session used on just cool.
Oh my days. Listen, the other day they gave me a headache, Bournemouth is like a Sarnetta. He's mixed up, he likes drama, and he likes to stir the pot, especially when it comes to the black relationships, because he knows the sisters are gonna wild out. And that's exactly what he tried to do today.
Nanita was hot. You know how Nanita get. I love Nanita. You know what I told you? I told you I love Nanita because her slide shots. But I was on the receiving end of them slide shots today, boy. She said, "You know what? I'm just gonna go. I can't deal with this anymore." She just left.
Nanita got so mad she jumped off the panel twice. That's how you know Bournemouth was pissing her.
Yeah, that's how you know you're getting that.
Yeah, that was funny though. But you know, like I said, I think polygamy it's a good topic though. It is a good topic, man. A lot of in America we have some horrible examples of it, right? You got your nature boys and your polites, and so black women.
And the ISUIC, what they call again? ISUCI.
Oh,
they're the
so
worst.
women see them, and when they hear polygamy, those are the faces that pops up in their head. So they like, no, we're not doing that. But
Bournemouth, you know they're the worst Hebrew camp to follow for polygamy, right? The ISUIC, whatever they're called.
What did you say, Lady?
No, not ISUPK, the other one, the purple one, the Power Rangers. ISUCI.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they're IUIC.
IUIC.
Oh,
yeah,
those are the rapist ones, are they?
Said the rapist ones.
Yeah, those ones. The ones that did the thing round by near me. You know where the sister Joy went missing from.
Okay.
Yeah, that camp. That's the worst camp. In fact, you know that they're labeled America's #1 terrorist homegrown terrorist group. Do you know that, right?
I didn't know that.
Oh, go look. Just type it in Google.
Okay.
Or type it in YouTube and you'll see it come up. They are actually deemed as a homegrown terrorist group.
Yeah, I don't really take that serious though, because they put the Nation of Islam in their group, ISUPK. They, you know, that's the attack on black people who think outside the box. You know what I mean?
That's it. You're on that list, lady.
Yeah.
Don't get twisted, yeah.
I'm on that list.
Yeah.
Of course I am. I'm already a racist, a this, a that. I'm everything. Yeah. I don't care. I don't care.
After they heard a couple of you and Jupiter's exchanges, they said, nah.
Yeah. You're a racist and an Islamophobe, Lady D. Don't forget that. Islamophobe.
Oh yeah, I'm Islamophobe. I'm everything under one thing. I'm everything. I'm a Christianophobe. I'm everything. Cheats.
Hey, Lady D, I done got caught up in your bullshit on these YouTube streets too. You had me on. I've never been on Zubita's channel, but I clicked on the other day and heard you on there. I'm like, no, I gotta come and get my sister back.
Why did you come on? Like, it wasn't even for me. It was for IC3, and I got caught up in IC3's mess.
I let them draw me out. I was just in the comments and I'm reading all the Lady Devils and IC3 is
That's
retarded.
What they do. You let them expose their
nah.
Islam. What's wrong with you? Just let them expose themselves. Don't answer to them. Let them expose themselves.
Yeah, and I had been on the Jack Daniels at night too. I couldn't go for that.
Lady Devils. They like to call us baboon worshippers. Barbaric African, ancient practicing African devils. You lot are voodoo.
That's why I don't go in Billy's too often, you know, because I can't say
under the sun. Everything. Anything that's not Islamic is basically evil, innit? Period.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that was a good night though. That was fun though. Eventually I just got to the end and I was like, you know what? I'm finna get kicked off the panel. That's why I just started throwing the P word around. I'm just like, yeah, you don't get pussy. If you don't get pussy, you can't talk to me. I just kept saying that, and they was like,
I wasn't saying nothing. I was just laughing and watching them give us an example of what these good Muslims are like, and they just embarrass themselves.
oh man, it's fun though, man. These YouTube streets are fun, man. It is. It's fun. I get a kick out of it. Sometimes I say, but if I'm honest, and I always say this though, sometimes it's a waste of time. I know it makes good content arguing with Ralph and Jupiter about racism and all of that, but it's actually a waste of time, like Richie was kind of saying earlier.
I don't do it. Don't you notice what I've been doing? And this is why you know that you got to separate me and from the other sisters, you know, because what I do when they jump on, I jump off. Especially when James jumps on. You see, when James jumps on, I jump off. When Jupiter jumps on, I jump off. Or I go on mute and stay on mute. I'm listening, I can hear everything, but I'm not going to respond. You're not going to get a conversation out of me. You're not going to get a debate. You say the most. Look, the other day they had Jord on there. They had a whole load of white, far-right people up on that panel talking the most smack and crap about George Floyd and black people, and we're savages and we're murderers and we're killers. You think I'm going to bite? I'm not going to bite. And this is why I told my Nifa, sis, no, not to always get triggered by them. Don't always respond. That's what they want, to give you content and a show. Don't do it. When they come on, just come off or stay on mute. Or while they're doing all those foolishness, just laugh. Make you go over your head and laugh. And I notice it works, because James got mad the other day, good example. James got mad and he was like, you will sit on the panel and you will hear these people saying all this stuff about black people and you're not going to do nothing. For what do you want me to do? This is your show. You claim to be G Block. You want these people here, you debate them. But if you think us as black people, because we're red, black, and green, or because we're from what, or Israel are gonna keep coming and jumping to defend it to give you lot content, you're done out here. You don't want them here, you debate them. I'm here just for the entertainment purposes only. I will laugh and joke and whatever with you lot. When I'm ready to have black people conversation and big responsible ones, I go to my black panel and discuss our thing amongst us. But you're not going to get me no more to go back and forth with these people, debate them. What for? And waste my energy when my own community needs my brain cells and my assistance. Nah.
That's why James had to jump off my panel. And look, the time when it got too hot for him and Eve
too much
was when we're talking about integration or separation. That's why it made me laugh that was the day that somehow now you're offended and you have to go because it's all too black over here. There's certain spaces too black.
Well, I'll put it this way. I mean, when it comes to my stand, when it comes to what, I'm closer to Malcolm X in my thinking when it comes to integration in the U.S. in particular, because I'm closer to him than I am with Martin Luther King. I know he wants integration. He wants the kumbaya thing. I understand that. But Malcolm X was more realistic about the fact that, hey, listen, black people were doing far better when they had to do for themselves by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They did far better for themselves. So, I mean, when I look at it that way, at least from a political lens, I'll say, yeah, I was closer to Malcolm.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. I like that stance too. Like separation is going to be key, man. It's not working.
This is why I keep preaching what we're staying in the UK for. We're supposed to know what time it is. Repatriation with the pun, segregate and separate ourselves, because integration has done us more harm than anything else.
And the thing about it is that they don't want you to integrate in the first place. I mean, you know what? I'm going to read this passage one more time. I want you specifically to listen to this, Born Rich.
All right.
Okay. It's the same passage that I read earlier, Lady D. So just humor me, just for a moment. Okay. I want you to listen to this. All right. The first naturalization statute in 1790. Open citizenship only to free white persons. At that time, blacks, overwhelmingly slaves, constituted 20% of the total population. They were not, however, viewed by Americans as members of their community. Hold on. Slaves, as the first Attorney General Edmund Randolph put it, are not constituent members of our society. Free blacks were viewed similarly and were almost universally denied the right to vote. Thomas Jefferson, along with other founding fathers, believed whites and blacks, equally free, cannot live in the same government. Hold on a second. Jefferson, James Madison, Henry Clay, John Randolph, Abraham Lincoln, and other leading political figures supported the efforts of the American Colonization Society to promote immigration of free blacks to Africa. These efforts led to the creation of Liberia in 1821, to which eventually 11 to 15,000 free blacks were transported. To what extent they went voluntarily seems to be in doubt. In 1862, President Lincoln told the first group of free blacks ever to visit the White House that they should migrate to Africa. So that tells you what the American government stance was on the integration of black folks and white folks in America. All right.
Yep.
So
I agree.
Integration was something that was never meant to be. And when the government tells you that, okay, when the U.S. Constitution tells you that, then you know. You can't deny what's written into your own law. I mean, and then of course, as the exemplar of that, you had the Jim Crow laws, you had the poll tax for black people who were supposedly had the franchise to vote, so redlining, I mean, it is what it is.
That's why there's never going to be no reparation. Because in order to get reparations, they'd have to change that constitutional right, and they'd have to change that Dred Scott case. And
well, I mean, there are amendments to the Constitution, right, that change these formal laws, but the mentality is there. That's what I'm talking about. Okay,
well,
you can't legislate attitude, is what I'm saying. Okay,
you can't do that, but you need to change titles in it. That's why I find the ADOS thing amusing, because that goes back into the mind state where you're saying I am a descendant of slaves. By its definition, you're saying I'm a slave, I've always been a slave, and I always will be a slave. That's what I hear when you say that, and it speaks more to that lineage. So when you're trying to now seek reparations from the government that still see you in this classification as property or less than, as you're saying, with that mentality, besides just the sensibleness of it, of saying, are they really going to give up, power or make a nation, within a nation, possible for you? No, they're not.
Right. Yeah. See, the thing about it with fairness, okay, in all fairness, due to ADOS and what they're arguing for, they're arguing the same things that the Japanese argued for when they were put in internment camps, when they were released from internment camps after the end of the Second World War. They were compensated. They were given reparations. So too were the so-called Native American tribes. So too were they given reparations as well.
I'm cool with that. But you see, when I had a problem with ADOS,
what they're saying is this. We're making the same argument that they made. Okay?
Cool.
You treated them like shit, okay, and you compensated them, okay? You treated us like shit for much longer than you did them, and so you should compensate us. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, but they're excluding too many people. That's where my problem comes with it. It's another subheading category that creates a subdivision in amongst us on an argument that needs more galvanization of people rather than splitting up. So when you start to say, okay, there's what, 36, 40 million in North America, black people, and you're saying if and 70 to 8 to 100 million in South America, yeah. But ADOS is saying, yeah, scrap the whole of South America. We don't want to hear about that. Don't talk to us about nothing to do with South America. And on average, we're estimating that if we got reparations, only 16 million people, black people, are eligible for it in North America. That's a problem.
Oh yeah, certainly. It is purposely exclusionary, no doubt.
Yeah,
And
that's a problem.
But why is it a problem, Richie?
Because, as I said, the issue of reparations for me, again, when we're getting oppressed by white people, yeah, they're doing it on a collective basis, in amongst them warring with each other, but they're still at times being able to negotiate, come together, divide up the spoils, whether it be Africa, whether it be us as a people physically. But now that we're trying to seek this reparations, we're trying to do on this separate thing. It's only like in the last 2 years, the English delegation started working with the Jamaican delegation. Now, for me, that's crazy, because if we're all, whether or not we say our stories are slightly different, different time frames, whatever, but we're all there to talk about this reparations for the act of slavery, then I would at least would have liked to see every country that has a reparations case file on the same day. That would have been a nicer show of solidarity. Same thing in America. You've got a whole range of Africans, Jamaicans, homegrown Americans, if you want to call them that, black people that was already existing in America that got enslaved. So again, when you're making a case to get this reparation, to me, there's more power in you doing it as a collective. You saying, yeah, I want this money, I want to get sorted, but you know what? This is only for 16 million out of, as I said, a possible 130 million. You're taking the fucking piss with that talk.
But if the 130 million is dragging their feet on the reparations discussion, then I think in America we just got to get in our little corner and say, okay, look, the world is dragging their feet on this reparations. We gotta pick up the pace. So
probably no, you can pick up the pace. Remember, look, anything that you're seeing ADOS doing, Cobra did it years and years before. Put real stuff on the books. Me and George Macon did a show on this, where we was highlighting all the laws, the actual changes and stuff that Cobra and those original brothers, who, like you're saying, when everyone else was dragging their feet, they were going full steam ahead on the US government, trying to get stuff sorted and tabled, ready to speak and ready to deal with, But again, they didn't do it on the basis of, because we're the leaders in this so-called movement, we're only going to do it for a select few. That don't make no sense. The end result is that we're all part and parcel of that. Unless you're talking about some, I don't know, some different scenario, which I can't even think about, which would exclude you. We're all coming from a similar type situation. So if you're asking for reparations from the government that controls everyone, all the black people in that place, then wagwan. Just ask for the money in it and done the long thing. Once you start making subheadings, all you're doing is making it easier for white people to glide and slide and, all right then, all right, all right, we'll table some talks. That's why I laughed when ADOS was getting certain traction at the beginning. When you got
what you're talking about is the reverse of divide and rule, because we're dividing ourselves by being exclusionary.
Right.
And you have more strength in numbers when everybody's on the same plan, everybody's on the same code. I get what you're saying.
That's how they did us. That's all I got to say. The English, the Europeans, the Spanish, the French, Portuguese, they, you know, and this is, as I said, while they're warring with each other, but they're still taking times out to say, you know what, let's divide up. Let's have a conference and let's divide up Africa.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So if we don't take one bit of a lesson from those behaviors and say, you know what, if we're going to repair this thing and we're going to really become the superpowers and the leading people that we know we are, then how are we doing that on this separate thing? There'll be plenty of time for everybody to associate with their, you know,
their own
like
people.
that's it in the end. But until then, can we not just deal with this situation correctly and done the long thing?
I mean, I agree with you, because in the end, that's what it's going to take. The more unity you have, the more united stand you have, the stronger stand you have.
That's it. That's it. So that's why I don't like ADOS. And as well, when it came out, it was again propaganda-wise being used to hype up this African situation, where again I was hearing a lot of attacks going on African people or on the African situation. And again, you know, that's the government. If you're getting Africans coming into the country and they're getting access to funding and they get positions of power, and then they're cooning on the natural black population, which I get can't work, disgrace, need to get slapped. But again, that's a manufactured situation. So when I'm hearing, you know, people getting their righteous indignation on and look at this, man, see this, and I'm not hearing not one conversation about who's letting the people into the country, who's in charge of putting these people in these positions. You know, that's a misnomer for me. That's a red herring. You know what I'm saying? That's propaganda one-on-one there. And a lot of people fell for it. You know what I'm saying? And again, let me say this in counterbalance. I understand that you're always going to deal with your doorstep problems first and foremost. So Americans have the right to say, I want to deal with our government and I want to get what I'm owed from these Americans.
Right.
Like that's standard issue. But as I said, and as you said, strength in numbers.
Oh yeah, indeed. When you're all on the same code, you know, that code, when that code applies to everybody, you know, at least in the beginning, to accomplish the original mission of reparations for having been enslaved. Yeah, of course. You know, I mean, I agree. But then at the same time, like you said, there is a front door issue. There's front door in-house. Actually, there's an in-house issue there, and the in-house issue was based upon the fact that for reparations, let's say during Reconstruction, people were enslaved people, black people in America were promised 40 acres and a mule for each man and his family. Right. And we got none of that, or very few of us got that, you know. So that's another thing that they're arguing about. They're arguing for as well, you know. I get both sides, but I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. The more unity you have, the more strength in numbers you have, the more people on the same code. Yeah, usually you're stronger, no doubt.
Definitely. You know, definitely. And if you lot had got that 40 acres and mule, it would have changed everything. They know this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
I saw a study, like when they were just working out, if they were to just pay back that alone, that would be a stupid amount of money. Just based on that 40 acres and a mule scenario. Just pay that, and already we're talking about enough to destabilize your shit. And that's the problem. It's become such a big problem. You know, after you've got something running for over 200, 300, 400, 500 years, it's already mad. It's insanity for you to try to calculate what you're supposed to pay back in pain, suffering, profit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. So that's why, again, to me, it's an unrealistic conversation that can really only be done at the end of a sword, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Where you've got them up, and now I'm just saying, look, this is why I'm taking this. This is why I'm taking that. This is why you're gonna live there, and done the long thing. But any other form of, oh, okay, well, you know, what do you think you should pay? You're never gonna get a reasonable, sensible conversation. You know what I'm saying? This is why, going right back full circle to this English report bullshit, this is why they're saying what they're saying, because that's the heart of the beast. This is the heart of the beast right here. So they're never gonna admit to no racism. Like, that's the last bastion.
Of course not, because if anything, what the question they will ask is that the question that they would ask would be a big one. It would be this: well, if we're so racist, why are you still living here amongst us? You hear me?
Come on, that's all. That's right.
If we're so bad, if we treat you so bad, and you think that we're such ancient evil racists, why do you choose to live here amongst us and demand to be treated equally under the same law as us white folks do living here?
Exactly, Eric. That's why it makes no sense. If you want to stay, deal with it. Because you
Yeah.
already know what time it is, you know?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, yeah, you know, I mean, I look at it from many different angles, you know. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and quite frankly, I don't really have any plausible argument against it, especially considering the fact that I'm not a British citizen. I didn't go through that, you know. I didn't go through that, and I'm not going through that what you all are going through right now, you know.
Well, it's twofold. We're like, they've done the gentrification here, innit? Over the last 10 years here, they've broken up the little black communities that was properly stiff over here. Over in America,
now. We've got no black
that's
community
it.
anymore. The Somali community, Arab community, we've got all kind of other communities, but we don't have black communities.
Yeah,
that's it.
This is true. That's,
South
you know,
London, Northwest, everywhere you go, it's literally all the major spots, Peckham and all of that. Well, Peckham's still kind of going, I guess, because it's heavily African. But when it comes to the Brixtons, the Harlesdons, it's not the same.
Yeah,
Forget it.
they're gone now.
Gone.
They're
It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Done
Yeah,
change.
I mean, but Lady D, that, you know, the point that you made that some people have gotten too comfortable, that happens too, though. I mean, it does happen when people are in a place, right, and they know what their grandparents and their parents went through, and then suddenly they realize, okay, well, it's not as hard. It's certainly not as hard for us as it was for our grandparents. Not even as hard as it was, you know, for our parents. We're living better. We can go to uni if we qualify. You know, we can get a decent job. And like you said, people do get comfortable with that, and they do tend to assimilate, you know, shortly behind that, you know. And so, you know, they are the people that are they're the silent part of the population who decide, well, hey, listen, I ain't trying to rock the boat. You hear what I'm saying? So I understand what you mean, you know, when you say that as well, that people get comfortable, because they do, you know. If they see that their system, that they get some form of easement in the system, you know, they can get comfortable with that.
Right.
And this is why when we ask the question, do we perform better as black people when our backs are against the wall? There's a logic for that I'm questioning, because I know it's like once we're comfortable and we're happy and we think we've made it and whatever, it's like we become so stupid to what's really going on around us. We don't even realize when we're getting slapped in our faces.
Well, you know what?
Listen to these panels. It's crazy. You'll be hearing man talking about black men and black men that really baffle me on these panels. They will say things like white supremacy doesn't exist. While you're just whining, pull up yourself by. They literally adapt their European counterparts' minds, thoughts, and words, try to give it a little spin, and then regurgitate it to us, and then think that we can't see that you're done out here, you're lost. Like, what happened to you? Where did we go wrong? Like, what happened?
Well, you know what though, but if you think about the upheaval in Great Britain right now, right? Where you hear people, for example, on G Block, you have politicians, the right-wing politicians talking about, well, you know, Europe should be celebrating its white English heritage, right? That we should not allow ourselves to be, you know, guilt-tripped out of it. This type of things. You know what they do? They know their backs are against the wall, and white folks who have been in charge, especially within the Western Hemisphere for all these centuries, all these millennia, their backs are always against the wall. Why? Because they're always trying to connive and keep themselves on top. So they live by that rule. You know, they live by that rule that their backs are always against the wall, and we're always going to try and do what we can to stay on top. Why? Because they have a might is right mentality. It is what it is. That's what keeps them on top.
But this is the thing for me, and Brother Eric, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, you know. You see, the white is right, and all of them talk they're the far right, and then what's it, Civ Nats or F Nats, or whatever the hell they want to call themselves these days, yeah? Right. None of those people bother me. Nothing they say bothers me. We've been there, done it, heard it a billion times before. You're not bringing nothing new to the table. In fact, everything you're showing me, I expect from you. Hence why I don't have a problem with them. I don't even waste my time. I would rather just sit down and just laugh. Like when they're saying their stupidness, I just laugh. Like I find it entertaining. What bothers me and grates me is when I hear a black man, one of my men that I know that I could produce or could be related to or have some form of connection with. When I hear them talking that crap, that's when I can't take it. Hence why I can't listen to a James Jones. And I know you're listening, James. Hence why I can never listen to a mindset like yours. Hence why I can never listen to a Torok or a Reggie. I can't take them seriously because I'm like, where did we go wrong as black women? How did we produce these kind of men? What have we done? We've obviously got to take some responsibility in this. And if this is the men we're producing, then we've got to start looking at ourselves. And hence why, you know, when you see Nanifa's kicking off more time, you know, you got to understand where she's coming from. Like, we can't understand this mentality. Where did it come from? And if you lot are taking everything as jokes out here and it's all for just debates and all of this stupidness, then say it's that, innit? But don't try to play like it's a proper conversation or a proper debate. Meanwhile, people are clouding, you lot are laughing and sniggering and kikiing. Then what do you want us to do? We're gonna listen. When you can't beat them, you join them. You start kiki and laugh with them too. Because if you're not taking your shit seriously, why should we take it seriously for you? When we come back over on this side now is when we have proper discussions and proper, you understand, and we'll throw out our ideas and we'll go back and forth with each other. But don't ever think I'm gonna sit back over there and do that again amongst people that are not of my caliber or not on my realm or not in my plight or not in my fight. Nah, I'm done with doing that. I stopped doing that 2-3 months ago. So sorry, I can't help you.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just pointless. You're making the same points. You're making the same stance. You're making the same debate, and we're not. And they're staying in their position, and we're staying in ours. So now what? What's the point now of the debates?
Yeah,
it's pointless.
I mean, because for me, in recent history, Malcolm X said it best. He gave a speech and he said, you know, I'm much more comfortable with hearing a white man tell me straight to my face that I hate you. I despise your color. I despise your culture and everything else, because at least I know that he's my enemy. And he knows that he's mine. Okay. Rather than having a white man say, okay, well, let's integrate, while behind my back, he's called me nigger when he's talking about me at his dinner table.
No, man, I just don't expect nothing different from a beast, innit? I expect a beast to act like a beast and perform like a beast and carry themselves like a beast. So when I get beast behavior, I just take it on the chin. I don't expect different. It only bothers me when it comes from one of my own kind. Now I got a problem. because now you're more detrimental to my people than the beast. Now I've got to watch you, because I don't know now if you're gonna quit to sell us out and coon and back dance and whatever in order to get yourself ahead, because you're not thinking as a collective, you're thinking individually. So now my eyes on the prize, my eyes on you. Forget the beast. The beast is gonna do what the beast is supposed to do. Why are we focusing on that? I want to know about the one. Remember, we got a clean house, so I'm looking at the ones I need to keep my eye on to clean house with. That's who I'm focused on.
Well, that's the thing. But see, that's the thing about it, though. In the end, though, Lady D, when you do find out that your own are doing this, okay, it's like public. It's just like Chuck D said back in the '80s, the Public Enemy. Every how did he go? All the same color. All of the same color ain't necessarily a brother. So you got to keep that in mind, and
that's right, Eric. And in the Caribbean, we then let you know, not all skin folk is your kin folk. So that's where we get that saying from. So therefore, why they're expecting me to go back and forth with a stupid person from the far right, they're not a problem to me. I have no issue with them. That they're supposed to do what they're doing. My problem is my people. Now that's where my focus is.
Yeah, and you know what you have to do when you have when people that you consider your people are not acting and speaking like your people, you have to separate yourself from them too.
And this is why we've got Black Family First. Hey!
Yeah.
This is why we've got this particular panel. So the people that are like-minded, that we can group, and you know what I'm saying, and even go back and forth. We've all got different ideas and different ways of getting to the same, I guess, goal. This is the place to do it. Thrash it out, have these conversations that we don't want to have in front of other people, to have their 2 pence involved in our conversation, always want to interject and tell us how we should be doing things, when we should be doing things, what we should be doing. I'm sick of that. I don't want to hear Rouse in the background. I don't want to hear Jupiter. I don't want to hear a Wendy. I don't want to hear a Dave. I don't want to hear none of these people that I didn't invite into my realm. So when I do want to hear that foolishness, I will go over there and I will laugh and get my jokes like everybody else does. But when it comes to a proper discussion, I will have that here. There's no need for me to have it over there.
Yeah, because for me, I'll tell you, over the last few days, I basically listen for a couple of minutes and then I go to somebody else's live stream, because I'm just tired of hearing the noise. I'm tired of hearing the shouting matches. I'm tired of hearing the bullshit talk. I'm tired of hearing the polite talk also, that's all fluff and leads to no substance. So and I left, actually I left on my own from G Block for a minute, because I just got tired of debating people, for example, about faith. I know what my faith is, and I know I'm going to stick to it, no matter how much Rob talks against it, because see, this is what irks me also. When Rob gets on G Block, everybody else shuts the fuck up and lets Rob talk.
It is what it is, brother. It is what it is.
Yeah, and so Rob knows more than every damn body else. And then whenever I have challenged Rob, okay, or Rob has asked me a question and I'm answering it, right, then everybody jumps on Rob's dick, and I can't stand it. Excuse my language, but that's what it seems like to me. So, now for the most part, if Rob's on there, I don't even go, because I know Rob's going to go. I know the conversation with Rob is going to go to religion, primarily Islam, but it's going to go to religion in general, and it's going to devolve into the abyss, and I ain't going there, So I've left G Block for a while.
Big up, sis Cotton. I didn't know you were there. Big up, sis. You know what I'm saying? But if I want to have a discussion, I want to talk to my sisters, or we want to have a brother and sisters discussion about relationships or whatever, I don't need nobody outside of us interjecting. We can do that over here and have our normal discussions amongst ourselves. I think over here is more for solutions and coming to a solution, whereas over there it's more of a debating thing, and I'm not here to debate every single time. I'm coming here like everybody else, every troll that you got in the chat, Every troll that comes on the panel, and I'm coming here to do shits, laughs, and giggles too, like everybody else. Don't expect no other standards from me. Lady D's on another thing. That there's certain, don't get me wrong, there's certain times I will entertain it for a minute because it does give good viewing and good, back and forth. Other times, they come on, I just jump off. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hey,
I'll just go back into the chats like everyone else.
Man, the brothers in Tennessee, they get so mad when I let white people on my panel.
I don't blame them because it's like you keep inviting these people to keep infiltrating us. Like, think about it, Bournemouth. And I've been saying this for a long time, and this is why this channel had to get built, because for the longest I've been saying to you lot, we are the only people on the internet that don't have our own spot. Everybody else has their own spot and is allowed to have it freely for them. They don't even have to say it's a Muslim channel. They don't have to say it's a white people's channel. They don't have to say it's a this to whatever. It's automatically known this is their thing. We're the only people as black, every one of our black men that have a panel on this platform, it's for everybody. I think the final straw for me, if I'm going to be honest, was when Motion started his one about a month or so ago, and the first thing he said as he opened up his show is everybody, and from that I was like, this ain't gonna be for me. It's just the same old thing. Jedi's is open, Maku's is open, Raspets is open, Ultras is open. Well, show me one place we have for black people that is an open panel that you can go on anytime you want and whatever. Now don't get me wrong, we do have panels and stuff, and we do have times when there's debates like the Black Eyes TV7. Every so often they will do their debates, but it's more for learning and teachers and scholars, and then people they come on and talk and teach us in it. It's not an open panel where we just have casual conversations amongst ourselves. So we had to create one. There wasn't one, so we're sick of brothers making panels and telling everybody you're all welcome. Like, what do you want? A flipping pat on your back for having an all welcome panel? We'll give you a pat on your back when you make a black one. So if nobody else is gonna do it, here comes Black Family First. Now we're born. Now you're comfortable to say whatever you want. Now don't get me wrong, they can listen, they can do whatever the hell they want, but what they're not gonna do is come up in this chat or join the panel. That's what they're not gonna do. And it is what it is.
Well, hey, listen, y'all. I'm gonna tell you what. It's the wee hours of the morning here, and I'm about to go to sleep. But at the same time, I want to say to you all, thank you for inviting me to the panel. Thanks for the discussion, and of course, next time when you go live, I think I'm subscribed, so I'll know when next time you go live, and I'll jump back up here on the panel, and we'll do it all over again. Rap again, laugh, joke, have serious conversation, and all that good stuff.
All of that good stuff. But yes, big up yourself, Eric, and get some rest and thing. And hopefully we'll see you later on the other side or tomorrow on the other side.
All right then. Peace.
All right,
peace.
Yeah,
Richie, I know this is what they'll say. Lady D's racist. I don't give a damn. Yes, I am. And what? Yes, I'm racist. Now what? What more you got? What else? I'm proud to be racist. Shit. Like, that's going to offend me. Shit. Why can't I put my people first without being racist like everybody else does? Shit.
I think I heard one of the people I listened to in America say black people aren't racist enough. So when I heard that, I stole that. I told Jupiter Wright on that panel. I said, yes, I am racist, and I don't think I'm racist enough because I have to be more racist, I think, and because I don't know, I have to be more prejudiced with my people. Can't just keep opening the door for everybody. You know what I mean? And we keep getting stepped on and shit on. So no, I don't care about.
But that's our story of our life, and we've clearly not learned from it because everything we do, because we're just naturally welcoming and lovable people as our nature, we think, okay, we'll open up the door and we'll let one in and we'll get two in, and then what happens is they get comfortable and they get too familiar to the point there's no boundaries. This is literally what I say, and I tell Velly this, there's no boundaries. Where anything can be said, anything can be done, and it's all we're getting told, especially us black women, we constantly get told over and over again for the last 2 years, oh, don't get in your emotions, don't take it to heart, it's just the internet. No, it's just the internet for you. This is, for us, this is real. This is real. Like, we don't just do this on the internet. We do this in real life too. This is not a joke for us. We're not going to sit up here and keep getting offended. Or if that's the case, so we are going to be get offended, don't be surprised when we start throwing the insults back. And we don't want to hear that, oh, Lady D, that was harsh. Oh, Lady D, that was uncalled for. Oh, Lady D, you didn't have to go there. Well, why don't you tell them they don't have to go there? Or it's harsh, or it's out of order, or that is out of bound, or that's over the boundary. I never hear it on the other side. So therefore, if I know it's not going to be equal, then okay, here's our new spot. Us amongst ourselves, now what? And it's exclusive only to blacks. Sorry. It is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
And if you're a coon, you best stay away too, because you might get done out. Some of the blacks can get it too.
Right.
I don't care. It'll take you on too. So when I hear the madness, when I hear some of the madness, I have to just sit back and just laugh all the time. I'm just like, are they serious, or is it us just not seeing? Is it us that seeing something bigger than it is, or is it them not seeing what we can clearly see as broad as daylight? Like something ain't right here. I don't know. But yeah, Born Rich, I was actually shocked one time. I looked on your panel and I saw you had Gummy, and then I was like, oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. From he's let Gummy on, that's it. I'm done with Born Rich's panel as well. I can boycott that too.
I think she only came on like once or twice. That was one of those days where Veli had a good show and Veli was like, I'm gonna go to bed. So I was like, you know what? I'll start a show because everybody wants to keep talking about it. So that was only like once or twice. And then I think I had Why So Religious. I think he came on twice. One time I just roasted him.
Yeah, I remember the one time you roasted. I think I saw that one time. I was there the one time. I did see one madness. Yeah, he came on and he's questioning you about drunkenness or whatever, alcohol. That's it. And he's asking you if you drink alcohol.
And then I think another time he came on just randomly. He came on. I was like, all right, I'll let him on. And that's the time all the brothers got so mad. It was like, Born Rich, what are we doing? They start throwing the cracker word around and everything.
This is why I love my American brothers and sisters, because they got no filters, not barred it. That's the only thing I give them credit over them. I guess the men here in the UK is they don't give a damn. If you want to come for us with insults, we've got pure back for you. Like if you can dish it, be prepared to take it. Whereas I notice our brothers here in the UK, they will let the insults come flying at them and they'll just laugh it off. Oh, that was a good one. And they think it's a joke thing when literally all we see as black women is that you're being mocked, disrespected, and you're not defending it. You see what I'm saying? So the one time I did it though, but the one time I did it and I said, okay, I'm going to just sit down there and take the abuse. This is the other day on Zabeda show. Now it's a big thing. Oh, Lady D, you just stood there and took it. Lady D, you just stood there and took it. Bruv, you sit down there and take it every single day on the G block. What are you talking about? Now you see what we've been seeing for the last 2 years. Now you see it. Does it look right? No, okay. So don't tell me about, oh, Lady D, you've been taking it. Now we're just mirroring your image. We're literally copying your actions. How does it look? Because it doesn't look good, right? Okay.
Yeah, you're right, man. It's crazy.
Madness.
It's crazy.
Fun times.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we need to do better though. I'm not going to lie. We need to actually start getting some plans in action, find some solutions. I can't wait for us to open back up again and we can do the meetups again, Richie, and, you know, the events and stuff, because it's a long time we've not done a link up, you know.
Yeah.
It's a
Definitely.
long time. The kids need to get out. They need to get their thinking caps back on again, get back into their tours and their walks and their museums. And oh man, hurry up COVID and just be done with. It's too much.
Yeah, it's never going to go back to the same, trust me. It's going to be some next shit. Soon it will be legal just to walk up and down on road with no vaccine.
Oh gosh.
Getting name checked like that, like you're you again. Stop and search over no vaccine.
They might even, what if they come to a point where they start telling us that you can't even enter a London transport unless you've had a vaccine? Like, it can go deep, you know.
Well, I expect them to tell man that you can't go to certain parts of London. I wouldn't surprise you. Like, why are you in West End? What are you doing in Oxford Circus and Leicester Square? Like, that's dead for you now. You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk. you've lost that privilege from long time.
That's a matters, you know, when you think about it.
Yeah, I think one of the states up north, like New Jersey or New York, or one of them, they're talking like you're not going to be able to renew your driver's license if you don't get this shot.
Right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me. As I said,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
the paradigm right now for it all the little incentives.
Donuts. I think I read an article where they was giving people donuts to take the shot.
Donuts, weed.
Yeah, weed.
Fucking joke business.
It is, right? That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know, man. Oh my God, they just tell us anything, man. Black people, they just tell us anything, and a lot of our people just go for it. Just go for anything. I don't know, man.
Hold on a minute. This week, let's say, you know, we must be in end times, yeah. Why am I looking quickly at the news on my phone, yeah? And it's letting me know that Arctic winds are set to bring in a bitter cold to the mild Easter weekend. Are we going back into winter?
Yeah, it's supposed to snow. It can
They're
snow
saying that
anywhere in the
Mercury is
whole of
expected to
London.
plummet to. Yeah, but hold on. Are we in spring? Are we entering into summer? Where's Arctic conditions coming from?
Listen,
Hold on, make this make sense. And how they're predicting that the temperatures are going to plummet down to -7. That's some joke business. Not even -1 yet. Not even 0. They're saying -7. How do we go from this sunny day we had here today, blazing sunny, nice and warm and everything, to Arctic conditions in the next couple of days?
London, beautiful thing.
This ain't right. Something ain't right here.
They know what they're doing.
No, sir, this don't add up. Sorry, this one now met 2. This one ain't making 2. No.
I feel how you feel. Yeah, but
I need
this
to
is
get the
just,
hell up out of here, man. I can't take this
trust
no more.
me.
This is foolishness. Now you're messing with my emotions. You're messing with my body chemistry. You're messing with my body's clock. Now I ain't got time for this nonsense.
You better believe it.
Oh God! Look at this bloody. Look at this idiot in the chat. You never got your last one. You know. Let me get rid of you. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you. Clean house.
Who's talking?
He's got to go. He's got to go. I can't deal with the foolishness. You're not bringing that foolishness over here. You got to go. I can't deal with the foolishness. This. Look at me now. Watch me now. James, go sleep. Why are you here? Why are you bringing your weird energy over here? We're not interested. Go about your business, man.
Jump on the panel, James.
No, we don't want to hear his foolishness. The whole point of him is not to come on the panel, not to be in our energy, not to be in our business, not to be in our community. We are not your people, bruv. You said the other day, you're not black. Us black people embarrass you, make you don't want to call yourself black. Stay away from us black people, innit? Why are you here? Why is it people like you who don't want to be black always want to be around black people? I don't get it.
Is that the talk of the town again, yeah?
That's what he said. Literally, he went, this is what he's been doing for the last 3 days, yeah, on Vellies. He's been going on first thing in the morning, and he, obviously, we're not in the chats or anything, in it, so he doesn't know we're listening. And we will listen to James bang on for about a whole 10 to 20 minutes on nothingness. Nothingness other than how he doesn't want to be black people embarrass him, black people this, black people that, black people are embarrassment to these so-called pro-black, blah blah blah, bitching and complaining, but then want to tell us that we need to debate white people, the ones that he wants there. He wants us to debate them. Bruv, you want them there, you debate them. And if you can't keep up your debate skills with them, they don't have a debate channel. It's that simple. We never asked to debate them. They're not. It's not our job to defend your foolishness.
Facts.
You want them there, James? You defend them. You debate them. You go back and forth with them. You can have it. The Ralphs, the George, the Jupiters. That's your job. We come there for entertainment purposes only, to laugh at Unodo and leave and come back over here and discuss proper issues.
The joke business. Some people thrive off of that energy in it, clearly. Like,
Mad
I just
thing.
don't have the patience for it.
I can't.
Yeah.
It's energy and I have noticed though, whenever I'm on a panel with them people there, I get tired, and this is how I know that they're energy vampires now, because my energy just feels like I'm drained. And then you're listening to them, and then Ralph is talking over everybody, won't stop, won't let anybody else get. I ain't got time for that. I just sit. 9 times out of 10, I sit up there and I'm muted, just listening to the madness. Like, what else can I do other than listen to the madness and laugh? What can I do?
No,
the man will be saying the most vulgar things about black people in the black community. Oh, and because we're so-called pro-blacks, we're supposed to jump up and start getting irritated and say something. Nah, bruv, we never invite them. You want them there, you handle it. That's your problem. We got to preserve our energy for our own people and our own issues. We can't be handling those types.
Well, that's it. And sometimes there's certain things that don't need a hold up.
No, and it's what I said to my sis. Yep.
That was what me and it, like, them lot was falling out over when we was talking about integration and separation, because man's talking about the weird old crew of black people that don't want to be called black and this. And I'm saying to him, bruv, you see over here, this is exactly what I said to him. You see over here, yeah. When we're trying to discuss, we have to, like, in order to move this thing forward, there has to be a time when them conversations don't make no sense, innit? And we got to move on from that. Because I can't be always including and talking to this demographic of so-called people, whoever they are, that think they're something different than everyone else. You know, they're different classification, they're this, that, that. If it don't resonate with you, then breeze in it from the talk. It's just that simple.
That's my point. But don't sit up there and every time that it's a black conversation or a black issue being had, you've got to find a way to pick holes in it or make it into a challenging thing. And like, what you doing out here? Like, go and save that foolishness for them people there over there on the far right or whatever in it, or whatever, them nets or whatever. I don't see you having that same energy for them. But stop bringing that shit to us, because we're not on it. Listen, if you're not for us, you don't want to be a part of us, fine. No one's begging you to or holding a gun to your head. Go on over there with your what's it, the unknowns, and do your thing over there, but allow us in it. Don't feel like we have to answer any questions or you have any questions for us, because whatever we're on, you're not on. We're not on the same path. Do your thing. I just find it a bit weird when I hear black people say that they will sell their blackness for £310. Like that one there, that's a new one.
Sell their blackness for 300. Where's that one come from?
Look, James, he will sell his blackness for £310 and pay his BT bill with it. Quote, unquote.
Well, again, don't mean a lot to you in the first place. There's not a lot I can say to that one, really. Like, wow.
This is the ridiculousness we're supposed to actually get mad about. I have to just laugh like this. Are you hearing yourself here? Like, for real? And I'm supposed to take you seriously. Oh, shit.
That's an interesting one there.
I can't take these people seriously. That's why I said, like, you're just not for me. I'm not for you. Do your tick over there and let me go on over yes and do mine. But don't come following behind me, sniffing up my batty, asking us what is the black community doing? Because it's none of your concern. You're not part of the black community. Why do you care? Remember, you sold your shit for £310.
Right. That sounds like that Esau story. You just sold out your birthright for the smallest amount of P.
No, and Born Rich is on shaky waters right now. I'm not seeing him representing RGB right now. So he keeps going on with this foolishness. He's going to get kicked out too and go to the unknowns. I'm not even playing no more. I'm tired of the foolishness.
Yeah, I hear you talking.
She's putting people on notice out here everywhere.
Yeah, I hear Lady D. She can't take my RGB flag. Nah, man. I work too
But
hard
I
for
can't
this.
with you though, Boom, because today you're RGB, tomorrow you're an Israelite, the next day you're like, what are you, bro? What
I
are you
just
standing
want
for?
I'm whatever black people say I am. Let's just get busy and get to work. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Just get busy and get out. My Nation of Islam brothers say I'm a Muslim. Okay, I am. Now let's get to work. My Israelite brothers say I'm an Israelite. Well, okay, let's get to work. I'll be whatever you want me to be. Let's just get to work, man. Shit.
The problem with all of them religious designations is as soon as you want to get to work, it turns into something else.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
That's why I keep telling these people, if you're into this God thing, you gotta allow it. You gotta just allow it.
It's not gonna work, I lie. It's not.
That's it. You're gonna come out with some statement that's just gonna make man just say, hold up, you're holding up the plate. Stop. Get
I
out.
can't do this. This goes against my beliefs, or this goes against my religion, or this goes against our way of life, or allow all of that, man. Because this is why we can't make the progress. You've got too much things going on right now. Can we just put all of that aside for once and focus on us in it, as building as black people, as Africans in it? Can we just focus on that and leave all the other religious and all of them other foolishness out of it? Is that a possibility or no?
No.
Oh shoot. I should have known it's got you now. When I saw, let me tell you something, yesterday we was catching jokes. Me and EIE spent the whole day yesterday. Well, after, like, it's later on the whole evening actually, sorry, the whole evening for me anyway, yesterday. And we were over on Dagger Squad catching the most joke. Do you not see the debate with Captain Tezoria versus Dr. Bennett?
I saw a little bit of it.
Oh man, that was funny.
What?
Yeah, it was in the chat. So I was busting. I was all picking on Sarnetta in the chat. So I told him he's done out here and he's too mixed up. And he told me I'm too mixed up. He's new to this. I don't know. I'm new to this and he's true to this. Then we're just busting beer jokes and stuff in the chat, innit? And then Tazoriak jumped on the panel because they went done a little. You know, Richie done his live and that. Oh shoot, brother Richie. Not brother Richie. Brother Reggie started to go ham on Tazoriak on the panel. It was pure jokes and niceness, and that's why I'm saying I love being around my people, them, you know, because even when we're teaching, we can bust our little joke and have our little fun amongst ourselves. But I wouldn't have to worry about prying eyes or, you know, infiltration. It was just beer jokes yesterday, and we just had pure laughs in the chats while they were going at it on the panel. But I'm not gonna lie, I have to give the brother, you know, I was rooting for my ISUPK brothers, yeah, but I'm not gonna lie, Pastor Bennett won that debate. I'm not gonna lie. He tore him up with the Bible. I have to give Pastor Bennett. I said I'm gonna add Baptist onto the end of my names. Oh, Lady Divine Baptist. I'm gonna add it on. But yeah, it was jokes yesterday, man. Yesterday was nice. I don't know.
Well, I'll go on cotton socks. I'm just
Why is this
Arab
Ethiopian back? Why are you back? James, why are you here? What business do you have with us? Well, if he carries on, I'm gonna just block his ass where he can't type again. James, why are you back? Like, are you that desperate for attention? Do you really need to be around us? Because we don't need to be around you, hence why we have our safe space. Why are you here, brethren? When I told you you're not invited and you're not welcome, why are you here? Let me know.
Shakespeare, mate.
Let's see if he's gonna type and tell me why he's here. Nah, he's not. Nah, he's not. He ain't got that kind of chest. He ain't joining no panel. James must be high as a kite to think he's coming on this panel to chat his bullshit about anti-blackness and anti-this and anti-pro-black. We don't want to hear that shit. Stick with that shit on G-Block. We're not trying to hear your bullshit. That's not for our people. If that's the case, I'd rather listen to Biafra, to be fair.
Biafra.
Biafra.
He is so funny.
Oh God, not even Biafra is welcome to backside, but I'd rather listen to him.
That's why I call y'all my crazy cousins from across the pond, because there is some characters over there, man.
No, you can't put him and Biafra on us. Biafra's straight from the continent. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He's got nothing to do with it. Biafra's come from his own little island in the continent called Biafra. Even though there's no such place as Biafra anymore, he comes from his own little island. It's a one-man island with a one-man army and a one-man person on this island. And he's on the island of Biafra, and he's the head of Biafra. He ain't nothing to do with us.
That's a whole separate shit.
There's some whole next to you that no Africans don't want no parts of it. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You have to leave Biafra where Biafra is. Oh boy, Nita, what are you doing? How come you've not joined yet? You're the one I want to join. I want to speak to your queen. She's funny. She came on this morning and gave Born Rich some roastings. She stuck it on you, Born Rich, let you know you're talking one bag of fart. Yeah, your polygamy plans are not gonna work.
But I knew when I brought up the topic polygamy, I knew the sisters was not going to agree with that. Because y'all selfish.
Again, see, so the problem's us again. The problem's us. Explain, sir. Explain.
He just got to the chase.
Yeah, explain, sir. We want to hear this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just team players. Y'all don't want to. We've been through this, Lady D. Shit, we've been through it. Y'all are possessive. It's my husband, and I'm not sharing my man, and I got a good man, so I want to hold on and cling on tight to him. It's like, no, y'all, you know, I hear women say it's not enough good men out here, so the good men gotta make sure that we're getting a couple ladies. Gotta get a couple ladies. When you get a good man, you gotta share that man.
Almighty, pray for me. Born Rich, tell me something, yeah? For you to sell yourself as a good man, no disrespect, by the way, none intended at all, genuine question. If you weren't a good man for the other women that's had you and had children for you, what makes you think you'll be a good man for me?
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I know I'm not ready yet.
See what I'm trying to show you, but you want a pipeline dream that you yourself are not ready for. You haven't even thought it through. Like, what for you, man?
But I know in a few years I'll be ready.
He will try very hard. Like, don't knock his efforts.
Yeah, in a few years I'll be ready, and I'll start with wife number 1, and we'll build a powerhouse, and then we'll go wife number 2. It's a process, but we'll get it.
Well, hold on. You see this powerhouse that you're going to start up? Is that going to include the baby mothers you already have, and then add on more wives?
They don't want to be a part of it. So
how can they get the option of not having to be? And they've already got children. They've already started the cycle. So they should have first dibs, right?
Yeah, they do, but I think that they're in the same boat as you. I gotta show them first. I gotta show them how it works and it's successful before they get on board. You know, nobody believes in your movement until it's moving. So just remember that, Lady D. So once I get it moving, you'll jump on board.
Born Rich, I want to do me a favor. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I want you to do me a favor. You see this week on G Block here, when you're over there, deliberately go and try and sell that idea to Betty. Let me see what her answer is. Yeah, and if Betty tells you you're done out here with that bullshit, you know you're done out. If Betty tells you you're done out here, then you already know your whole plan's done out here. Yeah. Try it and see what happens. Maybe it's the caliber of women you're talking to. Try a different, and actually present that same argument, I don't know, to somebody. No, Isabella's not regularly over there.
I know where I can get some good information and advice from. Zabita's
go and ask them.
Yeah, I bet they'll give me some good advice.
Oh God. Man, the last time I was over there before this time, they told us that the black community have issues. All we're good for is Vibes Cartel, all kind of shit.
Wow.
They were just violated like there's no tomorrow. But that time I never had no restrictions, so I was violating back even harder, yeah. But this time I said I can't do that, so I just said I'll keep quiet and just don't get me wrong. I had one slip up when I nearly tell that boy about his underneath, yeah, that Abu Shaid, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
But I had to pull myself back and tell myself, oh, I can't cuss and do that. So I just had to just take it. You know, it's banning me to take it. My soul was banning me to not say that, but I had to just hold it and just yeah, and let it go over my head. But I said, never again. If I was to ever go over there, done it, I'm done in everybody's dance one time. I can't do the sitting back and make it go over the head thing. I tried it. It's not for me.
No, it's rough.
It's not for me. I'll admit it. It's not for me.
Yeah, but I got some studying to do. Once I get my presentation ready, I'm gonna do a show about the benefits of polygamy. I want to make sure I bring up some examples of how it works, show different cultures that practice polygamy and the success rate. Man, I'm gonna do a whole show. I'm telling you, Lady D.
Polygamy. You see, because I'm looking at it as though you're saying that our main problem is the single black mums, yeah. And if I look at Asians, for instance, they don't have the single. I don't know if they do actually, but I know China doesn't have. I don't think that China has single parents issue, but they do have a one cap issue on childbirth because of the overpopulation, right?
Yeah.
So how about them, born rich, kill two birds with one stone? You want polygamy, you can go to China, grab yourself 4, 5, 6 wives. They will all be submissive because they're trained that way, it's culturally practiced. And boom, you got your polygamous relationship, and you're helping them out by taking 4 or 5 of their women to take down the population count. Problem solved. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I'm sticking with my black women. I'm just not really attracted to Asian women like that. That's not my thing at all.
Oh, Neo, I didn't know you was backstage. If you can jump back on, and we'll call her back Terry to let you on. But Terry must be in his sleep, boy, because that man, they don't sleep.
When I do my shows, Terry's one of the first people that jumps on.
Look, Terry, I'm not going to tell you what it is. Yeah, Terry's got a whole new platform that he be hiding out on. Yeah, you see when he gets over there, he can't hear nothing going on over here on YouTube. He can't hear nothing going on because he's in a whole nother place. That guy's all over the place. But yeah, I don't know if he can hear you. Oh, the link. Oh, is it not in the chat anymore? All right, let me put it in the chat. Hold on. Oh no, I closed my YouTube. I hate when I do this. Oh, he's here. Oh, thank God. Terry can hear us.
What's up?
Bless up, Nito. Can you talk to your brother Born Rich?
What up, Nito? What up, man?
The imbecile's still going ahead with his polygamy plan. Talk to him.
Yeah, I heard him. But you know what you gotta do? You gotta come up with a strategic game plan, man. You gotta be. If you really want to do it, gotta be flawless. Can't have no kinks in it. If you really want to go forward with it, you gotta set the ground rules at the beginning, because you can't switch up or add stuff in between, because then it's sort of like the Constitution. You gotta build a constitution, you know, and let it be ironclad. You can't add on and take away from it.
Nah, you're right, brother. Like I said, I'm gonna start doing my research today.
And saving as well. You got to get your savings up from today. Because you can't have no polygamous family without no savings, no contingency plan, no backup, rainy day money. Like, bro, you can't be coming out here with your black pockets at Naga Run. Like, what?
You melody God is just want to hear about shit running, like they don't want to hear no goodwill.
Listen, Richie. Yeah, Born Rich wants a plan. This is how his plan works. He's gonna start up a whole polygamous family life and way of life, yeah, without a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Yeah. So we're trying to ascertain. He wants all of the trimmings and all of this glamorous, like lovely life, happy life, and all of this life of a nice, loving, polygamous family. But he ain't got nothing to bring to the table, and we're still confused on that part. What is his contributions? We know what the wife's contributions are. What are his? All man's talking about is I'm gonna provide. You can't provide. Your one wage ain't gonna provide for 2-3 wives. It ain't gonna work. So what are you bringing to the table, boy? I mean, Born. I meant Born. What are you bringing to the table?
Don't worry, Lady D. Like I told you, I'm gonna lay out the plan. Let me tweak the plan out. I'll show you everything you need to go. Yeah.
Nita, was there something wrong with the men in Tennessee or something?
I don't know. There's probably brothers like that. There's probably brothers like that in each state thinking like that. And then again, there's probably brothers in each state actually doing that. So
I'm sure you heard his brother earlier, yeah. So it can't be a mistake.
yeah.
Oh boy. You know there's 2 of them, right, Richie? There's 2 of them. They look the same and they talk the same and they act and they think the same. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Is it just a?
What?
Is it Born?
Yeah.
Is it just a fantasy to be with 2 women?
No, because I can pay. No, because I could pay for that. I could pay for that and get that whenever I wanted to.
Yeah, but it's temporary. You know what I'm saying? You pay for it, they're there, they're gone.
Yeah, no, it's not a fantasy. It's just I know that it's good women out here that are single, and it's many of them. So in order to, it's team building, which in turn will help the community. If I team build with multiple women. So.
And what are you adding to this team building apart from your one paycheck? What else have you got to offer?
Well, what do you look for in a husband? A provider, a protector, security, all of that. So yeah.
Born Rich, we can never as women be looking at you for security when you've blatantly told us about 4 times today, if you don't join my polygamous thing, I will basically cheat on you anyway. So what security can you possibly offer any woman? She'll never be confident in a relationship with you because she knows that if she don't give you a polygamous lifestyle, you're going to cheat.
I'm sure that's only if you don't do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing, Lady D, and you got nothing to worry about. What are you stressing for? It's like you don't want to do the right thing. That's the sense I'm getting. You're just gonna be a bad wife, innit, lady? I want to get away with it. Yeah, that's not how it works. Go represent, then you get the good thing. Yeah.
There you go. Tell him, Richie.
Right?
Tell him, Richie.
Rich, big question, serious question. Would you encourage your daughter or daughters to live the lifestyle that you want to have, or to marry a man to help him live out his fantasy of a polygamous life? Would you encourage your daughter to do this, especially with a man like yourself? Definitely with a man like yourself, or similar to your traits.
After the like I said, after the first monogamous relationship, if I see that's real successful and at a point, I would I would encourage you. I say, you know what I mean? Like you and your husband really built something special. I'm sure you know a single mother who could use a good man in her life. Like Let's make it happen. Join the team.
No, Rich, the man's gonna have your kind of qualities, your kind of way of doing things. I remember, you know how you think, you know. Would you encourage your daughter to marry a man like you? That's
Not
the
yet,
question.
because I'm not ready yet. So no, no.
So you would encourage your daughter to marry a man like you, but you want to convince us black women that you're the best thing since sliced bread and we need to jump on your bandwagon.
I would tell her not me in my current state. I'm not ready. Like you keep saying, I gotta have the money, so I gotta get that savings up just a little bit more. Gotta do a little bit more research on it, and then when I'm ready, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try to make it happen. And yeah, I would encourage my daughter to try it and see what happens.
And born with your son, would you encourage your son to live, to aspire to have a polygamous relationship when he's older?
If he's ready.
Oh my days.
I would encourage him if he's ready. Or if that's his thing, it ain't gonna be for everybody.
Exactly, Cotton. That's what Nynefa picked up from earlier on in the conversation. Exactly, sis.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, Cotton. It's pretty fair. I ain't gonna lie. It's hard. I fall victim to temptation a lot. So that's probably true. And that's what I'm saying. So if I know myself, I'm probably gonna fall victim to temptation and cheat. Why not organize it? So that way I'm not.
Or why not just stay single, where you can do whatever the hell you want, never having to make a commitment and never having to hurt anyone's feelings or betray their trust. How about we do it that way?
Yeah, but
who's cooking the raw dinner in that situation?
Yeah, you run the risk of dying alone, Lady D.
Don't worry about it. I was born alone. I have no problem dying alone. Now what?
I get I gotta go back to my parents were together until they passed. My grandparents were together until they passed. So I've got there's somebody out there for me. It's a couple women out there for me, and I'm gonna find them.
No doubt.
So, but don't get me wrong though, it's cool. This single life is cool, but eventually I gotta sit down. You know what I mean?
Lady D, do you think you could run 2 men in the
Hell no. I'm if it's open and it's out there, I don't think I could do that anyway. But even if it's a secret, hiding the next man on, no, definitely not. I'm rubbish at lying. I get caught.
You think you're more prone to fall in love with 2 men, or do you think that's a non-starter?
Non-starter. It's not going to happen for me. That I can't, because you have to emotionally divide yourself as a female and emotionally invest into 2 different energy. Nah, it can't work.
Do you believe it's possible for somebody to love 2 different people at the same time?
Yes, I think you can love somebody but be in love with somebody else. But I don't think to live it out though. That's too much. That's energy draining.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, how men are thinking of it when they think of polygamy. Remember, I'm thinking from a female perspective, innit, from female energy. But I'm trying to think, even when men are cheating and they're doing their side chicks, even without them having polygamy, even when just have multiple relationships, how did they have so much energy to keep up and know what? Remember the last conversation they had and what he told that one and what he told this one, and then he's got to say if he's got a couple
that's your
women
woman
pregnant.
brain though. That's your woman brain putting that.
That's true. Yeah.
For us, it's a bit more simpler than that. I don't think it gets that. Not all the time, but then it does depend on the women that you're with and the levels of commitment that you're showing. I would say if you break somebody bad, as in start off a relationship treating them a certain way and they have that, then you can get away with quite a lot. If you haven't been that guy to really talk that much or express yourself and you've got away with that shit, then it's smooth, isn't it?
You Negroes are slick, you know. You look thinking small. Hold on a minute.
He just heard the
So
tone of
hold
words
on.
and
So
say,
we
"You
saying
lot
the
are
talk
cunt."
less and act more, yeah. The less you talk is the more you get away with things. Is that what I'm literally hearing here? Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
as
Cotton
well
says
as
take notes. Take notes, sis. Take notes. Okay, go
well,
carry on,
as long
brothers.
as it's really about you lot. You lot are the gatekeepers. You know, that's what I said. That was the key element. A man can do whatever he wants to do, but it's you that has it. That's the problem. The same thing when you got these women who talk about they just need shopping and they want to go this and that. If man constantly draw them in that way, then I'm not surprised you're gonna feel like you can run the streets like that. Because you're getting broken badly. But again, if I meet you and I don't start off the relationship like that, whether or not we go out for a nice meal or do certain bits, but if I'm gonna start off our relationship when I hardly know you, but I'm buying you big gifts and whatever, you're allowed to tell me where's my gift 6 months in and kick up one stink when you don't give it, if that's how I was dropping it 2 weeks into knowing you.
But it's not always about the gifts. That's what I'm saying. I think for us women, it's more about the priceless things, isn't it? The paying attention to conversations and actually hearing what we're saying or noticing something like the scent we're wearing. I think it's more that kind of emotional attachment that women are looking for that men don't give, because men are quite detached like that. So the things that we expect men to look for, because we're thinking from our women brain, or we expect men to want to look out, or we would want them to look out for, they're not looking out for it because they're thinking from their men brain, and it's just, okay, she's got this, she's got this, she's got that, she should be all right there, she's satisfied, now next. That's how men think, and we're like, you're not invested, you didn't notice, and we want to be crying and all them going mad because men don't pay attention, but then we forget that you lot don't think like us. So it's, yeah, we're in a problem here, man. We got issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's telling the truth.
And you had several issues going on at one time. Yeah.
Don't you think there's more women acting like man these days, though? As in going on heartless, they've got 10 man, they're going on like it's all about the money.
Yeah, cause women say it all the time. I don't need no man. I got my own. What a man can do for me, I can't do for myself. And
But brother, you do know that's more of a resistance talk. When you hear sisters saying things like that, that's more out of a response to say, well, like when, like, say if a man might say something horrible to her, or she might have been rejected a few times before or whatever, that's an automatic defense mechanism coming up saying, well, if he don't think I'm good enough for him, well, I don't need you, I can do this on my own, kind of, you know what I mean? It's not like women are literally out here saying, I don't need a man or I don't want one. It's more response.
I'm glad you're saying that, Lady D. That's what man is saying. That's what man is saying, Lady.
Mechanism. That's what I see it as when I speak to my sisters.
That's how enough man is moving when they've got 10 gal. It's a defense mechanism.
Oh my God. Hold on. Nah, Richie, that one where you nearly slide that one past me too, you now, like me an idiot. Wait. Come back, man, Richie. Come back. What do you mean man can have 10 different gal and it be a different? How you figure? Wait. That one pause.
No. That was a joke. That was a joke.
You're trying to clean it up now.
Right.
He's gonna clean it up clean too. Watch.
But when you hear man jumping from woman to woman, that is also a defense mechanism of being hurt, not being fulfilled. So the immediate response is, well, I can get a next girl in it. I'll have a next girl, or I've got one in the wings.
Oh, now I'm with you. Okay, now it makes sense. Yeah. I don't know, when I look at my brothers, we're tired of cussing them out. We're tired of dunning them, yeah. Let me tell you something about my youngest brother's the worst, yeah. The youngest of all the brothers, yeah. He takes it to the Mickey because he's still living at my mum's house, yeah. He's only brother still at my mum's, yeah. Right. And when I tell you, we can go down there And that door can knock 6, 7, 8, 10 times. And every time we go to the door, a different girl that. Like, what are you doing with so much gal? Why
Damn.
have you got so much girl looking at my mum's door? And why are you making them know where you lay your head? And furthermore, what do we tell the main chick that's upstairs in the bedroom right now, that's barling saying that you're doing her bad? And then you got 6, 7, and 8 of them sit at the front door, hanging at the end of the street, hanging on the end of the in your local, like anywhere he goes, is bag of gal. Like, what go on for these men? But then my brothers do these things, but they're very protective over us, and I find that weird. Like, they are very protective over us as girls, like the sisters. We can't wear certain things, we can't go nowhere, we can't do this week. But the way we see them treat gal, it's like, what the hell? You need to adjust your moral compass, because you can't have one rules for us and a whole different rule for the kind of caliber of girls you're chatting to, and you're not respecting people's daughters. Like, what the hell?
Right.
It's a madness. Men operate differently. I can't lie. Men work differently.
Some of us do, definitely.
Oh, so true. Cotton Wright say, man gets hurt once and cries like a baby and becomes a cheating and disrespectful person to every woman after that. But it's true.
No, we're not gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that, because hold on. Hell no, we're not doing that. Now, we know it's bitter women out here. How did them women become bitter? So we're not finna do that now. What makes these women become bitter? And yeah, I don't need no man, I can do it by myself. But you got 3 kids, so
because
you
the
had a
man he's
at
with
one
has broken her so far down, broken her spirits, broken her woman, challenged that, made her feel some form of insecurity, that she just got to the point, well, F you Negroes, I ain't got time for you, I'll do it by myself. That's how she got to that stage, Born Rich.
I think men are more emotionally vulnerable than women. And that might
I actually agree with that. I actually do.
That
agree
might
with
sound crazy, because on the surface, men seem harder, but I actually think we can't deal with hurt as much as women, especially from relationships. Especially if you as a man poured out everything you had for a woman. Personally, I think there's less men that have recovered from that situation than women.
No, I actually agree with that. I'll tell you why. Because if a woman gets cheated on by her man, yeah, she's more likely to forgive or try to make it work or try to find no. You cannot cheat on a man and feel like that man's ever going to take you back. Not as a woman. Not a black man anyway. There's no way in hell you can cheat on your man and feel like he's going to get over that. Once you've cheated as a woman, it's a wrap. There's no going back. There's no forgiveness. There's no negotiations. There's no counseling. Let's talk it out. None of that. It's a wrap. Yeah. But when a black man cheats on a black woman, it's, oh, baby, forgive me. I messed up. I will do right by you. All kind of bullshit. Sending you all kind of... sending all kind of snow to Eskimos and shit. And we are gullible enough that we fall for the bull crap time and time again. Can you explain that? Why are we so? What is it about you lot that make you lot think that you lot can keep portraying us the way you lot do? How about explaining that part?
Most of the time, part of the reason why the man's cheated, most of the time, there's some part that usually the woman can trace back to herself. And that's not to say she's not good enough in that sense, but she's usually been doing some shit that probably made it slightly more appealing for him to be somewhere else, and not every time, but a lot of the times. And that's why I believe a lot of women forgive rather than even address those issues. They'll just say, all right, I forgive you. How about them apples?
I don't know, man. We're in a sticky situation. I think we need to really address our relationships, how our relationships dynamic works between the black man and the black woman, because I think that's something we quite easily skate over and not realizing that's the main structure we have is starting our black families. And if we're not even communicating and understanding each other right, our foundations are not set from the beginning, a lie. It's kind of on rocky foundations we're starting on. We don't have proper understanding of each other. And I said that to Terry on the very first show we did on here. And I said, it was last week's show when IC3 was on. And I was saying, like, I think our main problem within the Black community is communication and how we communicate amongst each other. I said that. And no one wants to acknowledge that. But it's all right.
Don't know what you're talking about.
See what I mean? No communication from these Negroes. You see what you get, Black women? You see what this how Black men treat us, yeah? Yeah, whatever. Shut up, woman, and get on with it.
What the hell you saying, man? Right?
No, sis, it's not the same. If we cheat, it's game over. It's a wrap. It's peak. It's your dance done. There's nothing more for you. If you cheat, sis, there's no more man. It is what it is. But if he cheats, he will beg and plead and harass and stalk and do all kind of things until you take him back for him to only cheat again. Imagine the fairness in that.
You see, the joke of it is, if a woman cheats, there must be a reason why she cheated. The man wasn't treating her right. Something wasn't right. But when a man cheats, there's suddenly no reason for it, and only the fact that he's just a cheating, uncontrollable person. Yeah,
but that's facts.
No,
that is facts. Born Rich himself admitted it earlier. If you don't give me my polygamous relationship, I'm gonna cheat anyway. Letting you know he can't help it. It's in his DNA. He's a Black man. He can't help but to cheat. He's telling you straight.
Wow.
That's what he told us.
And that extends to all of us, yeah?
Well, I don't know, but he's speaking for Black men, isn't it? So I don't know.
That's a harsh one.
That's what he told us, straight up and down. And he gave it to us live and direct. He can't take it back.
I wish I would have got called to the meeting.
Well, it's the man who says it. What's this talking about? But that means the woman's missing something. That's why she cheated. Well, it's the man who says it was nothing. Yeah, the men always say, oh, it was nothing. I don't know why I did it. I was lonely, or you wasn't there for me, or you wasn't there. You wasn't giving me none, so I had to go and get it. So that's the same old bullshit they probably come out with, sis. Don't pay these men no man. They're bamboozlers and hoodwinkers. Don't make them fool you.
That they don't want to talk to you about it because they know it's going to be misconstrued in another 10,000 ways.
Now, I only misconstrue things. I only deliberately misconstrue things when it comes out of DC Brad's mouth. Any other Black man, I hear them loud and clear.
Oh, I needed that.
What are you eating over there, Richie? I want some.
Rice and peas and stewed chicken.
Oh my days! Can you back that quick?
Fully.
As you said that, I got a sniff. I got a whiff of rice and peas under my nose, and there's no rice and peas nowhere near me. There's no rice and peas nowhere near me.
Your brain just sent that sensory signal. Like, yeah, that's what he's talking about. Hold on. And now followed up with a nice big zip.
Rice and peas.
Rice and peas. Do you not eat Caribbean food, Nito, out there in America's like?
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had some
yesterday.
Oh really? What did you not have?
Some curry chicken.
Oh shoot.
Some plantains. It was good too.
Cabbage.
Some cabbage.
Fried cabbage.
Puzzle.
Yeah, I really need you lot to help out Born Rich here. He's trying his, listen, bless your soul. He's trying his hardest to adapt Caribbean life no, Richie, you know this Edat did to us today? He went and got the skit with the little white boy on trying to teach us how to speak Patois. and violating Caribbean culture. Yeah, violating our culture and our way of life and how we speak. Yeah, so Born Rich is on his learning path. He's slowly but surely becoming Caribbean, yeah, but he's got a long way to go. His patois is whack. I don't know what kind of thing he's talking, and he I think he knows about Vibes Cartel and Sizzler Kalungi. That's about it. So he's still learning. He'll get there. Can you help him out with the cuisine and tell him, suggest some dishes for him to eat?
Hold on, what'd you say, lady? What was that last one?
Oh shit! Where's the white boy who was teaching us how to speak patois again? Born Rich. Show it to Richie.
That was hilarious.
That was.
What did you learn from that class, Born Rich? Tell us some words that you learned in patois.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Why can't you do it?
I can't do those words. Those words are hard.
Say my mummy.
I can do that. Me mommy.
No, Born Rich. No, Born Rich. Do
No,
it
me
again.
mama.
Try again.
Me mama.
Mommy.
No, try again.
I forgot what he said. I know it was me poopa.
Think about it. My mummy. Think about it in patois now.
Mommy.
There we go. So say it in a sentence.
Oh man.
Oh wow, that's hard.
Me, mama.
Me happy see me mommy.
Oh no, mama, not mummy, mama.
Mama. Me happy see me mama.
All right, say I'm going over there.
Oh man. me go on over there.
No, Boris, try again. Try and put it in a sentence. I'm going over there, but you got to do it in like pigeon kind of revert. They got to reverse it. Everything's kind of in reverse. So instead of saying I'm going over there, it's me I go over Dessa.
It's what?
Me I go over Dessa.
Oh
you
wow.
reverse it. Basically, it's reversing.
Yeah, go over there, so.
That's right. Follow Richie. I will tell you. It's a bit mad. You'll get it. You'll get there. Patois classes are coming soon. How do you say spring onion?
How do I say?
A spring onion. What's a spring onion?
Spring onion?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a
scallion.
Scallion, yes. Yeah,
yeah. You have to teach you the foods. What is potato?
Yam.
Irish. Irish is potato in Jamaica, yeah.
You should tell them down G block and see what they have to say. Pure Irish over there.
Pure Irish man. What else can he say? I'm trying to think of some things. How do you say turn off the light?
No, I have no idea.
The same as America, lock off the light kind of thing, but it's with a patois twist. Lock off is turn off.
Okay, lock off.
Yeah,
the light.
lock off.
Oh.
What else can you say? How do you say ghost?
I have no idea.
Doppy.
You said what?
Doppy.
Oh, that's what a duppy was.
Yeah, Doppy's a ghost. Yeah.
I thought duppy was to kill somebody.
Jesus, Fred.
Yeah. No. You can say
that.
that.
Put it in a sentence.
You can say that. I'm gonna doppy you.
Yeah.
If I say to you, I'm gonna doppy you. Yeah. Then that means I'm gonna dead you. So you're right with that one. Good listening.
What else
I have Bigger say that. So when Bigger say that, I always put it like that.
Say that. Count to 10. Count to 10 in Jamaican. Let's see how you do it.
Like 1, 2.
No, so you're gone too far already.
3.
You can't say that number there. You can't say that number there.
I know it's 3.
Try again. Start again. You can't say that number.
I can't say what?
Jamaicans don't use that word.
Oh no.
No, you say it's in English. It's in English. Don't change the accent. Don't change the
One.
the language. Just the accent that changes.
So it's
not the...
1, 2.
Yeah. No. Start again.
Get your money out then, James.
He doesn't get it yet, you know, Richie. Jamaicans don't use the number 2. We don't have used that in our sentences. Bad man I play number 2. We don't use that. You skip past the 2 and go straight to tree.
Oh, tree. Oh.
You serious?
Yeah, they don't use it. They try not to use it at all, even when they're talking. And they talk in parables. So that's another thing we do. We talk in parables. So if you don't know how to talk in parables, you're going to be lost a lot of the conversation.
Yeah, cause when we visited, I didn't know what they were talking about.
Parables.
I was lost.
If you notice, like, Sis Nanifa gets a lot of fire for it. Yeah, people say, "Oh, she doesn't talk straight. She goes round corner." It's not that she doesn't talk. She's talking perfectly straight for anybody with like from Caribbean heritage. It's just that she speaks in parables. So if you don't know, if you don't have to speak in parables or understand how to dissect parables, you don't know what she's talking about. But Nanifa's the queen of speaking in parables. If you listen to her.
Oh, okay.
What else is there? Can you say, Born Rich? I'm still learning. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what you've learned.
Let me think. No.
If man tell you, yeah, they're gonna doppy you, yeah, you just tell them that na make it.
That no make it.
Right? You tell them. If man start talking any swagness to you, yeah, any silliness that just don't make no sense, you just say nah, that na make it. That na make it, brethren.
That not make it.
Yeah, cause we went over there and we was in front of some shops, right? And we got off the little not a tour bus. What do you call that?
Little taxi.
Yeah, a little taxi, right? And boom, we got swarmed by a whole bunch of dudes trying to sell some weed. And I could understand a word they were saying.
They was on it.
Wow.
Yeah, but they was on it though. And it looked like some good press too.
But I'm not gonna lie, there's some when you Americans speak, especially you down south, real southern draw, real Americans, unlike these fake northern Americans like DC Brad, yeah. But when the real Americans speak, yeah, I don't understand nothing you lot are saying either. I need a what's that thing called on the screen where you've got subtitles? There we go. What's that guy's name? Tony? Is his name Tony Born Rich that you have on your panel? Oh shit. That Tony guy, when he comes on your panel, I don't understand a word he's saying. I don't understand. And I think I catch probably about 2 words out of his whole sentence.
Where's he from?
I don't know.
Detroit.
Tennessee.
Oh, okay. All right. Makes sense.
Oh shit. If you could just hear a little bit of when Tony's talking, oh my God. I might as well be listening to, I don't know. It kind of sounds like when I guess Americans hear a Liverpudlian speak, like when Heathen speaking on G Block. To Americans, they don't understand a word he's saying. That's how I feel about Tony. I don't understand nothing he says.
There's some country people down here, like in the real sticks, country.
Oh no.
Yeah, speak like it's almost like Geechee. You can't understand them.
He said they live in the bush. They live in the woods.
Down by the bayou.
Yeah. Geechee is I don't know what, and you be like, huh?
Nothing.
And they real fast with it too. That's what it sounds like. But they understand each other, and they feel like you should understand them. But I'm like, look, man, you got to talk a little slower.
But do you see like in America and that you see like with the states that you lot live in or the part of the South that you lot live in? Obviously, we hear stories, especially from the UK, about how Black people are treated in the South and that. Do you not think times have got better and it's much easier now, or is it just as racist and horrible and divided as it always has been, kind of thing?
It's racist and divided as well.
Wow.
But they good at hiding it. They can hide it.
Not be fooled.
They hide it well.
Jeez. And hold on, your kids are going to school amongst their kids, so their kids are probably learning their hatred for, I guess, for us, our people, from home, and then they kind of amongst your children. Like, don't you lot fear for your children in school and stuff?
Yeah, they probably preaching it, but the culture now, the hip hop culture,
yeah,
the white kids are loving it. So
I noticed they're into their Cardi B's and stuff like that. Yeah. I've noticed.
Yeah, so they're more acceptable to feeling our pain in a sense. And I think some households are like that, but I would say about what you think about 80% households.
Of what?
Like white families, their kids are really like hip hop.
But their parents aren't.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a generation thing.
Still alive and well. It's terrible.
And the fact that you lot are allowed to carry guns out there, that's even more frightening. So racism and tension on top of that, add weapons. That's not a good mix.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
a good mix.
That's why I make sure.
But everybody got a gun. You go into the Walmart, Food Lion, everybody got a gun.
Yeah, Food Line is the grocery store.
Yeah. Oh, they don't have.
They don't have food lines.
Oh.
So just saying Food Line, they ain't gonna.
Oh, they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, the Food Line is a grocery store.
Right.
They got Tesco's and Sainsbury's.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they carry.
And that's what I'm saying. So you lot are in the South part as well. Remember, the South's where all the stories and most of the heretic stories about slavery and people freeing from slaves came from, especially to us over here. So we're saying like you lot are still there and tensions are still quite high. And then you lot had to go through a whole, 4 years of Trump. How do you lot cope? And then all of this, George Floyd and all of this madness in between. Like, how do Black Americans, like, I think you lot should be traumatized for the next 25, 30, 50 generations. Because this is actually not good to live in that state.
Yeah. But then when you get around your like white co-workers or whatever, they're always sympathetic to it. They're like, yeah, that was messed up. I hope the cop goes to jail, and they seem sincere when they say it. I don't know if they're saying it because they're around Black people and they feel like it's the thing to say,
But you see, that's the bit that fools us, because I think like we are easy to hear I'm giving my white apology and whatever. But then when you get to things like, for instance, you lot had the other day in America, the elections, and you saw how much votes Trump was getting to stay in power. And I'm like, rah, these people faking it till they're making it, or they really want what Trump stands for. Like, what is going on out there in the States?
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, where we live at, it's a military town. So it's really, really mixed very well. Black, white, people from everywhere.
Okay.
So we don't really have to deal with too much racism here.
Right.
No rioting, nothing. None of that took place here. When all that George Floyd and all that stuff was going on, none of that took place here. But
Raleigh did.
Yeah, like in Raleigh, when you get out of Jacksonville and you go into like the Raleigh area, it changes. It's like
wow.
Yeah, it's a whole other ball game.
Yeah, it's different.
So it's basically it's like a Russian roulette of where you live, and if you happen to unfortunately fall under one of those areas that are very heavily racist and a lot of things can go down, then you need to do better and try and get out of there as quick as possible as a black person.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, because they were going around. Because they were going around. Trump supporters were going around taking Biden signs out of people's yards.
I heard that. We saw that on the news that they were violating. Trump supporters were trying to intimidate people. They were trying to, like, they was doing the most.
Yeah.
They went down to the Washington, was it the White House or whatever they were trying to get? They were just doing too much.
Some people still got their Trump signs in their yard.
That's crazy.
And
I even saw when Cardi B put up something on Instagram, yeah. I think her and Offset must have tried to go shopping or something one day, and then they got surrounded by Trump supporters and they were cussing them out and trying to get to them. And I was like, what is going on in America? And this was like a couple of days before the voters count came in on who won or something. So it was mad tension on watching it on the TV and on social media. So I'm thinking, imagine living out there in amongst this.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know what Trump did in them 4 years? It's like he co-signed for them to act a fool.
Okay.
He was the guy, like, cause they started, cause you'll see clips on.
Real stupid.
Yeah, he did.
He really did. I was really embarrassed. He really. It's just, I don't know. Just the way he acted. It just wasn't the way to carry yourself as the president of the United States. It was just horrible. It was horrible. I'm glad he's gone. I really am. Hope he don't come back. But he gonna run again. When the election come back again, I guarantee you he'll be right there. He'll be running for president again. And that's what they were trying to avoid.
Oh, yeah.
When they were trying to impeach him, to keep him from running again, but it didn't work. So
I was about to say that, because did he not get impeached twice? And then, do you not think he's got an actual chance of getting through with, even if he puts himself up for the running? Do you think the government, like of America or whoever controls America, do you think they would allow him to run again?
Yeah,
we have to.
It's legal.
It's legal.
Oh my God!
But you see, though, the state of New York also had charges on him for his taxes and a whole bunch of other stuff. So he's not out the water yet. He still got to deal with what's going on in New York.
If those criminal charges do not stick for tax evasion, he will have the right to run for president again. There's nothing we can do about it.
He needs to stick to reality TV and go back to his Trump TV show with Nene Leakes and them people there. He has no business being a politician. None. He's a reality TV star. He needs to stay in his lane.
Yeah, but look at all the corporations that ban his business and ban him from social medias and all that. He's pretty much done, but he still has that following. That's what's crazy.
Because he's a racist.
Yeah.
But is it true that the majority of black people were supporting Trump? Well, the reason why black people started supporting Trump was because he was freeing and pardoning incarcerated prisoners, black prisoners in America. Is that the main reason that convinced people?
No, I ain't care who he freed.
Tell you the truth, yeah, me either. Because it won't nobody I know. Now, if I had a brother and he had come up for a pardon, and then I'd probably be like, yeah, But,
you might think about it, but until then, no.
Nope.
Oh dear.
The most of the people that he did free were celebrities, so
yeah.
he ain't free nobody worth freeing. He ain't gonna say, oh,
might know common people.
Yeah, or like old school activists that's still in jail. That none of that.
Oh, Cotton wants you guys to explain for her what is it that Trump has done so bad to black people. I remember we're in the UK, so we really don't know the ins and outs.
What was the question again?
She asked, Can you guys explain what Trump has done terribly to Black people?
Whew.
And she wants to know if Biden would do anything good for Black people.
It's just that racism was already alive and well here in the United States, and Trump just divided America even the more. He just added to it. He didn't help it. You know, most presidents, even whether they were racist or not, they try to hide it. You know, they weren't so blatantly blunt with it. But Trump, he was just right out there with it. He didn't care. He says anything he wanted to say. And he just divided America. He just divided us, and and we're still divided. I think we're divided even the more now. And now Biden has a harder job trying to bring the people back together. You know, when Obama was president, yeah, we had racism. You're going to always have racism. It's not going to go anywhere. But at least the people were more together. You were a unified front. You know, but Trump destroyed that. Biden has to try to rebuild that. It's just, I just feel like we're more divided.
But I think Biden, I don't believe Biden gonna really do anything too much.
I think you lot are underestimating Biden. I think people are saying, oh, Biden's not going to do nothing new. Obama didn't do nothing for Black people. Trump really didn't do nothing against Black people. He never did much for Black people either. Biden ain't going to, but I think Biden's the underdog. I think people have to give him, remember, he's only been in, a couple of months. Like, give him a break. Give him like 2 years in and see if Biden don't start. Biden's going to start. I think Biden's the underdog. I think people underestimate what he can do for Black people.
But I look at all politicians the same, because you got to look at, there were better presidents than Biden, and they ain't really do nothing for Black people. So I don't really think their main objective is to do something, you know, for Black people, because when it comes to Black people, they're always going to try to bunch every other minority group in with it to make it politically, you know what I mean? To make it politically correct. So it's not going to really, it's not going to be benefiting Black people per se all the way. You know what I mean? It's going to benefit all minorities.
I get what you're saying.
You know, because when it comes to Black, they want to bunch, you know.
They put everybody under
all minorities under one umbrella, when what we're talking about, we want, you know, change for us. We've been crying for change for the longest. And minorities were always here.
But we got to remember, too, point the finger at the president a lot of times. But the president can't do but so much. The president doesn't have as much power as we'd like to say he has.
Yeah.
Oh, so who actually holds the power for the Americans and American people?
Congress holds the power.
Oh, so what is it? Pass through Congress first, and then I guess it's handed to the president to deliver the news or something. Is that how it works? Okay.
And then you got to look at your local officials. People want to make change in the area. You got to look at who you vote for locally. You know, everybody go out and vote for president, but you don't think about who your governor is. You know what I'm saying? We don't go out and vote for that, especially Black people. We don't do that.
I don't go out and vote at all, to be fair. I'm not voting forever. I don't think I voted once. And that was when I turned 18. And I've never voted again.
Yeah, because the Black people really want to change over here. You gotta vote in your next sheriff. You gotta vote in your next,
you gotta start at the bottom.
You gotta do your attorney. You gotta do your alderman. You gotta do the people who run and delegate your areas. If the people can get together and vote in the right people in their area, then they're better off. You don't really give a damn what the rest of the government doing, because you know that your local people have your back. But it's hard to do when the sheriff is the cousin to the fire marshal, and the fire marshal is cousins to the district attorney, or he's married in a family to the district attorney. You know, so when they do it, they get
a collective of we call them good old boys, and they get those positions and run and get placed in those positions to delegate their local government,
and they
because they all know each other. They all know each other, and if they don't know each other, they grew up with each other, because mostly local people stay in their local place.
So hold on, what president so far do you lot know, like in your lifetime or whatever? What or do you know of in history of America? Do you think's done the most and the best for Black people in all the presidents so far? Because what are we on now? President 48, 47, 46? I don't bloody know. But whichever president, which one do you not think has done the most or been the best contribution to Black people's betterment in America?
Well, I'm gonna put it like this: Reagan fucked it up.
Reagan, oh shit.
Reagan did the most in the 80s.
Oh shit. Reagan, you're
most.
done out here, rude boy. You're done out.
Yeah, he did the most.
Oh, okay. So Reagan actually did the most. Okay, so if there was somebody similar to Reagan running in today's world, that person would definitely win, right? No, because America's changed now. People's voting tactics and all that. Now there's racial tension again and all of that. It might not necessarily mean he would win. And then we were shocked to find out a lot of Puerto Ricans voted for Trump as well. I was like, what? What's going on here?
Yeah, a lot of that.
What happened to solidarity with the minorities? What's going on here?
See, and that's where I go back to is
I don't know what they was voting for.
Who do you know? That's why I go back to the minority over here. They're gonna clump us with them, but when they clump with them, they're not on the same page and have the same views as us. So
exactly, that's why we're fighting BMA here. That's why we were fighting it, because we're not Asians. We don't think like Asians. Asians' needs don't fit our needs. Our needs don't fit theirs. Don't put us together. We're completely two different identities. Yeah, I can relate to that. Yeah.
So it's a lot. It's a tall hurdle to hop over. So, but things must go on, and what they want to do, what they're trying to do now, they're trying to open America back up to the way it was, but and I think it's too early. It's too soon.
Wait, are you lot already? You lot never had lockdown again, though. You lot have been out of lockdown for time, right?
Shoot, really? We never had lockdown.
What?
We never had lockdown.
Never been locked down.
It was more of go out just to get the necessities, and you'll be all right. But they did lock down like bars, restaurants for a certain time. But you were still able to go and get something to eat, but you just couldn't go in. You had to order it over the phone and go pick it up. And they meet you at the door with the food, or they meet you at your car in the parking lot with the food. It was like that.
The only thing shut down here was the clubs and the movie theaters.
Yeah.
So hold on, you mean to tell me we're on our third lockdown? Yeah, we've had no access to nothing other than supermarkets, pharmacies, and online. We've had access to even your doctor's appointments are done via telephone call. Absolutely, yes, literally. We have not seen doctors like visit unless you like need like you have to go. But other than that, everything's been appointment. It's parents' evening via phone calls, via webcams, and I'm telling you, we've literally been in lockdown. Whereas
there was that appointment.
Our lockdowns are like everything's closed, like shops, everything. The only thing we've had different this time, to be fair, the third lockdown, which is the one we're leaving this one on the 12th. So things won't open up in the UK until the 12th of April, right? And that's only certain things for now, yeah? So when that does, it's going to be like a relief for us, because we've literally been a whole year in and out of lockdown and proper lockdowns.
They should have locked the United States down, but they didn't.
For the first 2-3 months when the virus was really known and not knowing, like the first 3 months, they should have locked it down completely. Yeah.
And that's when Trump could have stepped in, but he didn't. He left it up to the governor of each state to do whatever they wanted to do per state. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying when it comes to your local officials. That's when it really does matter, when situations like this come about, because we were never on lockdown. The only thing happened, we had a curfew that was not enforced.
Oh, hell no. You lot
And
had some bodged up job lockdown. What the hell?
We were never on lockdown. The only thing that actually shut down here was the bars and the movie theaters. Even the mall stayed open. They were only open for 6 hours a day, but you were still able to go to the mall, and they were only allowed 20% of capacity, I think it was. 20% of capacity. They were counting how many people were going in and counting how many people were going out, but we never shut down.
Man, we've been living like hermits, no life. This is why they say that the mental health state has stagnated high in the United Kingdom. We've been on literal lockdown where kids have not been to school for months upon months upon months. Kids only just returned back to school last month, March, beginning of March. They returned back to school. The first week of March, they returned back after being on lockdown since before Christmas. Is it before Christmas? Was it just before Christmas they went on lockdown? Or was it after Christmas? No, it's before Christmas, because they never returned to school after Christmas until March. So we went on lockdown just before Christmas, yeah? Before that, there was on lockdown throughout the whole since March till about, was it June? No, it wasn't June, because even then, by the time the kids were supposed to go back to school, it was 6 weeks holidays. Like literally, our kids have had like nearly a year off school.
Well, be thankful.
A whole
be
year.
thankful, because our numbers are ridiculous. I think we just hit 500,000 the other day.
No, we've been at 500,000.
500,000 deaths.
We've been at 500,000 for a while.
Wow. So how have we done all of this lockdown, but our numbers are so high for Europe, and you lot ain't done no lockdowns really, even though your numbers were high, but people are still carrying on like normal?
I don't know.
Wow.
And now they got this new variant, this UK variant. What is that? Have you heard about that?
Oh my days, every other week we've got a new variant. It's ridiculous. I can't keep up.
I don't know what it is.
They've got so many new different variants keep coming. And this is what Richie was talking about earlier about the vaccinations, when he was saying that there's no point taking it because they can't guarantee that the vaccination you take now will be able to help with the other variants and the new strains that are coming out.
That are coming out.
It's crazy.
And I don't want to take the vaccine because me and my wife, we see on the news one day, right? This vaccination center that they had in this county, they had got a whole batch of vaccines, and they started administering some vaccines, and they went back to replenish what they used, and they went back, and the vaccines were dried up in the vials.
Gone. Jeez, gone just like that.
Yep. Dried up.
Dried up. He said, how can the vaccine dry up within hours?
Hold on, hours?
Yeah.
What
The vaccine vials were sealed. They went back to replenish, and they were empty, still sealed.
You're not sure someone never come and swap out the vaccines and went and trade it off and make money somewhere else for these vaccines?
Ain't no telling.
Wow.
Yeah, there's some craziness going on. I don't want to fool the vaccine. I'm gonna wait it out to the end.
So I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna try to delay it for as long as I can, or not take it if I don't have to. But if it comes to a case where I have to, I will. But I don't see why I should or why I need to be fair.
Yeah, because I feel like this. Even my wife said it. If the rest of the people are willing to go take the vaccine, why should I? Aren't they protected from me?
Mm-hmm. It's just because I just don't know what these vaccines entail and what are the long-term side effects in it. Even the short-term side effects, I don't know, to be fair. But because I don't trust nothing that this government tells me or gives us, I'd rather be sure to not take it and have nothing happen to me than to take it and then regret something happening to me.
And they made them too fast because normally
way too fast.
Normally a vaccine takes between 7 to 10 years to even get passed by the FDA here in the United States. So you came up with a vaccine in the matter of 6 months. I'm not too keen on trusting it.
Because I do say it takes a lot of years to normally create a vaccine. So for this one to be whipped up in a matter of months, we're like, wait. Something don't sound right.
Y'all don't have no test.
Right.
Y'all don't have no test studies to prove that it's safe.
Nothing. It's just go with the women. Cross your fingers and hope it works.
Yeah, they're using this as guinea pigs.
That's crazy.
We're the test lab rats.
They can test it on their own pickaninnies first. Yeah, don't try and use us as no damn lab rats.
That's
But actually, you know what, you guys in America, is there any news yet? Is any happening with DMX? Is he like any news from the family? Because I know he's still in. This lawyer idiot came and lied, and I was trying to tell Terry, but he'll have to argue arguments that don't make no damn sense. And I was trying to tell Terry, this guy came out and lied and said, oh, he come out of the coma, and he's saying, and everyone believed this one thing and ran with it. DMX ain't out, so is there any updates yet if he's gonna make it or not? He's still in the coma. He's still brain dead, from what I last heard.
I heard that they took him off life support. He's still
No, that's
in the
not true. That was false information. The lawyer
that
put out.
was.
Yeah, it's not true. That's what I was trying to tell Terry, but he loved argue for no point. It doesn't make no sense. So he put out a false statement, and then everybody ran with it, yeah, thinking that he's actually awakened at the coma, but then he had to come back on the news and apologize that he gave the wrong information. He's sorry to let people know he's still in the coma and they're still praying for him and hoping that he makes it out. No, if he did, the family would have said something. The family ain't said nothing, so you know it's not true.
Yeah, so he he had an overdose.
Damn, these drugs.
Yeah, man, bad one.
But
X
yeah,
gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you.
But if that's the case, yeah. If that's the case, yeah, he's still in the same situation because I didn't hear nothing new. I ain't seen no breaking news.
Yeah, I ain't seen no breaking news neither. I keep checking TMZ every so often to see if they've got any updates, but I'm not seeing nothing there yet. And I've been checking his his girl's Instagram and Twitter, and I've not seen no updates yet neither. So last time I did heard was that his kids were having a vigil for him around his bed in the hospital. So when I hear vigil and stuff like that and they're praying, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't sound good. I don't know if he'll make it this time.
Yeah, he's still in a bad state then, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good at all.
How about drugs and stuff over there in the UK? Is it a lot of drug? Is it a lot of I should say, is there a drug problem over there?
Of course,
in the United States.
Yeah, there's not as bad as the United States because we're not as big. We don't have as many people as you guys do in the States. But yeah, there's definitely a drug problem here. In fact, there's a drug problem worldwide. Don't make them ever fool you and make you think it's just America. No, it's a worldwide issue. I just think it's the different types of drugs that are used in different countries. So some countries it's heavily cocaine dominated. Some countries it's amphetamines or I don't know what do you not have in the States? You don't do. I know at one point it was a trend to do this lean thing. That lean thing started going all over social media with the rappers and that. What's that?
That's what is that, baby? Cough syrup.
Okay, yeah. So that was something that the Americans.
Word for it.
Right. That's something that the Americans put out there. I think the young boys were looking at.
It's hydrocodone liquid form.
Wow. But yeah, here in the UK, I guess it will be crack, cocaine, and weed. I guess will be the main substances.
They didn't pass crack.
Yeah, crack.
Crack is a thing of the past. Well, no, people still smoke crack.
People still selling and smoking, but
meth is the biggest thing where
Meth.
we're at right now.
Meth. I think meth is more something that I think is killing in places like Scotland. Those places, like we're in England, but in Scotland, I think that's a big problem out there. And Russia and those Eastern European, like those places have that problem.
Heroin.
Yeah.
Heroin killing these kids.
They're walking around like zombies and stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they mixing it with that fentanyl.
It's fentanyl. It's so bad. It is so bad.
Yeah, they're cutting it with fentanyl. There's people out there that are hardcore crackheads. Take one hit and heart to stop and die.
And die.
See, that's what I'm thinking that happened in DMX case. He got a bad batch of something.
What was they say? Probably cocaine.
Oh, it was crack.
It was crack.
But that's what they said. That's what they said happened to Lamar Odom. It was crack as well that got him in his coma for that long. That time when he did it.
What?
So isn't that the same for Christina? What's her name? Bobby Christina. She had the same problem.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She
was a proper crackhead, like just like her
She was a functional crackhead.
No, she wasn't in her last stages though. She literally, remember, she had missing teeth and all sorts. Like her, that guy that she was with knocked her silly. He used to bruck her up in the house. She used to have this close best friend. I remember watching all the documentaries on Bobby Christina. Yeah, 'cause I was so fascinated on how did this little girl end up in the same kind of predicament as her mother did. And I went through the whole storyline. I followed the auntie Leona Brown. Is it Leona Brown? I read her books and I followed all her blogs, and I really tried to keep up to date with that. And I was actually shocked to learn the things that weren't, publicized or weren't spoken about really in the media. And that was things like Bobby Christina was a proper junkie crackhead. Like, she used to have this white boy best friend. He used to be a white boy. He used to always see him in the earlier videos of her when her and Nick first got together because that was her best friend, and Nick got rid of him, got control of the money, started to beat her up, knock her teeth out of her head. Like, she had 2 missing front teeth. Bobby Christina had no teeth in the front of her mouth. Like, he knocked out all her. Even when they done the autopsy, just look at her autopsy report, or just type it in Google, Bobby Christina autopsy report, and just look at the condition of her when they performed the autopsy. She had scars all over her body, teeth missing, chunks of hair missing. Like, she was getting effed up by that Nick Cannon, whatever his name is. Nick, I forgot whatever his name is. Nick something another. But yeah, he was mashing her up and abusing her and the money. She was just a functional cash point for him. That's all she was.
No, I don't think anything happened to him. Did anything happen to him? I don't think so.
He died. He didn't. They all overdosed back to back.
Oh, somebody killed him.
Listen, Whitney first went, Whitney was the first one to go. Then 3 years or 4 years later, followed by Christina, Bobby Christina, Then about another 4 or 5 years later, followed by Nick Gordon. That's his name, Nick Gordon. And then 3-4 years later, followed by Bobby Brown's son. Remember, he just died the other day, last year.
He sure did.
Yes, it's like this, literally, like the whole entire family. It's going through the whole family and anyone connected to them. Back to every 3 to 4 years, somebody else passes away in that family. I was reading. I tell you what, I was listening to the other day. I bought her book on Audible because sometimes I can't bother to sit and read. So I like to have my Audible playing in the background. And I was listening to my audiobooks and I was playing the biography of Bob. What's her name? Robin. Whitney's supposedly lesbian lover, best friend / best friends. And when I played her autobiography playback to me, oh man, she had some secrets that she let unleashed in her biography, and I'm like, raw. Like, there's so much things that could have prevented all of this with Whitney, and nothing was done. She even goes into how when Whitney went into going, when Whitney turned Hebrew Israelite at one stage, she did turn Hebrew Israelite, and they went to Africa and they went to stay on the land, and They went into all of that. She went into all of that, like all the stuff that Bobby was going on with. Bobby cheating. Bobby trying to get her to do polygamy with the other one. Remember, you don't forget, you know, but Whitney was pregnant before she had Christina. She was pregnant with her first child. That's the child that she lost on the set of that movie she did. What was that movie she did?
Oh,
Bodyguard, yeah. So when she lost that first baby before Christina was born, yeah, Bobby was still sleeping with the other baby mother, and that's when he was trying to convince Whitney to be a sister wife with the other baby mother.
Oh,
But
wow.
Whitney lost her baby, and the other baby mother kept hers. So that's why if you look at between Bobby, Christina, and I think it's and Bobby Brown's other son, there's only like 2 years. They're only 2 years apart because he wasn't supposed to be with the other baby mother. He lied to Whitney and told her he wasn't with her, knowing full damn well he was still with her and wanted to marry Whitney for the money, keep the other one, and have a polygamous family. Like Bobby was not innocent, you know. Bobby done some mad things back in the days. Mad.
Bobby has I think he got like 5 or 6 baby mama.
Yeah, he has. But the one that I think the one that was more that's when that was the more damaging one was the last one, because even when Whitney was sold the story, when he told Whitney that he's no longer with anybody, he's single, he's all for her, he did not tell her that he's still living and having a whole household with another woman and actually got pregnant and had another baby. So by the time she found out about the other baby, she got so distressed and whatever about the other woman being pregnant. That's when she lost the baby on the set of Bodyguard. So all of that's in the biography. If you just, the biography is deep, man. I love people's.
Check that out, man.
I love reading them. I'm on all R. Kelly's so-called concubines and all. I'm on all their biographies at the moment.
Oh, yo, now that's another piece of work.
Oh man, Bobby Brown's story goes deep. I'm reading about witch doctors. I'm reading about feces and urine in the buckets that they give to the witness, and the madness that apparently goes down in R. Kelly's mansions are crazy.
What?
The girls locked into rooms, can't use toilets, have to use buckets, all kind of madness. I've seen they have live people. Do you know that not Bobby Brown? Robert had a fish tank in the middle of his mansion, yeah, that had real people swimming in it. And if you touch the glass, their job was to mimic your hand and mimic your motions from in the water inside. I want to know, how much did he waste paying these people to just swim in a tank all day to entertain his house guests?
What?
Like the mad things that go on in these celebrities. You got to start reading biographies, man. The madness that goes on.
R. Kelly crazy, man.
R. Kelly is batshit
but he was
crazy.
running the coat. He was running the coat. I don't care what nobody say.
Of course he was. And that, what's his name? That wife of his, Andrea, what's her name? Andrea, whatever her name is, Kelly. She's a next wicked somebody. I have no sympathy for her. She's another one because she knew what was going on from the jump. And just because of the money and the comfortable life, she dealt with it. She sat there and knew everything that was going on. She knew about all the girls he was sleeping with. In fact, she would sleep with them too. That's the worst part. It's like, what the hell's going? You want me to have sympathy for you now? Oh hell no.
That's true.
Yep.
All she wants is child support money. Like, she's doing whatever she's got to do to get it. But your kids are too old for it at this point. So what's the point? They're grown women now with their own careers.
Yeah, she still want to be taken care of.
And she's still walking around with the name Kelly. Make it make sense. If you're so scarred and traumatized by this man, why are you still walking with the man's name?
Yeah.
Goodbye. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, because money come with that last name.
Exactly. As long as she's holding on to the name Kelly, she's gonna always be able to do a TV show or reality show or use her name to get her somewhere. But she know what she's doing, and we can see all the way through her. She's another one.
Yeah, because she was money driven. She won't really into him. It was money. It was all about money.
She's something else. But the amount of celebrities that I've read about in the last, I think from COVID, we've been on lockdown for a year. So I've read so many books or listened to so many audiobooks, over the last year. It's crazy. I remember I was reading the one, was it Melanie Brown from the Spice Girls? When she got into her story with her and Eddie Murphy, I said, oh, hell no.
With Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, she was with Eddie Murphy. That's when she got her daughter Angels for Eddie Murphy.
Why he was still married to his wife?
Pardon?
Why he was still married to his wife?
No, he actually, what happened is, so the wife that he eventually married, yeah, he actually gave that wife Melanie B's ring. He actually made a custom ring with I think it was an emerald or something in the middle that she designed. He actually proposed to the wife with her ring that he proposed to her with. He publicly shamed her and embarrassed her in the tabloids in the UK, all over the world, basically telling people that he's not sure if the child's his and dragging her to paternity courts and DNA courts only to come and find out that the child is his. But all of that whole, I don't understand how she fell in love with a guy like Eddie Murphy in the space of 3 months, got pregnant, and then expected different when she walked out and left him for 2 months and came back to England and didn't tell him that she was leaving America.
That's crazy.
This is the madness these celebrities really get up to if you read their books. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
She's another one that was addicted to all kind of drugs and had a bad addiction. Yeah. And her husband, the one that she married, that I think something Belfonte, whatever his name was, he was another woman abuser. He used to bruck her up. But
that's crazy though. I don't understand how celebrities can have all that money and wanna
end up in that position. I know.
That's the furthest thing on my mind. If I got millions of dollars, that's the furthest thing on my mind is getting high.
This is what I'm saying. And then she stopped talking with her dad, so her dad her and her dad fell apart. Well, he never actually disowned her, but they fell apart and they never spoke for years until he was on his deathbed and she had to come back to England and see him and whatever. But by this time, she's now living and settled in the States, innit? So she didn't really have much contact with her family. The husband she married made her a recluse from her family, separated her from her family, all kind of madness. Then he didn't want Eddie Murphy to get around his daughter Angel. He wanted to claim the daughter. It just became a madness. Then she got pregnant again. Then the drugs took hold of her again. Then he started beating her up. Then she started doing, is it X Factor or whatever in the UK? So,
I remember that.
Yeah. So when she was doing X Factor in the UK, he used to beat her up behind the scenes in that. And the only person that knew that she was getting beaten up all the whole time was Simon Cowell. And he used to cover for her and get her all kind of taxis home and send her to hide her out in one of his mansions. And madness was going on behind the scenes that we would have had no clue about watching. They still use like some super professional heavy duty makeup to cover up her bruises and stuff for her to go on TV and do the show, and madness. Like I would have had no clue watching all of that. She just looked like she was smiling and okay, but this time this woman was getting beaten up and on all kind of drugs.
Yeah, because that wasn't Eddie Murphy married to I think he's married to a supermodel. What's her name?
Eddie Murphy had proposed, and he did it also to who's the other girl he did it to as well? He never ended up marrying her. He did it to Mel. He did marry the one after Mel. The one he gave the ring to Mel, but I think that marriage only lasted for 3 months, and then then they got divorced or annulled or whatever it was. Then he remarried again. But there's another celebrity he nearly married, but they never quite got married. And in fact, he was sleeping with that celebrity while he was with Mel. He was juggling the two of them. Who was the other celebrity? He was with two of them at the exact same time. But Mel said that she didn't know until after. She found out well after, years after. But she didn't know at the time that he was still with the other.
Yeah, because I don't really follow celebrities like that. And Eddie Murphy, I don't really follow Eddie Murphy at all.
Definitely, I don't follow them at all neither, but I read the books. I love biographies. Yeah. I love reading or listening to audiobooks. So I'm always even if I don't know them like that, by the time I've listened to one of their audiobooks, I feel like I know them inside out because they tell it all in there. All.
Yeah, because Hollywood is demon ran anyway, man. People who run them straight demons.
Mm-hmm.
Straight saying that's.
Yeah, I think one of the things are reading audiobooks and finding out about these people, them's lives, and seeing if this money really makes them happy. And if it ain't that, I love the biopics when they do the biopics of their life stories. I like watching it. It makes it easier than reading a damn book sometimes. But yeah, man. What did you not make of the Wendy Williams one? What did you not think of that?
Oh, Wendy, yeah, man. She
Karen Kevin.
I seen I seen the when she was in her, I seen the documentary when she was in her house. Whew. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's a
man,
mess.
that was deep. I can't believe that Kevin did that like that. How did he have Sharina the whole damn time? And Wendy sat in that. She was basically living a polygamous marriage, a polygamous relationship without actually agreeing to it formally, but she was agreeing to it informally by just staying with him. That's
Yeah, but
basically
he
her
was a thug.
agreement.
He was a thug. He was connected. He was connected. You know, on the streets of New York. He looked like a well mannered man, but he was connected with thugs.
Well, I see when I think of thug, I don't know what it is. When I think of thug in America, yeah, I think of people like Birdman. That's what I'm thinking. Birdman. You know the one who's with, what's it name? Tony Braxton now. Birdman, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Little Wayne's mentor, him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I think of thugs, for some reason his image pops up in my head when I think of American thugs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Normally tatted out, big, butch, kind of mean look on their face 24/7. Yeah, I think of somebody like Birdman.
Yeah. But that thug life, it's a short life. I won't recommend people want to be a thug. It's foolishness to me. That whole situation of being a thug is foolish. Oh, you gotta call.
Yeah, it is crazy. And the lifespan of a thug in America is very short. Some of them are lucky they even make it to but then I can't even talk now because in England it's no better. Most of our boys are not making it to their 20 years old. Some of them are dying at 19, 18, like doing all this street trapping shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
25, 23-year-olds, 28-year-olds. None of them are making it to 30. 30 for them is like making it to pension.
Yeah, because like where I'm originally from, up in Connecticut.
Yeah.
That sex trafficking is big.
We heard about that. I think the Housewives did a kind of special. Was it the Housewives with Love and Hip Hop or somebody done a special on about that was it. That girl that's supposed to have the baby with, is it Waka Flocka? I forgot her name. She said that she was a victim of that sex trafficking thing. She got stolen and kidnapped, and that's how I heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big. There's people. I know people up there whose sister got missing, whose daughter got missing.
Wow. So what? Young girls just coming up missing, and no one knows where they've gone, who's taken them. They can't be located. Where do they end up then? Where do these girls? What happens to them?
Well, up in Connecticut, most of them were still in the same city.
In the same city? So how come no one can find them then?
They got them hidden. The gang got them hidden. Got them locked in the room, running tricks. So yeah, got them locked in the room, running tricks. Get a trick. He pay. He don't want to have sex with her, and then it's crazy.
That is madness.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you lot are a bit freaky out there, and you lot are a bit weird out there. I know you lot got things like stripper bars all over the place and all these things.
Yeah.
But kidnapping girls and running like whole brothels and thing, and no one don't know where they are, can't be located. What are the police and the FBI and all of that doing? And like they're just sitting on their asses.
Yeah, pretty much.
The frig.
Either they get paid off. Or shoot. They know about it and scared to do anything. Because some of them gangs are ruthless. Like the MS-13, the MS-13s from South America.
Oh, I don't know who they are.
Yeah, look it up. MS-13. Them boys, those guys are ruthless. I seen a documentary on TV where they were these cops in Detroit, and they had a little boy go over and get the cops a note in a yellow envelope, and in the envelope it had pictures of their wives going to work, their kids going to school, and the note said, "We know you watching us, but we watching you too." The cops packed all this stuff up and left.
Hold on a minute. That's not what they're supposed to happen. You're the cops. You're supposed to lock people up and make the street safe. What the hell you mean packing up and leaving? Going where?
Yeah, but see, that's how notorious that game is, because when them cops seen all the pictures of them with their wives in public, kids going to school, they were scared of shit. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. I don't know. I don't think I can make it in America. My survival rate would be very 0 to none. I don't think I'll last 2 weeks.
No, you would, because it's not
That's a
bad.
whole culture I'll have to adapt to, and a way of life I'll have to adapt to. I don't know if I'm ready for that type of lifestyle. You don't do things different. I think when it comes to racial tension as well, because we've not really experienced overt racism, overt tension, that will be something totally out of our norm. Whereas we experience racism and it's covert, it's all institutional, it's indirectly, it's not direct like how you guys have it. I don't think I'd last. I might flip out and end up in jail or getting killed. I wouldn't last.
Yeah, you would, because shoot, I cuss them out all the damn time. I don't give a damn. I cuss them out. My wife says, "You gotta stop doing that. You crazy." I don't care, because I feel like this. If I feel that you're doing that to me, and I'm not doing that to you, oh yeah, I'm cussing you out. So you let me know how you feel. Now I'm about to let you know how I feel.
Yeah, but you've got one factor we don't have: guns. I can't take that risk.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. But that's crazy though. Did it take every gun?
It's illegal in this country. It's not allowed. Firearms are not allowed, but somehow our boys manage to get guns and kill each other all the time, every day. Explain that to me.
Oh yeah, that's just like here.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, because you can get a gun easy. See, all my stuff, all the ones I have, legal. I'm legally owned by me. I'm legally able to walk around with them, open carry. You know, I'm waiting on my conceal right now, but I can open carry, and I do every day. I get in my car, I have my gun on me, I put it on my lap, and I drive. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm just going to make some tea.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh dear. Let me get my life.
What time is it?
It is now 2:15 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, in the morning. But the thing is, yeah, because I slept all day yesterday after eating so much fish and stuff left over from the Easter. Yeah, I literally feel like I've slept my whole day already. So not my whole day yesterday already. So I've got so much energy today, and I just can't sleep now.
Mm.
I literally cannot sleep.
But I still can't believe when you said about the sweets that you guys the same ones that America got. I
What's
couldn't
that?
believe it. When you're talking about the stereo and the sweets in the restaurants, how y'all don't have the same ones that America got?
Listen, you don't understand how privileged you people are, yeah. This is one thing I'll cuss about America, why I would want to go to America and why I can't. That's what make me want to come to America. Your food, outlets, clothing stores, hair products, so much things like there's things that you lot have got in America that we can get. We've got more access to being in the Caribbean than we do in the United Kingdom. Like we like in the Caribbean, we share the same kind of candy, the same kind of that's all American stuff. Even down to like the fast food takeaways are the same, kind of similar to American ones. You see, once you come to Europe, it's a whole different story. Everything's a whole different. You're not getting anything here, and plus Europe doesn't cater for Black people, so they don't feel the need to import anything for our benefit because it doesn't benefit them. It benefits. Only if it benefits them, they will import it. And they don't, Black hair products, all those things, makeup, all those things. No, it's not beneficial to them, so why should they care?
Wow.
So for us, it's just straight Chinese people and Chinese vendors in it and stuff like that, and get it imported into the United Kingdom. But
do you not have Amazon?
Yeah, we do have Amazon, but now because we've left the EU and we've now done Brexit. Now everything we order on Amazon is taxed. We're now taxable because we've left the EU. So yeah, but simple things that you lot take for granted, that even your food sizes, your portion sizes, you lot take that for granted. Like I told you before, our Big Mac is the equivalent to your Happy Meal burgers.
What? Oh.
Literally. That is the equivalent to your Happy Meal burgers.
Yeah, you will love it over here then.
I'm telling you, and this is probably why if you compare people in Europe or people around the UK to Americans, we are very much smaller and slimmer than you guys. I think it's all down to food and lifestyle, and all of that plays a part in why there's the size differences, like your sizes are different from ours.
Right.
Or your even down to your shoe sizing's all different. And plus we work with European numbers and European codes, and you guys work with US in it, so
oh yeah.
But it's different. Even the way you like your cars is different. The side of the road you drive on is different. Your house sizes are. Your apartments are a joke. Your apartments is. What you would call an apartment? I think your apartments are like your houses. Actually, a typical house that we see on TV all the time. So when we see American houses, we see like this. I don't know how to describe it. All your houses seem to have basements. That's something you're never gonna get in the United Kingdom. Like it's not custom for our houses to be built with basements in it. Don't get me wrong, you do have some houses with some basements, but they're normally the rich people that have those kind of old fashioned kind of big, or they've probably built in a basement of some sort of this on their own, but it's not built that way. It's not like it's designed the way you guys ones are designed. You lot have laundry rooms and stuff like more than one bathroom in a house. That's standard for you lot. That's luxury for us.
What?
That's crazy.
You have to add your own bathroom in, customize your house to make it look American and feel open plan. That's not how our houses come. A typical house for us in the United Kingdom, a typical normal family house will consist of 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a separate toilet, a kitchen, maybe a couple of cupboards, a front garden, a back garden, and that's it.
Oh no!
Wow, yeah,
That's a standard house in the UK.
How many square feet we got here?
No, the average. Well, I would say about the average house, maybe about 1,800 square feet.
Yeah, about 1,800 square feet. We got a huge front yard.
Wow.
Huge backyard. And we pay $700 a month.
You see, that's the only reasons why I would go. I would love to live like you lot's lifestyle, experience the way you lot. That's the only way that Born Rich can convince me of this polygamy thing. Yeah, he'll have to have me a big whole house with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, them kind of thing, their shower and all of that good stuff. Yeah, and then even when I get there and I say I'm gonna just bail out on the last minute and say I'm not doing polygamy
and
keep the house for myself.
It's just us too, and I want something bigger.
That's
I'm like, this is not big enough. I want something bigger.
That's what I told her.
You are just too damn greedy now and great. You know, a normal couple in the no, you lot are too ungrateful and greedy for real. Listen, yeah, a normal couple in the United Kingdom, their first kind of house or starter house, as they will call it here, yeah, will consist of a bedsit or a flat. What we call flat, you lot will call an apartment. It will be an apartment, probably 2 bedrooms, or like their main room and maybe a guest room or a spare room or whatever. Open plan, probably living room and kitchen, or a separate living room and kitchen, a toilet, a bathroom, and that's it. That is it. A flat, all on one level, all on one space, and it's very and remember, it's not the same sizes as you guys in America. So when you lot think of apartments in America, you're thinking of some big open plan. Nah. We're talking tiny little thing. You might as well call it a dormitory. It's small. Small.
We have a walk down into the diner.
Wow.
We had the washer and dryer, and we had a kitchen here. We had 3 bedrooms and 1.5 baths.
3 bathrooms and 1. No, you're taking the piss. Listen to me, yeah. There is no such thing as dining room unless you've bought your own house, maybe added on a conservatory your damn self, and that you might get a dining room or a conservatory area. But things like dining rooms, luxury, built-in closets, luxury. Sometimes even having a shower in a house is a luxury, because we typically more inclined to have baths more likely built in UK homes, especially if they're old. A garden, that's a luxury. You're lucky if you get a garden. There's not enough space in London for gardens all over, unless you live on a residential road. What else can I think of? Even basic cupboard storage space is a luxury in the UK. Most houses will tell you that they don't even have cupboard space.
We got a good here. We got a good here.
And don't even talk about parking, because there's nowhere for you to park it. Everything's so small and tight and compact and claustrophobic. Like, forget drive. Unless you live in a semi-detached or detached kind of house, you're not getting no drive. You best park on the main street and pay to park in front of your own house in the UK. That's how it works. Even my house, I have to pay to park outside of my house. You need a parking permit.
Then we have a driveway that can hold 2 cars, and we're allowed to park in front of our house.
Wow. No, you got to pay. It's part of the road tax and council tax and all these other taxes that they keep taxing us within this damn taxing country. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And you've
got to hold on. You do understand that I live in London, yeah, and I live in the centre of London at that. Well, not the centre, but I live in very close to the centre of London, yeah. And I still, I don't know if it's still in there now. Do you still have to pay to get into what was that thing called? Do you still have to pay to go through that? Oh man, there's a time when you had to pay to enter go from one side of London to the other, just to go through a bridge or go over a tunnel. It was crazy.
Oh, that's like our tolls here. Yeah, we have tolls here too. Like if you drive on the highway, you have to pay a toll to get into the next state. But if you take the back road,
you don't have to pay.
You can bypass the tolls.
But this is the thing: you lot can literally travel and around. You can travel, see all different parts of America without actually having to leave America. So it should be easy. Like you can go from hot climate to a cold climate to a warm climate to a beachy climate to a snowy, and without leaving the United States.
Right.
That's banging. I wish I could do that.
And a lot of people do have a house up north, and they live up there during the summertime. It's nice, and then when wintertime comes, they fly or drive back down to their house down south.
Yes,
to be warm around the wintertime.
I said that. I said if I ever moved to America or had to go to America or was given the option to live in America, I would live in South. More likely Florida. I don't know why, but that's probably where I will head. Like anywhere where it's hot, that's where I'm heading. Yeah. So,
But you gotta watch out because Florida has a lot of.
Yeah, but that's just like Caribbean. It's very close to the Caribbean. So I think I'll be used to it as well. So yeah. Say that again.
Yeah, you're right. You be more used to it. It'll be more like the Caribbean thing, bro.
Yeah, and I heard there's a lot of quite a large community, Caribbean community in the South of America as well. Now in Florida and Orlando and those places there. So
it is.
Yeah, I got family there. To be fair, I have got some family there, but from my St. Lucian side, I got family in Texas, but I've never met them.
The only thing I like about up north is you can tell all the seasons apart.
You can see what?
When it's fall, the leaves fall. You can tell it's fall. Wintertime, you can tell it's winter. Spring, you can tell it's spring.
So it does go for all the seasons, right? Right.
But
I don't want seasons though. We're tired of seasons. We can get 6 to 10 seasons in one day in the United Kingdom. No, we don't want no season. We as Black people want sun, sun, sun. That's all we care about is sun. We don't want to see no more fall, winter, snow. Like, listen, it's blazing hot out there today. Yes, sun has been beating like crazy. And when you look in the news, in our newspapers, it's telling us in the next couple of days we're going to get Arctic cold conditions striking the UK. How does the UK go from blazing hot sun to Arctic cold weathers? And we're in April.
Yeah.
Like this country is absolutely backwards. Like Black people are not supposed to be here. This country's not for us. It's too cold. It's too windy. It's too miserable. It's too grey. It's too dull. It just messes up your whole body chemistry. We need sun, and fun. That's all we need.
But do it really rain a lot over there?
Constantly.
Mm.
I don't think it is as bad as it was back like a few years ago, but it does rain a lot. I think Ireland takes the biscuit for rain. Ireland and Wales, and yeah, they rain a lot.
Oh wow!
And Scotland snows a lot.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's up north of the country, so yeah, they snow a lot.
Oh yeah, it is probably like that.
Yeah, but we're in the south, innit? We're in London, we're in the south, so it's more warmer down where we are. But it's still too cold for me. This is not warm. This is cold.
Wow. So your weather to wear like t-shirt and shorts and sandals. You got weather like that?
Do we have summer like that where you can wear shorts and sandals and that? Yeah, when we get, this is the thing. You see, when we're in England, does get hot. It gets so hot to the point that you pass out because there is no breeze. There is no, it's just dead air circulating. Like you just feel muggy and hot and horrible, but you're happy that it's hot and it's summer, yeah? And the thing is, our winters only our summers probably last a maximum of 2.5 months, if you're lucky. 2.5 months you're gonna get blazing sun for, and then after that it's back to cold and rain and windy again. Autumn.
Oh wow.
So England stays more dark, more grey, and more miserable than it does actually sunny and warm and inviting.
See, you know what? That's how Seattle, Washington is here.
Right.
Washington State, Seattle was like that too, where it's rainy all the time, gloomy.
Yeah, miserable, not motivated, doesn't make you feel the best, but you get on with it. Yeah.
And they have a big suicide rate there too because it's so.
It messes with your blood. I'm telling you, it messes with your mindset.
Yeah,
Living in this cold, damp, miserable. Why do you think white people over here in this country are so miserable and moany and aggravating? They live in this cold, dull, dreary weather.
That's true. That's true.
That's why. Whereas we're happy and go lucky, want to just have fun and party and barbecue, and we can't even do that. There's no sun.
Yeah, I couldn't live over there. I'll come to visit, but I couldn't live over there.
You would like if you came to England in summer, you would love it. If you came to England for the very first time and you came in the summer, you'll be like, oh, it's nice here and whatever. But see, once that summer's over, you'll be like, oh, I want to go home now. I'm homesick. I can't do this. How do you not do this? Yeah, you'll be over it once the sun's gone. It wouldn't be appetizing to you. You wouldn't be welcoming to you. You wouldn't want to stay here much longer than you had to. You'll come and go, but you'll make sure you time it to only come in the summer.
That's crazy.
Spring.
And it's like that all across Britain. Huh?
All across Europe. No, I'm not gonna lie. No, I can't say all across Europe because I'll be lying. So like France is rainy. That's another place that's known for rain. France rains all the damn time. I've been there so much times it's ridiculous. But if you go to the south of France, you get more tropical weather. It starts to get warmer, more Mediterranean, kind of weather. It starts to cut. Remember, you're close now to Spain and Italy, and do you see what I'm saying? So the south of France is really nice and warmy and palm treesy. But you go to like the other parts of France, it's more like London, England. It's cold, dreary, normal trees. The only thing is that they're clean and we're dirty. So their streets are clean and they're quite, the people are quite friendly, I guess. They will say hello and bonjour and all of that stuff. But then I guess it's because we're tourists and we're not local. It might be different living there. I'm not sure. But from what I see from them, they seem friendly and happy-go-lucky, carefree. Parisians do, yeah.
So is Spain nice? Spain is nice, huh?
Spain's nice. Spain is it's where all the English people go when they're young to party. Spain is a place where you go, especially certain parts of Spain, I should say, sorry. So certain parts of Spain, like Barcelona and all of that, that's when you go to party, do all kinds of, it's basically the equivalent of Las Vegas or Sin City. Okay. You just go there and just get effed up here, and then whatever goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. What goes on in Spain stays in Spain. That kind of attitude, yeah.
Okay, got you. So how far is Spain? Like if you was a road trip to ride it, how long would it take to get there?
I'm not sure. I've never ever driven there. Every time I've gone, it's on plane, and it's no longer than 2 hours. 2 hours as long as you're going to be.
Okay.
2 hours. You can go on train. You can go on Eurotunnel. I think. Can you go on Eurotunnel? I know France you can. I think Spain you can too. But I've never. I've heard of people that's done a drive to Spain.
So it's about 100 miles away or more.
I have no bloody clue. Let me check it out. Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see like what I can compare it to if I drove from here to Las Vegas. So from here to Las Vegas, you're gonna be driving. That drive is about a day long because to get through Texas, the drive alone through Texas is almost a day. Because Texas is a big state.
Hold on a minute. Let me ask Alexa. I hope she's not too loud. Alexa, what's the driving distance from London, England to Spain?
From London, United Kingdom is 0 kilometers away by car.
What the hell's Alexa talking about? Alexa's an idiot. Hold on a minute. Alexa has no clue. She said 0 kilometers. She said zero. She's just talking shit. Yeah, hold on. Alexa don't know what the hell she's talking about. Okay, so it says, it's 17 hours and 30 minutes to drive from England to Spain.
Okay, so that's about
17 hours. That's a long time.
So that's about the equivalent from driving from here to Connecticut, because from here to Connecticut, where I stay, is 13 hours. So
wow,
it's about,
okay.
And I drive that. I remember I drove that straight through, no sleep, no breaks. One time I took breaks is to get gas and like snack and drink.
That's dangerous, you know. You imagine if you got tired and fell asleep behind the wheel. God forbid.
But I'm so used to it though.
Oh my God.
But see here in the United States, you know, driving far like that is no big deal, because in Connecticut, one side of Connecticut to the other side, you can drive that in like 2-3 hours because it's so small. But here in North Carolina, you could drive 3-4 hours and still be in the state of North Carolina.
Wow. Yeah, I can't believe it. If it told me from my house, it literally would take me 17 hours and 32 minutes to drive from my house to Spain. I couldn't do that. That's too much.
See, I'm used to that. Because every time I drive back up north, I hit the highway and I go straight.
And I'm still trying to.
Because we drove from here to Miami, and it was 16 hours. And we drove straight.
That is crazy. Yeah, you got to pay toll, toll. So you got to pay all of that as well. Driving there, they got COVID measures in there. It says this route crosses through France. Verify. Oh my God! So it says this route crosses through France. Verify COVID-19 border restrictions before going. So now they've got border restrictions in place where you can't cross through countries. So we couldn't go if we wanted to go now, because they've got
yeah,
COVID border restrictions.
they took the border down. Yeah. Wow.
They shut what?
France, remember? They shut France. You've seen on CNN that they shut France.
So are they back in lockdown again?
I'm not sure that this was some months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not only because we did hear a couple weeks ago, or last week, or earlier on last week, we did hear that apparently some parts of Europe are entering into their third lockdown. Well, their third, or was it their fourth lockdown now? I don't know. So we're supposed to be coming out of ours when they're going back into another one again. I just don't know which country. I don't know if it's France or Portugal or Spain or Italy. I don't know which one.
Wow, that's crazy.
Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, no clue.
That's crazy. But I know one thing. I'm looking for a vacation.
You're looking for a vacation to where?
Anywhere sunny. I'd like to go on another cruise and just hit that boat and head on out.
I want to go to Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil is all right, but stay around the resort area, because when you go into the inner Brazil, it's rough.
But hold on, you lot are so close to, like, obviously, where's South America, by the way? Where is America? Damn it. Where are you, Americas? I can't find America on my map. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, there it is, United States, yeah, Mexico and all that. So basically, you lot could drive from United States into Mexico, even though there's a few borders, but drive from United States into Mexico, and then from Mexico, drive from there into Brazil.
Yeah.
You lot can actually do it without having to touch any water, when I think about it.
Yeah.
That's
if you
crazy.
bold enough. Because I
Yeah,
wouldn't
because
take.
look, it's got United States, and it says Mexico. Then next after that is Guatemala. Then it's got some next place called Nicaragua. I don't know what the hell that is. Then they
Oh yeah,
got Costa
Nicaragua.
Rica. Yeah, then they got Costa Rica, and next thing you know, you're basically in Colombia. You're in Brazil.
Oh my goodness, Colombia? No, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to be bold to drive through it because as soon as they know that you're an American, you could be kidnapped, hold for
Oh
ransom.
shit! Are you
All
serious?
yeah, yeah. Americans get kidnapped down there all the damn time.
Yeah.
And then
Wow.
when you get kidnapped, they want you to be a mule and try to sneak
Oh,
drugs
yeah.
over to the.
Wow, you lying.
No, serious. Because they have a show here in the United States called Locked Up Abroad.
Oh, I know that one. I used to watch that on TV, but I haven't watched TV in years. But yeah, I used to watch that.
Yeah, you see how many tourists get sucked into that drug mule game? It's big. It's big down there.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I can't believe how actually easy it is to get from America to. But actually, it might make more sense to just fly there then, because it'll be quicker.
I will fly because you have a lot of desert. You have a lot of desert to go through when you go through Mexico.
Okay.
Then you will have if you get into like real rural areas of South America, you might have dirt roads. You might have it's crazy because you might have corrupt cops that want you to pay a fee to come into their country. There's a whole bunch of mess in South America. I wouldn't recommend it. I would fly in.
But hold on,
Yeah.
when I just looked at the map here, Texas is literally next door to Mexico, yeah? New Mexico and Texas. So if I lived in Louisiana, Texas, all of them, isn't that where Beyonce came from? Texas, Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
So
Houston.
if I lived in Houston, Texas, I could literally just drive to Mexico whenever I wanted to for a holiday.
Oh yeah, people do it all the time. People go down there to Tijuana, party it up, spring break, or just go down there, have fun, and come back. Yeah, but you're not gonna go as too far into Mexico. You're gonna go in the tourist area because, like Laredo, Texas, and Mexico, the border is right there, smack dab on the city line. So there's no area in between Laredo, Texas. It's Laredo, Texas, the fence, Mexico.
So hold on, right. I'm looking at. I've never really analyzed the American map before, but now I really have. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I have to either live in Florida or South Carolina. That's where I would live if I lived in America. If I could pick my two states, yeah, it would be South Carolina or Florida. But
Atlanta's good. Atlanta, Georgia is a nice place too now.
yeah, that's true. But they got too much gay business and funny man business
Yeah.
and batty man business. So that's the only reason. It's like the black. It's like I've heard that people refer to Atlanta as the Black Hollywood of America.
Mm-hmm.
But they got too much of this LGBT business going on down there for me, man.
Yeah, they do, but it's a nice place. There's shops, museums. There's always something to do. Because the Coca-Cola Museum is in Atlanta, Georgia, and it is huge.
Oh, let me see if I can find Atlanta on the map. I'm trying to figure out where's Atlanta now. San Diego, California. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction, right?
See, I've never been on the West Coast. I've never been to California. The furthest I've been over west-wise, I would have to say Pennsylvania, because I really haven't traveled too much further over westward. I'm more East Coast, up and down the East Coast. I've been pretty much everywhere up and down the East Coast.
I can't even find where Pennsylvania is. I don't even know where to find it on this map. I still can't find Florida. No, I found Florida. I still can't find.
Pennsylvania is up by Ohio.
Oh, I see it. It's near New York.
Yep, it borders New York. Yep, New York State. Because New York State and New York City are two different things, but they're under the same government.
New York State and New York City. So New Hampshire, Vermont, Pennsylvania, Maryland. New Jersey. Ain't New Jersey where what's it called came from? What's her name? Wendy Williams. Isn't that where she comes from?
And Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston's from New Jersey.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's a New Jersey chick. Philadelphia. That's where my bona fide homegirl. She doesn't even know she's my homegirl, but my homegirl Jill Scott comes from Philadelphia, right? Philly.
Yep.
All right, that's my girl. She don't know it yet. I'll meet her one day. She'll find out. What's it called? Where does Tazoriak come from? I need to find where he's from. I'm gonna go stalk his house.
Who?
To Captain Tazoriak. Where does he come from?
Captain Tazoriak.
Yeah, the Hebrew guy that was on that one normally talks about.
Oh, he's from Nashville, I think.
Nashville, where's that now? I didn't want to meet him to find out why is he so white. Like, there's something's not right in his buttermilk.
Oh, I don't know.
He's too pale to be a black man. I want to know how he became a Hebrew with that skin tone. That's what I want to know.
Oh, you talking about the other dude? Oh, I don't know where he's from. I know you're talking about now. I don't know where he's from. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's funny though. I can't lie. He's hella funny. Who else is on here? West Virginia.
West Virginia is more mountains and hillbillies. You don't want to go there.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, that's more of a redneck backwoods moonshine. Moonshine.
Iowa. Is that
Iowa?
It's near to Kansas City. Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, Kansas City. Is that where they made the Dorothy with the? We're off to see the wizard. What's her name? With the red yellow rose. That's it. That's where she's from, yeah.
Dorothy,
Kansas City.
But see, a lot of them states towards the Midwest, they have their population. A lot of white people. You don't get too many brothers and sisters living in them states. If you do, they about as white as the white people that will live there.
Oh hell to the no! I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't last 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I'm too ghetto for that, man. I ain't gonna work.
Yeah, you won't. He won't mix you. Yeah.
I need to go where all my people are. Where's all the black people? That's where I need to be.
Philadelphia, Charlotte, North Carolina, New York, Boston, Atlanta.
That's what we saw on TV, Wyoming. That's where Kanye West bought his home the other day, right? He bought that new house in Wyoming.
Yeah.
And he bought it there because he doesn't have to pay taxes in that state.
Yep.
Shit, I need to get a house. Is it warm there in that Wyoming?
Nope.
It's cold.
It's cold.
Oh hell no!
You'll get a summer.
Wyoming then. I don't want it.
Yeah, and another thing too about Wyoming, it's a lot of open country land. It's not like the populace of the whole state of Wyoming is probably not even equivalent to New York City.
That's what I'm saying.
But the state is so big, but the populace of people is small.
Also, it's more land than.
Yeah.
Oh.
More open land. More like open plains, like what do you call it? Farms. Yeah.
So you see when they do those old movies that normally reach worldwide, yeah, that especially the Black American movies, things like Roots and Color Purple and that. Where is that filmed in the South or is that filmed in a studio?
Filmed in the South.
So they really probably go to a plantation or something to film these things. Wow.
Oh yeah, they still have plantations down here, like the old plantation homes. They're still up.
You're lying.
No, they're still up. People live in them. Right next door, there's a cotton field, big as all outdoors. Yeah, tobacco fields. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Cause right down here, I could drive 10 minutes. I could drive 10 minutes, and I'll be right in front of a cotton field.
That would torture my soul if I lived anywhere near a cotton field. I'll be like, shit, my whole ancestors had to work, blood, sweat, tears, murder, rape on this thing. And you still got this shit in my face reminding me every day of our struggle? Oh, hell no.
It messed me up. But you know what? They have a lot of Mexicans doing those jobs now, like picking tobacco and working the cotton farms. Because let me tell you, they could be paying $500 an hour, and I'm not getting on in that cotton field. I don't care. They can say, "Yeah, we're gonna pay you $500 an hour." I'm not getting out there. Nope. I ain't picking no soybean, no tobacco, no cotton. Can't do it. But yeah, this cotton field, man, as far as the eye can reach down here.
Wow. I
You're
don't
right.
know. I can't cope with that reminder in my face every single day. No.
Yeah, it took a time to get used to. I had a culture shock when I first came down here. It was a culture shock because the last time I was down here, I was 10 years old, and I came down when I was 28, and I've been down here for now since 2003. So yeah, it was a culture shock. Because I was saying to myself, "What the fuck did I get myself into, baby?" Yeah, it was a culture shock. You will get used to it. You know, you drive by them and just say, "Fuck it." And right smack in the middle is the plantation house. They either got them in the middle or they got them like almost towards the road, but you can see a nice big old house. But where's another place that they got a lot of black people? St. Louis. St. Louis got a whole lot of black people in St. Louis.
Where in the South here?
You know, in the South. She want to know where I live.
Oh, D.C., New York, all these black people.
Now, New York is a nice place to visit, but I would never live there. I've been there so many times. I know how it is. It's just too fast paced. Even for me, you know, too fast paced.
Okay.
Chicago, yeah, but too. So much going on in Chicago. I have to know somebody to go there. There ain't a spot. I'll go visit. You know what I mean? Go for vacation and visit. That or Detroit.
Really right in Atlanta.
See, that's what I was telling her. Atlanta is nice.
Atlanta's like where it's at for black people.
Yeah, that's another too. If you are black and you want to start your own business, Atlanta is the place.
Business minded. That's the place to go.
That's the place to go and flourish. But you don't have to live in Atlanta. You can live on the outskirts of Atlanta.
But it's like 12 women for every one man there. Yeah. So that might be when Born need to move to start his 3-family home.
Or 3-woman family. You heard that, Lady D? Was she gone? Did she say hold on?
Give her a few minutes.
That's crazy. We do take a lot of stuff for granted here.
I didn't even realize. No, this is not where. Right.
See, we're used to it, so it's not nothing to us. But to somebody who's not used to it, it's like the place to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, she would love going out there to that to the outlets.
Mm-hmm.
She went to that in Burlington, North Carolina, the outlet. Tell you the truth. Save about $2,000. I want to go out there and live, but
Shut out. Go sit down.
Hello, hello. Lady D.
One. You fall asleep? Peace and blessings, family. Hope you enjoyed today. Can you hear me? Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. I hope you enjoyed today. Ah, man. What a fantastic day today. We'll see you later on today.